Qinglin looked at Wang Lin and slowly said, Teacher was seriously injured back then and had to battle Ta Jia and Bei Lu after. Eventually, Ta Jia invaded my body. Although I'm not completely out of power, I need to enter closed-door cultivation to heal. I also learned about the state of the brilliant Void Star system from your senior brother Wang Wei. It is in complete chaos. This new Rain Celestial Realm will become a land for my disciples. The Rain Celestial Realm gate has been sealed, so no one else can enter here anymore. If you have friends and relatives, you can bring them here to live in the Rain Celestial Realm. Once your teacher's cultivation has recovered, we can bring the Celestial Realm back to its former glory. As Qinglin spoke calmly, his gaze met Wang Lin's. Wang Lin pondered for a long time and softly said, Does Master know of ancient gods? Qinglin's expression was normal and nodded. I don't know if the current Master can resist an 8-star ancient god with the royal bloodline. Wang Lin looked at Qinglin, his voice still low. Hearing the word royal bloodline, Qinglin pondered for a bit and said, I presume you're speaking of ancient god 2C at planet Suzaku. Wang Lin wasn't surprised. Qinglin was, after all, the Celestial Emperor, and 2C had been around since the Celestial Realm. It was reasonable for Qinglin to know. When I was at my peak, I never considered him a threat, but due to some special reasons, I never went to check. Now I only have the power for one attack. Even he would be forced to retreat after taking my one attack. Power for one attack. Wang Lin let out a bitter smile as he understood the meaning behind Qinglin's words. Qinglin was too injured and only had power to use one attack right now. Although this one attack could deter Tuosen, it couldn't be used. Even if the enemy was forced to retreat, it would make the future perilous. Qinglin pondered a bit and slowly said, I have been entangled by ancient devil Ta Jia for far too long. The passage to the outside will open soon. I must quickly recover my peak cultivation. Otherwise, my sealed realm will be wiped out. However, if you need me, I can use that one attack for you. Wang Lin shook his head as he looked at Qinglin and said, Teacher, what calamity did the Celestial Realm face back then? Wang Lin had this question in his heart for over 1,000 years. He still didn't know the reason. There was a hint of coldness in Qinglin's eyes and then bitterness emerged. Everything was because of the gate to heaven. Qinglin was unwilling to say more, and his expression became even more complex. Wang Lin lowered his head and slowly said, In Teacher's Cave, I met the Tattoo Clan Holy Ancestor. Qinglin pondered a bit and softly said, Do you believe her words? Wang Lin didn't speak. The battle between the outside and the sealed realm has lasted for too long. You will know about it in the future. Qinglin let out a sigh and ended this topic. Go bring your friends and relatives here. With Teacher here, I can keep them safe. Qinglin looked at Wang Lin and kindness appeared in his eyes. Wang Lin nodded before hesitating for a bit. Then his right hand reached at the void. A crack appeared and a crystal coffin slowly flew out. Teacher, do you recognize this coffin? Wang Lin was nervous as he stared at Qinglin. In truth, there was another reason he wanted to save Qinglin aside from Situ Nan's poison and Zhou Yi's wish. That reason was to find information about this coffin. Qinglin's eyes narrowed and he naturally saw Wang Lin's nervousness. He carefully looked at the coffin before pondering a bit and nodding. If Teacher isn't wrong, this should be the heaven-avoiding coffin. Wang Lin's mind trembled and his breathing became rough. This heaven-avoiding coffin is not from the 4 celestial realms. It came from the ancient celestial realm. Rumor has it that it can revive the dead, but that is merely rumor. However, if you know the chant to operate this coffin, it should be possible to bring back a soul fragment. However, Teacher doesn't know the chant. Qinglin's words gave Wang Lin hope but also made his hopes shatter. It was as if a heavenly hammer had hit his chest, and Wang Lin's face turned pale and bitter. If Qinglin didn't know the chant, then who would? However, Qinglin looked at Wang Lin. Wang Lin took a deep breath as he looked at Qinglin. The hope in his eyes were reignited. Teacher once heard that the heaven-avoiding coffin first appeared in the lightning celestial realm and belonged to Celestial Emperor Xianxia. Xianxia's cultivation level was just below mine and above by fans. She may have survived the collapse of the lightning celestial realm or still have disciples left behind. You may be able to find the chant of the heaven-avoiding coffin from her. Even if you can't find her, it is fine. Once my cultivation recovers, I'll definitely help you. Wang Lin got up and clasped his hands. He was already content to get an answer like this. Go, get people you think are important and bring them here. I can help you keep them safe. Qing Lin looked tired as he spoke, and he raised his right hand. He waved his right hand and a rune appeared. It landed on Wang Lin's right palm and entered his body. When you want to return, activate this rune. Wang Lin nodded and looked at Qing Lin. He then put away the heaven-avoiding coffin and left. The cultivators that used to move through the Alliance star system all disappeared. The majority of cultivators of various forces had all gone to planet Suzaku. At this moment, a ray of light flashed through the sky. Wang Lin was very calm as he flew ahead. Although Qing Lin's awakening and the formation of the new Rain Celestial Realm didn't resolve his problems, it did make it so he didn't have to worry about consequences. He was going to send all those close to him to the Rain Celestial Realm. With Qing Lin's promise, Wang Lin could relax. He didn't want Qing Lin to help him against Tua Senator, although it would temporarily eliminate the crisis. As Qing Lin had said, he could only beat and not kill. Therefore, there wouldn't be much of a point. I still have to rely on myself? Wang Lin understood that although he had saved Qing Lin, no one could help him when he faced a real crisis. He had no more real relatives left in this world. At a stretch, there was one person. Wang Lin clearly remembered that when his mind spread across the star system due to the heaven-defying bead, he saw Zhou Ru in the brilliant void realm. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he stepped forward. Ripples appeared under his feet and he disappeared. When he reappeared, he was before an abandoned planet far away. There was nothing abnormal about this planet from afar, but Wang Lin knew that the transfer array to the brilliant void realm was here. Whether it was to deliver the jade the old divine emperor had given him or to take Zhou Ru away, Wang Lin had to come to this brilliant void realm, even though he wasn't willing to face Mu Bingmei. Looking at the planet in the distance, Wang Lin let out a sigh, but he didn't stop. He directly entered the planet's atmosphere and landed on it. Recalling what he saw in the past, Wang Lin flew toward the location of the transfer array. However, just as his divine sense detected the transfer array, four powerful auras appeared around Wang Lin, preventing him from moving forward. At the same time, an ice-cold voice echoed. This is a forbidden place. If you take one more step, it doesn't matter where you are from, you will be destroyed. Wang Lin frowned as he stopped and said, I'm not here to battle. I've come to deliver a jade to the brilliant void realm on the behalf of the old vermilion bird divine emperor. The auras around him weakened a bit and the cold voice echoed once more. Leave behind the jade and scram. There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes. He could clearly tell that these four auras belonged to Nirvana Scryer cultivators. To have Nirvana Scryer cultivators guard the gate, this showed that the brilliant void realm was no weaker than any other alliance power. However, these four cultivators were a bit too arrogant. Even though they had detected that Wang Lin was a Nirvana Cleanser cultivator, their words were still harsh. It was likely that unless a Nirvana Shatterer cultivator showed up, they wouldn't show any courtesy at all. He already didn't have any good feelings toward the brilliant void realm, but he had come here with the purpose of taking Zhou Ru away. After pondering for a bit, Wang Lin suppressed his anger and calmly said, in addition to delivering the jade, I want to meet Mu Bingmei. After he spoke, a laugh echoed once more and the cold voice appeared once more. To enter the brilliant void realm, you must take out an invitation jade. Do you have it? Wang Lin frowned and calmly said, I don't have it. I'll trouble you, sir. Without waiting for Wang Lin to finish, the cold voice immediately interrupted Wang Lin with an impatient tone. If you don't have an invitation jade, you can't enter. The coldness in Wang Lin's eyes became even stronger, but he suppressed it even more. He calmly said, I'd like to trouble you, sir, to send a message. Just say, there is no more time. This is the last time I'm telling you to scram. This was the second time Wang Lin was interrupted by the cold voice. Killing aura erupted from his body and killing intent filled his eyes. After pondering for a moment, he suppressed it once more and calmly said, "I'll trouble you, sir, to send a message. Just say Wang Lin has come. If you have the guts, you can try to break in yourself." The voice was filled with impatience. If it wasn't for the fact that Wang Lin was a Nirvana cleanser cultivator, he wouldn't have been so polite and would have already attacked. Wang Lin smiled due to anger. He really didn't think that the 4 gatekeepers of the brilliant void realm would be this arrogant. Good, good. Coldness appeared in Wang Lin's eyes as he stepped forward and waved his right hand. A sea of flames appeared in the sky, coloring it bright red, and fire rained down from the sky. His body flickered and he appeared 1,000 feet away and pointed forward. The flames came crashing down. The place where Wang Lin pointed twisted and a white-haired old man dodged with a gloomy expression. At the same time, the surrounding space twisted and the remaining 3 people also appeared. "Anyone who dares to enter the forbidden land must die," the old man in white shouted as he quickly retreated to the other 3 to besiege Wang Lin. His right hand hit his bag of holding and took out a jade. He was about to crush it. Coldness appeared in Wang Lin's eyes and he stepped forward. Ripples echoed, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared before the old man. His finger pointed to between the old man's eyebrows. Wang Lin could easily kill a Nirvana scryer cultivator. The old man's pupils shrank and filled with shock. He wanted to retreat, but he wasn't powerful enough to retreat from Wang Lin. Wang Lin's finger moved like lightning, chasing after the old man, and landed between the old man's eyebrows. The old man coughed out blood and popping sounds came from inside his body. Then his body collapsed. His origin soul wanted to escape, but it was captured by Wang Lin. The jade he wanted to crush fell in Wang Lin's hand. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. It was so fast that it caused the 3 remaining old men to tremble. However, they were all veterans in battle, and they immediately scattered after a moment of shock. One of them quickly shouted, "Set formation!" After he spoke, all 3 of them formed a seal, and a powerful surge of origin energy gathered before them to form a giant axe that chopped down on Wang Lin. At the same time, the 3 of them slapped their bags of holding. A whisk and jade beads appeared before 2 of them. The whisk was completely black, and under the seal of its master, the strands of the whisk extended. They were like silk swords that rushed toward Wang Lin. The strands fell like a rain of swords and stirred up the origin energy of the world while they fell. The old man that took out the jade beads had 7 smooth crystal jade beads floating before him. The moment the beads appeared, the cries of babies echoed across the world. The crying faces of 7 babies appeared on the 7 beads. Then they collapsed and 7 infant souls appeared. They let out mournful cries as they charged at Wang Lin from 7 different directions. The final old man didn't take out a treasure, but a jade. He was about to use the time his peers had bought to crush the jade and send information back into the brilliant void realm. The 3 of them had obviously cooperated for a long time and unexpectedly didn't have to speak as they acted. If Wang Lin was an ordinary Nirvana cleanser cultivator, although he wouldn't care about the attacks of 3 late-stage Nirvana scryer cultivators, they would find it difficult to stop one of them from crushing a jade. After all, the 3 of them were very used to fighting together and wouldn't give the other party the slightest chance. However, they were facing Wang Lin. Wang Lin didn't even look at those attacks. He waved his sleeves and made the sea of flames surge and immediately blow away the black whisks. At the same time, Wang Lin pointed forward and softly said, "Stop!" With one word, the law of the world descended and all spells stopped. Even the 3 old men weren't able to move at all, and their faces turned pale. They watched Wang Lin close in and take the jade from the 3rd old man. Wang Lin casually waved his hand and the old man coughed out blood. Popping sounds came from his body. Then his body collapsed and his origin soul was taken by Wang Lin. "I originally didn't want to attack, but you all went too far." Wang Lin waved his right hand and one of the remaining 2 elders' body collapsed. He wasn't able to escape his origin soul being collected. His gaze fell on the last elder. There was a flash of killing intent in Wang Lin's eyes. Someone who refined a treasure with the souls of babies can't be forgiven. The last elder was the one that had sent out the 7 jade beads, and his eyes were filled with fear. Wang Lin was far more powerful than his understanding of nirvana cleanser cultivators. If they had known Wang Lin was this powerful, they wouldn't have dared to be so arrogant. They didn't think they had provoked such a terrifying cultivator. However, what made him relax was that although Wang Lin had destroyed his companions' bodies, he hadn't damaged their origin souls. This meant that Wang Lin had to be worried about the brilliant void realm as well, but Wang Lin's words made his heart tremble. He helplessly watched Wang Lin close in, and Wang Lin's finger headed for between his eyebrows. When Wang Lin's finger covered his vision, pain filled his body. White flames appeared from the tip of Wang Lin's finger and surrounded the old man. There was no scream, but the old man's body turned into black ashes in an instant, including his origin soul. Out of the 4 nirvana scryer cultivators, 3 were captured and 1 was killed. Even until the very end, none of them were able to crush the jade. Without their control, the axe dissipated into origin energy. As for the whisk, it was burned to nothing by the flames. Those 7 mournful baby souls were filled with confusion. When Wang Lin saw those baby souls, his heart trembled and he recalled the past. He waved his sleeves and a vortex appeared to absorb the 7 baby souls. Wang Lin's expression was calm as he arrived next to the transfer array. He stepped into the transfer array and squatted down to mess with it. Then the formation lit up and origin energy surged from all directions. The formation activated and Wang Lin was enveloped in light. A moment later, the light disappeared and the formation was empty. The brilliant void realm belonged to a new space that had been opened up. This place was very beautiful and was almost no different from the celestial realm. The only difference was that there was no celestial spiritual energy here. Instead, it was filled with rich origin energy. The mountains pierced into the sky and the rivers flowed. There were little beasts frolicking around and cranes flying across the sky. The land was filled with harmony. There was a huge formation in the northern part of the brilliant void realm. This was the entrance to the brilliant void realm, and at this moment there was a boy sitting outside the transfer array. Although this boy looked young, there was an ancient feel about him. It was obvious that he only looked like a boy due to his cultivation method. He was sitting there when he suddenly opened his eyes. He muttered a few words and looked at the formation. He saw the formation rumble and light brighten before reaching a peak in an instant. The space above the formation began to twist. It didn't take long for the light from the formation to dim and the sound to gradually fade. A person appeared above the formation. The boy was a bit lazy, but his body suddenly stiffened. He suddenly stood up and retreated before staring at the person that stepped out from the formation. The boy's pupils shrank and he said, "There is the scent of blood on your body." Wang Lin had already seen the brilliant void realm when he came here with his mind. When he walked out of the formation, he looked at the boy and calmly clasped his hands. "I ask you, sir, to send a message that I, Wang Lin, have come on behalf of the Vermilion Bird Divine sect to deliver a jade." The boy frowned and his gaze became cold as he softly said, "You got guts. It has been a long time since someone dared to break into the brilliant void realm." Hearing the boy's words, Wang Lin let out a sigh and simply ignored this person. His divine sense spread out across the brilliant void realm and sent out a message. Junior Wang Lin has come to deliver a jade from the old Vermilion Bird Divine Emperor. The boy's eyes lit up, but he didn't attack. He continued to observe Wang Lin. At this moment, several divine senses swept over, and these included Nirvana Shatterer cultivators. There were quite a few of them that could kill Wang Lin. Wang Lin had dared to come to the brilliant void realm because he was confident. The old Vermilion Bird Divine Emperor wouldn't harm him. Since he was asked to deliver a jade, then the jade would naturally not bring him any danger. Wang Lin didn't try to see what was inside the jade. He knew that it was better to not know some things. Aside from the old Vermilion Bird Divine Emperor, the rune Qinglin had given Wang Lin made him have not worry. As long as he activated the rune, he would return to the new Rain Celestial Realm. Zhou Ru was sitting on the peak of a mountain, cultivating in the brilliant void realm. Little White was beside her, lazily looking at the clouds. No one knew what he was thinking. Just at this moment, Wang Lin's divine sense arrived. Zhou Ru's body immediately trembled and she suddenly opened her eyes. "Uncle!" Even Little White's body trembled and he quickly stood up and looked into the distance. Zhou Ru's little face was bright red. It was obvious she was very excited. She had been looking for Wang Lin for a long time, and now that she had heard Wang Lin's voice, how could she not be excited? Without any hesitation, she turned into a ray of light and flew toward that divine sense. Little White followed Zhou Ru. His big head swayed and he was on guard. He still was very afraid of that cultivator that struck fear in him in the past. After Zhou Ru left, an extremely beautiful woman appeared from the void where Zhou Ru was. She silently looked ahead with a complicated and bitter expression. She lifted her feet and stepped forward. Wang Lin just waited there after he sent out his divine sense. It didn't take long before a few rays of light flew over, and they turned into cultivators before Wang Lin. They all had varying cultivation levels, and the weakest was at the early stage of Nirvana Cleanser. They coldly looked at Wang Lin and didn't consider him to be worth anything. The old man that had gone to the demon spirit land with Mu Bingmei didn't appear. It was a middle-aged man wearing purplish golden robes that appeared from the void before Wang Lin. The middle-aged man was filled with majesty. After he appeared, the surrounding cultivators all became very respectful. The middle-aged man's gaze swept past Wang Lin as he slowly said, "It is rare for the Vermilion Bird Divine Emperor to come visit the brilliant Void Realm." When Wang Lin looked at the middle-aged man, he could only see that this person was a Nirvana Shatterer cultivator. Wang Lin didn't say more as his right hand reached at the void, grabbed a jade, and threw it. The middle-aged man's expression was calm as he grabbed it and spread out his divine sense. However, he was surprised. He unexpectedly wasn't able to see the contents of this jade due to his cultivation level. However, he was able to see that the material this jade was made of was not simple. It contained a trace of origin fire. Along with Wang Lin's identity, this jade was not simple. This is. The man raised his head and looked at Wang Lin. Wang Lin calmly said, "The old Vermilion Bird Divine Emperor found a secret in the Alliance headquarters before death. He asked me to deliver it to the brilliant Void Realm." The man nodded and knew that this matter had to be serious. His expression became even more dignified as he clasped his hands and said, "Thank you." Wang Lin waved his right hand and threw out 3 origin souls to the side. The 3 origin souls' eyes were all shut. They were clearly being restricted. Earlier, I didn't have an invitation jade and was impatient to enter due to the importance of the information in the jade, so I had to force my way in. As Wang Lin spoke, he grabbed another jade and tossed it at the middle-aged man. This jade contained a scene. It clearly recorded what had happened with the 4 gatekeepers outside. The middle-aged looked at it and calmly said, "We thank the Divine Emperor for teaching them a lesson on our behalf. However, a lesson is a lesson, and killing a person of my brilliant Void Realm is a bit unreasonable." Wang Lin calmly said, "Just an accident." The man stared at Wang Lin and smiled. "This matter is very important. I'll ask the Divine Emperor to please stay in the brilliant Void Realm for a few days. Wait until I hand the jade." Before the man could finish speaking, a cold woman's voice echoed, "Let him go." The moment this voice appeared, all the surrounding cultivators became respectful. Even the man in purple became respectful. Mu Bingmei appeared before everyone and looked at Wang Lin with a complicated expression. At the same time, 2 rays of light came from the distance and arrived before Wang Lin. The 2 rays of light turned into Zhou Ru and Little White. Zhou Ru became even more excited after seeing Wang Lin. "Uncle, it's really you." Zhou Ru's eyes turned red and tears gathered. Seeing Zhou Ru, Wang Lin revealed a smile and nodded. "Uncle is here to pick you up." Zhou Ru had already grown up and noticed that something was abnormal, so it wasn't time to speak. She immediately arrived next to Wang Lin. When she looked at his white hair, her heart felt pain. Wang Lin looked at Mu Bingmei. He pondered a bit and slowly said, "I'm going to take Zhou Ru away." Mu Bingmei bit her lower lip and softly said, All of you leave. The surrounding cultivators quickly agreed and disappeared without a trace. The man in purple looked meaningfully at Wang Lin and also left. Soon, no other cultivator remained beside Wang Lin, Zhou Ru, and Mu Bingmei. Mu Bingmei avoided Wang Lin's gaze and looked at Zhou Ru. She softly said, "Zhou Ru, after you leave, remember to cultivate daily." Zhou Ru looked at Wang Lin and then at Mu Bingmei. In these years, she could tell that her teacher was very good to her, especially when her teacher saved her. If not for her teacher, she wouldn't have been able to meet Wang Lin again. Thinking about parting, Zhou Ru's mood dropped and she nodded and softly said, "Teacher, Ru'er remembers it all. I won't abandon my cultivation. Moreover, Ru'er can return at any time." Mu Bingmei revealed a bitter smile. Zhou Ru didn't understand that once she left, she wouldn't have a chance of coming back, because Wang Lin wouldn't allow it. "I'm your teacher and you are my disciple. Since you are about to leave, let teacher gift you something." As Mu Bingmei spoke, she took a jade hairpin from her hair. She looked at it with a cherishing gaze and then threw it at Zhou Ru. "Teacher, this?" Zhou Ru was startled and subconsciously caught it. She seemed to vaguely remember that Mu Bingmei had said that this hairpin was a very powerful treasure and was passed down by her own teacher. "Come here. Let teacher place it on you." Mu Bingmei's eyes revealed love for her disciple. After years of being together, she had developed feelings for her disciple. Zhou Ru obediently arrived next to Mu Bingmei. Wang Lin originally wanted to stop her, but after hesitating for a bit, he didn't speak. She coiled Zhou Ru's hair and personally put the hairpin in her hair. Mu Bingmei gently touched Zhou Ru's head. The coldness in her eyes disappeared and she softly said, "You have to remember that you will always be my disciple, my only disciple. The brilliant void realm is your second home. You can go." "Teacher." Tears fell from Zhou Ru's eyes. She had a vague feeling that her teacher and uncle knew each other. Only they weren't friends, but enemies. She feared that once she leaves, she would never see her teacher again. Wang Lin revealed a complicated look. With his wisdom, he could see that Mu Bingmei and Zhou Ru's teacher-disciple relationship wasn't fake, but he didn't dare to believe it so easily. He thought of Lu Mei's ruthless domain and said, "Zhou Ru." Zhou Ru looked at Mu Bingmei as she retreated a few steps and knelt down. She kowtowed 3 times and cried, "Teacher, disciple is leaving. Go." Mu Bingmei bit her lower lip. At this moment, her heart felt very painful, as if she was missing something. She took a few steps back, forced out a smile, and nodded. Wang Lin took Zhou Ru, who was a bit unwilling to leave, into the transfer array and was about to leave. Just at this moment, Mu Bingmei seemed to muster all her courage as she looked at Wang Lin's back and softly said, "Wang Lin, I'm sorry." Wang Lin's body trembled. He stood inside the formation but didn't activate it for a long time. "I'm sorry. I'm truly sorry." Mu Bingmei's body trembled and 2 streams of tears fell from her eyes while she muttered endlessly. During these years, the pain in her heart had tortured her until she was about to collapse. Every night, she awakened from her cultivation and an inexplicable sense of confusion filled her. "Lu Mei is already dead. You're not her. There is no need to say sorry." Wang Lin didn't turn around as he felt his chest. His heart felt pain as the memory of when he first met Wang Ping appeared in his mind. The baby filled with resentment that stared viciously at his father. It was a nightmare Wang Lin could never forget. Lu Mei wanted to leave her figure in Wang Lin's Dao heart. She had succeeded, and even today she was still successful. "I'm sorry. I'm sorry." Mu Bingmei's face turned pale as tears flowed down her beautiful face. When her tears fell on the ground, they seemed to produce the sound of someone collapsing. Wang Lin silently opened the formation. As the sound of the formation rumbled, the light became intense. Just at this moment, he seemed to have made up his mind. He stopped the formation and softly said something. "You really want to see him?" Wang Lin left with Zhou Ru. His complicated feelings toward Lu Mei and the memories of the past were buried deep within his mind. He never wanted to touch them. In the end, Mu Bingmei didn't see Wang Ping. Wang Lin didn't want to guess what she was thinking and left. It was like a barrier had split them into two worlds when the formation activated. It was as if they were so distant, not even dreams could reach across the gap. If the furthest distance in the world was not life and death but to be forgotten, then even that distance seemed a lot closer than the distance between Wang Lin and Mu Bingmei. It seemed the farthest distance one could reach was to be unable to forget. You want to forget but can't. You want to search for it but have no direction. The only thing left was time passing by, flowing down the darkness of eternity. As Mu Bingmei stared at figure that disappeared in the harsh light, tears flowed down once more. She wanted to see Wang Ping. She wanted to touch her child and hold him in her arms. However, she couldn't. Even more so, she was afraid. A flaw had appeared in her Tao heart due to Lu Mei. She should have cut this flaw out. Even though her Tao heart would be incomplete, the flaw would be gone. However, she didn't know what would happen once she saw Wang Ping. Her Tao heart could be complete or it could collapse completely. If her life belonged to herself, she would have walked down the path without hesitation whether it was right or wrong. However, as the brilliant void saintess, most of her life didn't belong to herself. Just let all of this end like this. Mu Bingmei bit her lower lip and slowly turned around. Her figure looked even more lonely than Wang Lin. The sky was blue, and Mu Bingmei's heart also seemed to turn blue. It was a very powerful tone of blue. The void of space was so dark that not even the light from the stars in the distance could reach this far to cover the pain in Wang Lin's heart. He could only let this pain fill his entire body. As the pain continues, maybe it will stop feeling painful. Wang Lin sent Zhou Ru to the new Rain celestial realm. Zhou Ru's eyes were filled with reluctance as Wang Lin rubbed her head and revealed a kind smile. Back when he took this little girl and raised her, he gradually got the feeling of being a father. After seeing Zhou Ru, Wang Lin thought of Wang Ping and Li Muan. Be good here and don't waste your cultivation. You have grown up. Wang Lin looked at this spirited girl, and the kindness in his eyes became even stronger. Uncle? It was as if Zhou Ru was made of water as tears flowed down from her cheeks non-stop. She grabbed tightly onto the edge of Wang Lin's clothes like she did when she was a kid. She feared that if she let go, Wang Lin would never come back. Uncle doesn't know if bringing you here is right or wrong, but Uncle can't rest at ease if you are with Mu Bingmei. Wang Lin gradually suppressed the pain in his heart and he gently looked at Zhou Ru. This child had accompanied him for many years. If Uncle never comes back, little Ru heir, you can go find your teacher. Wang Lin closed his eyes and turned around. He pulled his clothes from Zhou Ru's hands and disappeared. Uncle? Zhou Ru's tears fell on her clothes. Behind her, Huan let out a sigh as she pulled Zhou Ru's hand and softly said, Your uncle will return. In the eastern region, after the Azure Dragon Divine Emperor returned, the four divine sect went through a drastic change. The four sects were now one sect instead of four separate sects. There would no longer be four divine emperors, but just one named the Divine Sovereign. There were a lot of disagreements in the four divine sect toward this move by the Azure Dragon Divine sect. However, all voices of opposition disappeared before the Azure Dragon Divine Emperor's strength. The holy treasures of the Black Tortoise Divine sects and the White Tiger Divine sects were no longer held by the sects and went into the hands of the Azure Dragon Divine Emperor. The methods to using them were no longer a secret to the sects. Wang Lin's figure appeared within the eastern region soon after the integration was complete. The moment he appeared, he was found by the people of the Azure Dragon Divine sect. Wang Lin calmly looked at the team of Azure Dragon Divine sect guards, and those cultivators immediately lowered their heads. Wang Lin didn't speak and slowly moved past them. It wasn't until Wang Lin left that the patrolling cultivators looked at each other. One of them immediately took out a jade and reported this matter to the elders. One of the cultivators in this patrol team said in discontent, He is no longer the Divine Emperor, so why are we being polite to him? After returning to the eastern region, Wang Lin realized that the atmosphere was very strange. All the members of the four divine sect who saw him had strange expressions, but no one stopped him. It didn't take long for a red starfield to appear before him. That was where the Vermilion Bird Divine sect was. However, just as he was about to enter, he stopped and turned around. He saw 7 rays of light close in and turn into 7 people. Among them were 2 vermilion bird, 1 white tiger, and 4 azure dragon divine sect members. They were all elders, and their cultivation levels weren't low. Wang Lin's eyes were calm. He was familiar with the 7 of them as they were all elders who were involved in rescuing the azure dragon divine emperor. When the 2 elders from the vermilion bird divine sect saw Wang Lin, they were ashamed and avoided Wang Lin's gaze. Wang Lin, the Azure Dragon Divine Sovereign invites you. The person who spoke was a member of the Azure Dragon Divine sect. He looked at Wang Lin with an apologetic look. He didn't know why the Divine Emperor had made all these changes, but he wasn't qualified to stop him. Wang Lin slowly asked, "Are the people I left at the Vermilion Bird Divine sect safe?" After he heard the old man's words, he immediately speculated on the matter. This person hadn't called him Divine Emperor. It must have been because the Azure Dragon Divine Emperor had said something, and there was also the strange Divine Sovereign title. Combined with all the strange things he saw, Wang Lin became cautious. They are all safe. The person who answered Wang Lin was an elder of the Vermilion Bird Divine sect. Wang Lin looked at the elder and remembered that this was person who asked him what he planned to do after becoming the Divine Emperor. He nodded but didn't speak. Then he stepped into the burning starfield. The Azure Dragon Divine sect members frowned and stepped into the burning starfield. The Azure Dragon Divine sect elder said in a heavy tone as he chased after Wang Lin into the burning starfield, "Wang Lin, the Azure Dragon Divine Sovereign wants you to see him." Wang Lin ignored the elder. When he entered the burning starfield, his divine sense spread out with the assistance of the burning flames. He used spatial bending to quickly move to a different position, allowing him to scan the entire burning starfield. However, he didn't find any trace of Big Head and company. Wang Lin's expression immediately became gloomy. He turned around and coldly looked at the 7 elders chasing him. "Where are they?" Wang Lin stared at the 7 of them and quickly calmed down. He knew that anger wouldn't solve the problem. He had to remain calm. "Wang Lin, the Divine Sovereign wants to see you. Do you want me to say it a 3rd time?" Wang Lin slowly said, "Without me, the Azure Dragon Divine Sovereign would still be sealed in the Rain Celestial Realm." "You?" The elder of the Azure Dragon Divine sect stared at Wang Lin, and his expression became even more gloomy. "If not for the old Vermilion Bird Divine Emperor, your Azure Dragon Divine sect would have long vanished. If your Azure Dragon Divine Sovereign wants to see me, he can come here." Wang Lin wouldn't step out from this burning starfield. The monstrous flames here could greatly increase his power. The elder of the Azure Dragon Divine sect laughed in fury, but the people around him became silent. The Vermilion Bird Divine Emperor died for the 4 divine sect. This old man admired him very much for this. At this moment, an ancient void appeared. It seemed to contain the power of a spell. When it appeared, even the burning starfield seemed to pause. The expressions of the 7 elders immediately became serious. They took a few steps back and clasped their hands in unison. "Greetings, Divine Sovereign." Pieces of green light appeared in the world and rapidly condensed. The surrounding flames seemed to be pushed apart by a pair of giant hands and an open area appeared. The green light condensed into the appearance of the Azure Dragon Divine Emperor in this opening. Compared to the sorry state he was in back in the Rain Celestial Realm, the Azure Dragon Divine Emperor, he was like a new person. His green robe flashed brightly and his hand was behind his back. A shocking pressure spread out and covered the area. "I presume you've returned to return the holy treasure." The Azure Dragon Divine Emperor reached out his hand and calmly looked at Wang Lin. There was not a hint of emotion in his eyes. They were completely cold. "Where are my friends?" Wang Lin retreated a few steps and looked at the Azure Dragon Divine Emperor. He had felt like his entire body was going to collapse under this pressure, but he forced himself to endure it. The Azure Dragon Divine Emperor let out a smile. Only this smile was extremely cold. "I didn't make it hard on them. All outsiders were sent to a planet at the edge of the 4 divine sect. I can abandon my identity as the Vermilion Bird Divine Emperor. I can give you the holy treasure. I can leave and never come back, but I'll take one thing away. Wang Lin never intended to keep the holy treasure. He waved his right hand at the void, and then a burning white stone appeared. There was also a drop of the holy blood inside. Wang Lin calmly said, I want to take away the remains of the old divine emperor. The azure dragon divine emperor silently pondered for a bit. The coldness in his eyes lessened a bit but soon returned to normal. I think he would prefer to be buried in the four divine sect. The old vermilion bird divine emperor spent his life for the four divine sect. Now that he is dead, he deserves freedom. I'll take him away. Wang Lin's eyes revealed a persistent gaze as he waved his right hand, and the white stone flew toward the azure dragon divine emperor. The azure dragon divine sovereign carefully looked at the stone. He let out a sigh and no longer spoke. He then turned and left, and the 7 elders left with him. One of the vermilion bird divine sect elders turned toward Wang Lin. He opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but the azure dragon divine sovereign looked at him, causing the old man to sigh and not speak. Wang Lin left with the old divine emperor, whose body had turned to stone. He left the four divine sect and saw Big Head and company waiting for him. The four divine sect would no longer have any connection with him, but the look of the vermilion bird divine sect elder had made Wang Lin wonder. He faintly felt like there was something he didn't know. This was because the old vermilion bird divine emperor had also given him the vermilion bird cloak and the token formed by the vermilion bird spirit. The azure dragon divine sovereign didn't mention them at all. If you said he had forgotten, Wang Lin wouldn't believe it. Also, the secret that only the vermilion bird divine emperor would know, the secret that caused the war between the four divine sect and the brilliant void realm, the azure dragon divine sovereign hadn't asked him about it at all. After Wang Lin had taken everyone far away, the azure dragon divine sovereign sat in the main hall of the azure dragon divine sect. He looked very tired, and the 4 holy treasures floated before him. However, his gaze wasn't on the holy treasures, but outside the main hall. After a long time, he let out a sigh and withdrew his gaze. He muttered some words that no one other than him could hear. After sending Big Head and company to the new Reign celestial realm, he no longer had any more worries. He calmly floated among the stars, and then his eyes shined like the stars. A powerful aura surrounded Wang Lin. He was completely shrouded in battle intent. Tuosen, it has been more than 1,000 years. You and I will have to battle in the end. Wang Lin aura was monstrous as he flew through the stars. He used spatial bending as he quickly moved toward the familiar planet Suzaku. On planet Suzaku, there weren't many cultivators left around the planet. A majority of them had gone into the land of the ancient god. After they entered, they were cut off from the outside. No one knew if those cultivators were still safe. The land of the ancient god was a spatial crack, so nothing that happened inside would cause any change outside. The space outside planet Suzaku twisted and Wang Lin stepped out. Looking at planet Suzaku and the cultivators around it, Wang Lin took another step. When he appeared, he was on planet Suzaku's moon. There were naturally cultivators here, but thanks to Wang Lin's cultivation level, no one noticed him. Wang Lin found a mountain and hid himself inside. He then opened up his own space inside and carved a formation on the ground. This was the Qinglin celestial formation he had learned when he fused with Qinglin. It could hide all traces of him and prevent anyone from finding him. After forming the formation, he took out some celestial jades and placed them on the formation. His hand pointed to between his eyebrows and a portion of his origin soul flew out. Soul, take form. Wang Lin's hands quickly formed several seals. The origin soul turned into green smoke and circled him a few times. Then it condensed into a human form. Form body. Wang Lin bit the tip of his tongue and spat out blood. A bit of his remaining celestial origin energy infused into this portion of his origin soul. The origin soul immediately shined red, and some of the rocks on the ground trembled as if they were being pulled. Soon, the rocks flew into the origin soul. It was as if a vortex had formed in the cave, as countless pieces of rock gathered toward the origin soul, and it gradually solidified. After about 7 minutes, a copy of Wang Lin appeared. Celestial Emperor Qing Lin's body formation celestial spell is very lifelike. Wang Lin closed his eyes. Even with his cultivation level, he couldn't tell if the origin soul before him was real or fake. If it was only lifelike, it wouldn't become Qing Lin's celestial spell. Aside from being impossible to distinguish it from the real body, it also had the ability to use almost the same strength as the true body. Only, with Wang Lin's origin soul, it could only last 10 days. After 10 days, this avatar would collapse. Even if it was killed, it would only lightly injure the original body and not cause too much impact. At the same time, his original body couldn't move in these 10 days and would be in deep sleep. That's why it had to be used with the formation to hide his presence. Wang Lin's right hand reached out and the crack to his storage space opened. The silver female corpse walked out from the crack. She didn't speak and sat down inside the formation next to Wang Lin. The formation was here to hide him and the female corpse was here to guard him. Wang Lin pondered a bit before placing down several powerful restrictions, and then did he finally feel at ease. He closed his eyes as if he was dead and even his breathing gradually stopped. Even his heartbeat disappeared and he was like a dead man. At the same time, the moment Wang Lin's breath and heartbeat stopped, the avatar made of stone slowly opened its eyes. After moving his body a bit, Wang Lin looked at his body inside the formation and the silver female corpse. Then his body flickered and directly left the mountain. He used spatial bending to bypass all the cultivators outside planet Suzaku and reappeared on planet Suzaku. When Wang Lin passed by the cultivators around planet Suzaku, people opened their eyes as if they had noticed something. But they didn't stop Wang Lin. After all, in these past several days, a lot of rogue old monsters had been rushing here. None of the cultivators that entered the land of the ancient god were more familiar with it than Wang Lin. After he entered planet Suzaku, he headed directly toward the Sea of Devils. Along the way, he didn't use teleportation to quickly arrive there, but spent the time adapting to his body. Only after he had fully familiarized himself did he speed up. Along the way, he passed the former fighting evil sect and the dragon formation formed by the carved mountain. He vaguely saw a woman carefully studying each scale only to produce a protective jade. He stared at the dragon from 1,000 years ago even though more than half of it was damaged and it only resembled a dragon a little. There was no longer a sect here and it was completely desolate. Wang Lin withdrew his gaze and disappeared. He passed through more than half of the Sea of Devils and arrived at the entrance to the land of the ancient god. It was completely quiet and not a single cultivator was here. It was clear they had all entered the land of the ancient god. Wang Lin headed inside the entrance without hesitation and appeared in the void. The moment he entered, a powerful smell of blood blasted him. There were countless stones floating in the void, and they were all dyed red with blood. There were many bodies floating in the void. There were cultivators and fierce beasts. There was the body of a 1,000 feet blue spider, a 10,000 feet giant python, and many fierce beasts of different sizes. There was even a dragon, but it had no wings, and there was a group of insects that were the size of an arm. There were still fluctuations of origin energy remaining here. It was clear that a great battle had occurred in this place. Most of the corpses here were burnt, some were frozen, and other leaked pus. It was obvious they were poisoned. The further he flew, the more bodies there were, and the number of causes of death increased. There was a giant python that was pierced by countless swords laying on a piece of rock. However, its eyes were still open and contained a fierce gaze. In the end, it was impossible to see a whole corpse, as it was all just broken limbs and body parts. Even Wang Lin, who was used to life and death, felt his pupils contract at this. However, he didn't stop and continued flying toward the entrance to the next level. While he was flying, a cold aura surrounded him. Wang Lin stopped and looked to his right. There was a large rock 10,000 feet to his right. There were many mutilated bodies on that rock, bodies of cultivators and fierce beasts. There was a black light surrounding the edge of the rock. Unless you looked carefully, it would be impossible to see the black light in this dark void. There was a burly man squatting in the black light. Only his upper body was naked and was covered in black hair as if he was a savage. However, if you looked at his head, no cultivator would think it was a person. There were more than 10 branches sticking out of his neck, and there was a head at the end of each branch. They were all on the ground chewing. Crunch, crunch. The sound was very low and easy to ignore. However, the moment Wang Lin's gaze fell on this strange thing, the sound suddenly became louder. Wang Lin was eventually able to get a clear look at the source of the sound. The heads were fighting over a beast. It seemed like even the bones were being devoured. When Wang Lin saw the burly man also noticed Wang Lin. The more than 10 heads slowly rose and looked at Wang Lin. Some of the heads had blood coming out of their mouths, while a few were still chewing. At his instant, Wang Lin felt a chill fill his body. This chill pierced his bones, and a powerful sense of crisis surrounded him. However, with years of life and death experiences, Wang Lin had a powerful mind and he remained calm. He didn't subconsciously retreat or escape, but just stood there as if he had taken root. His pupils shrank until they became black points as he stared at the fierce beast that looked like a burly man. Ji Qiong. The memories of ancient God 2C flashed through Wang Lin's mind before fixing on the memory of this fierce beast. After recognizing this beast, cold sweat appeared on Wang Lin's forehead. As his cultivation level, understanding of law, and experience increased, Wang Lin understood that cultivators weren't the strongest. There were some incredibly powerful fierce beasts. There were even some fierce beasts not even an 8-star ancient god would want to provoke, like the mosquito beast herd or the other memory Wang Lin had just recalled. It was a dark void. Not even the stars could light up this area. There was a purple planet far away. A figure hundreds of feet tall slowly flew out. This figure wasn't large, but there were 36 branches with 36 large heads attached to them. If one took a closer look, they would find that each branch was 10,000 feet long. As a result, the body of this strange beast could be ignored. After it flew away from the purple planet, it let out a roar. This was the collected roar of 36 heads, and it was heaven-shaking. Even space itself began to collapse and divide. It was a spectacular scene. The beast wasn't roaring at space, but at a giant ancient god not far away. There weren't many beasts among the stars that dared to roar at an ancient god, and even less that dared to attack an ancient god. The 36-headed Ji Qiong rushed at the ancient god while roaring. The scene ended here. Wang Lin looked at the Ji Qiong looking toward him and gently took a step back. One of the Ji Qiong's heads revealed hesitation. It looked at Wang Lin and then at the remaining corpse as if it was weighing the trade-off. Wang Lin slowly retreated another step and was on guard. From 2C's memories, this beast was extremely powerful. Wang Lin had to admit that with his current cultivation level, he'd find it difficult to kill or capture this beast, so he could only retreat. However, he had to be careful while retreating, and he had to do it slowly. If it was too fast, this fierce beast would immediately chase him. If this beast can become my original body's ancient god beast, it would make my original body's strength increase greatly. Unfortunately, as Wang Lin slowly retreated, the Ji Qiong's 18 heads gradually lowered and continued to chew on the bodies, making loud crunching noises. This sound echoed in this silent void and sounded particularly harsh. However, there was still a head that hadn't lowered to devour the corpse. Coldly stared at Wang Lin. As Wang Lin slowly retreated, the head seemed to wave like a snake and licked its lips. This was the head of a middle-aged man. His hair was a mess and blood was coming out from the corner of his mouth. He stared at Wang Lin while tasting the flesh in its mouth. After Wang Lin retreated 10 steps, the remaining 17 heads had all lowered, but the eyes of the middle-aged man lit up and he spat out a chunk of rotten meat. Wang Lin took a big step back without hesitation and turned into a ray of light as he escaped. The moment he moved, the middle-aged man's head let out a sharp cry. This cry had the power to even pierce through rock and metal as it echoed across this void. Some of the floating rocks immediately collapsed. At the same time, the remaining 17 heads suddenly rose up and stared at Wang Lin. Then they turned into a ray of black light and moved at an unimaginable speed, chasing Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression was gloomy. It was impossible to understand this beast by thinking like a cultivator. He originally didn't want to bother with it, but right now it was getting closer and closer. He couldn't use spatial bending inside the body of the ancient god, but he could teleport. Wang Lin's body flickered and he disappeared. However, as soon as he disappeared, the Ji Qiong chasing him also disappeared. When Wang Lin stepped out from the void, his expression changed and he quickly stepped to the side. There was a bang and a 100 feet long sword energy passed by him. A gust of wind blew in his face and Wang Lin immediately looked back. The Ji Qiong had also teleported while chasing Wang Lin, and the sword energy had come from one of its mouth. The 18 heads' eyes revealed varying degrees of bloodlust and greed. They all stared at Wang Lin as they rushed over. They seemed to want to devour him and get the taste of his living flesh. Wang Lin's expression was extremely gloomy as he teleported without a word. The Ji Qiong let out a roar and quickly chased. The person and beast just constantly teleported within the void. The Ji Qiong was very fast. If he couldn't use teleportation, Wang Lin wouldn't have been able to compare. However, Wang Lin was cautious and often teleported right after appearing, so he was able to maintain the distance between them. The Ji Qiong's roars became even more angry. One of the heads, one that was an old woman, bit the tip of her tongue and spat out fishy-smelling blood. The blood moved and turned into 2 blood-red runes. One flew into the air and one flew into the earth. At this moment, a wave of blood light appeared and sealed the heavens and earth. All teleportation would be like smashing into a metal plate inside this sealed area. Wang Lin was just about to teleport, so his expression became even more gloomy. His hand reached out and opened his storage space. As the Ji Qiong closed in, Wang Lin took out a yellow talisman. He placed it on his chest without hesitation and wind surrounded him. Then Wang Lin rushed away. His speed increased greatly as he disappeared in a flash of ghostly light. The Ji Qiong's 18 heads looked startled, but they let out a unified roar immediately after. One of the heads, that of a girl, revealed a ferocious scream, and black wind appeared around the Ji Qiong. This wind created a storm, and it charged out with the Ji Qiong. It rumbled loudly as the Ji Qiong chased Wang Lin once more. At the same time, chants came out from 4 other heads and countless black runes appeared. They shined and then imprinted on the storm. As a result, the storm's speed increased by several times. The distance Wang Lin had gained was instantly closed. At this moment, Wang Lin was already very close to the entrance to the next area. He could vaguely see a giant vortex before him. Wang Lin knew that once he entered the vortex, he could leave the void and get away from the terrifying beast. However, he didn't have the time. Although the storm sounded far away, it was already within 1,000 feet of him. If this continued, the Ji Qiong would catch up before Wang Lin could enter the vortex. At this moment of crisis, there was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes. His left hand formed a seal and he waved his hand. A sea of flames immediately appeared, forming a barrier. He immediately turned around, and as did so, thunder flashed in his right eye and he pointed. In an instant, thunderous rumbles echoed in the void and endless thunder came out of Wang Lin's hand. The thunder formed a net and fell toward the flames. Just at this instant, the black storm around the Ji Qiong collided with the sea of flames. There was a heaven-shattering rumble and the flames immediately dissipated and scattered. The black storm also paused for a moment due to the sea of flames, but the 18-headed Ji Qiong rushed out of the black wind and flew toward Wang Lin. The various 18 heads all revealed ferocious expressions, especially the middle-aged man, who was filled with excitement to eat living flesh. However, Wang Lin had already guarded against it. The thunder net immediately surrounded the Ji Qiong. The thunder net popped and the Ji Qiong roared endlessly, but it did slow down. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. His fire and thunder spells were powerful, but they weren't enough to injure the Ji Qiong, only hinder it. With how long these spells could block the Ji Qiong, he could still have a chance of entering that vortex and avoiding the Ji Qiong's pursuit. However, Wang Lin was unwilling to leave just like this. If you dare to chase me, then you must pay the price. Coldness appeared in his eyes as his hands formed a seal. Then his origin energy surged and a coolness appeared in his body. A slaughter aura suddenly erupted from his body and formed a net of slaughter energy. He let out a roar and pointed forward. In an instant, this slaughter energy gathered like crazy until it was only one dark red strand. It charged at Ji Qiong, creating a thunderous rumble on its way. All of this happened in an instant. The moment the dark red slaughter energy shot out, the Ji Qiong trembled and the thunder net around its body collapsed. The moment the thunder net collapsed, the slaughter energy whistled through the air like a meteor and appeared in the 18 pairs of eyes of the 18 heads. It charged directly toward the one of the 18 heads. It was the middle-aged man head that was determined to kill Wang Lin. The slaughter energy was so fast that it closed in an instant. It landed on the head with a bang. Under this powerful impact, the Ji Qiong couldn't help but pause. Wang Lin didn't have time to look at the outcome as he quickly retreated. In the blink of an eye, he closed in on the vortex and stepped inside. The moment he disappeared, he turned around to look at the Ji Qiong, and his heart skipped a beat. The middle-aged man head's eyes were shedding black blood, but aside from that, it was unscathed. The Ji Qiong trembled and all 18 heads looked up and let out a roar several times more powerful than before. This time it was truly angry. As the roar echoed, even the vortex Wang Lin was in became unstable. The Ji Qiong arrived next to the vortex in an instant and charged in the moment Wang Lin disappeared. The first trial of the land of the ancient god was divided into metal, wood, fire, and earth trials. Back then, he entered the earth trial and took a risk to kill Hunchback Meng. This time he entered the metal trial. The moment he walked out from the vortex, what appeared before him was a graveyard of swords. There were broken swords stabbed into the ground everywhere. At a glance, this boundless world was completely covered in swords, and it was impossible to count them all. There was a powerful sense of sadness from the swords that gave off a lonely aura. Wang Lin didn't have time to observe his surroundings and immediately charged out. At the same time, his right eye lit up and thunder surrounded his body. From afar, Wang Lin looked like a thunder celestial of the past. He didn't hesitate at all to charge out. Then he pointed behind him. The thunder around him seemed to have found an opening, and it shot out behind him. Just at this moment, the dark sky behind Wang Lin twisted. The angry Ji Qiong stepped out and collided with the thunder Wang Lin had shot out. A thunderous rumble echoed across the sword graveyard when the thunder landed. The Ji Qiong let out a roar and ignored the thunder. The 17 pairs of red eyes stared at Wang Lin as it gave chase. However, Wang Lin's power of thunder couldn't be underestimated. When the thunder fell on the Ji Qiong, it made it impossible for the Ji Qiong to speed up. It was as if the Ji Qiong was going through divine retribution and Wang Lin was the heaven's messenger. As Wang Lin flew, his hands quickly formed seals. Thunder appeared from the void and flashed between his fingers before striking the Ji Qiong. The Ji Qiong continued to roar. The 18 heads continued to chant, and countless spells shot at Wang Lin. At this moment, a black cloud appeared before Wang Lin. It turned into a black tongue that quickly struck at him. Wang Lin's face was slightly pale and coldness filled his eyes. His right hand pointed at the void and call the wind covered half the sky. It turned into 4 black dragons and charged at the black tongue. A thunderous rumble echoed and the impact spread out in a ripple. Wang Lin dodged to the side to avoid the aftershock. Then his right hand formed seals once more and thunder appeared once more. A sea of flames also spread out along with the thunder. The Ji Qiong let out a roar. The eyes of a head that was a man with blue hair turned cold, and he opened his mouth to spit. A ray of blue light appeared and water vapor appeared before the head. The water vapor immediately began to swell and large amounts of water appeared. It swept across the sky, making it look like an ocean had just appeared. The moment Wang Lin's thunder and fire pierced through the ocean, a boy-like head spat out a mouthful of cold energy. This cold energy was a chilly wind that caused the world to tremble and filled the world with cold energy. Crackling sounds came from the ocean, and then the entire ocean froze into a glacier. The endless thunder was frozen within, and even the raging flames were motionless inside the ice. If that was it, it wouldn't be enough to be shocking, but the cold energy seemed to be able to create ice anywhere. Wang Lin clearly felt the cold energy coming at him from all sides. He noticed that there was hint of ice appearing all around him. Wang Lin had fought all his life and was very experienced, so he didn't panic at all. His body flashed red and the vermilion bird armor appeared around him. After the armor surrounded his body, the white vermilion bird let out a cry. Wang Lin charged out and directly smashed into the ice that was appearing. Popping sounds appeared from thin air. Before the ice touched Wang Lin, it already melted. This allowed Wang Lin to charge through the ice forming around him. After charging out of the ice, Wang Lin lifted his right hand and endless thunder appeared once more. This time he didn't send it at the Jiqiong, but at the sword graveyard. In an instant, the thunder landed on the ground and created a thunderous rumble. The thunder spread out and affected all the broken words. The swords conduct thunder, so it quickly spread, and soon all the swords within 10,000 feet were covered in thunder. With a roar, Wang Lin mercilessly raised his hand. When the Jiqiong was within 1,000 feet of him, all the swords on the ground were affected by the thunder and pulled up from the ground. These swords fell down like a rain of swords at the Jiqiong while carrying the might of thunder. Coldness appeared in Wang Lin's eyes. The Jiqiong had killing intent toward him, and at the same time Wang Lin also had killing intent toward this Jiqiong that wouldn't give up. However, with his current cultivation level, it would be too difficult to kill the Jiqiong. If it wasn't for his speed, the Jiqiong would have caught up and devoured him. Although he was only here with his avatar and it wouldn't affect his original body much if he died. He had come here to see Tuosen's strength, so he was unwilling to accept death here. At this moment all the swords on the ground charged up at the Jiqiong. Wang Lin quickly retreated. As he did so, his hand moved and shot thunder at the ground. Every flash of thunder caused a thunderous rumble and made countless swords fly into the air. As Wang Lin moved faster and faster, almost all the swords within 5,000 kilometers rose into the air. Thunder surrounded the swords, and the dense group of swords formed a tight net. The whistling sounds of the swords was so loud that it even replaced the sound of thunder and suppressed the Jiqiong's roars. Rain of swords. Rain of swords is the only appropriate term to describe this scene. The countless swords were covered in rust, but all the rust had fallen off due to the thunder. There were countless shiny swords before Wang Lin that shot toward the Jiqiong. These swords moved faster and faster. Sword energy and thunder spread out and charged at the Jiqiong from all directions. The Jiqiong roared angrily, and the 18 heads chanted and its hands formed seals like a cultivator would. As the 18 heads chanted, black runes appeared before each head. More and more runes appeared, and they appeared even faster. The runes formed a light shield that covered its body. At this moment, the rain of swords arrived. Bang, 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 bang. The swords collided with the light shield like crazy, and the thunder gave them an amazing power. Also, the swords carried an aura of no turning back as they smashed into the light shield. If the light screen didn't shatter, the swords would shatter. Rumble, 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 rumble. The swords collapsed one by one into dust that was pushed away. However, other swords penetrated the dust and collided with the shield as well. This process lasted for dozens of breaths. The light screen gradually trembled and emitted flashes of black light. The light screen was showing signs of collapse, but the amount of swords was decreasing rapidly. How could Wang Lin let it end like this? His hand moved, sending out thunder to even further areas. Just as the first wave of flying swords collapsed, the second wave of swords covered the sky and came crashing down. However, just at this moment, a roar came from inside the light screen and the light screen turned transparent, revealing fire. The middle-aged man head among the 18 heads was spitting out large amounts of fire. However, this fire wasn't red, but golden. This golden fire charged out from the light shield and swept across the sky. The heat the fire contained was enough to melt all the flying swords. Seeing the fire, not only was Wang Lin not shocked, he was happy. After a flash of hesitation, Wang Lin's eyes became determined. It's a heavenly opportunity. Fire appeared in Wang Lin's left eye and surrounded his whole body. He shouted, 9 mysterious spell. Fire escape. There was no limit for him where there were flames. Wang Lin turned into flames and disappeared. However, when he reappeared, he was within 30 feet of the Jiqiong, within the golden fire. The moment his body reappeared and he felt the heat, even he felt like the heat was a bit unbearable. However, he clenched his teeth and charged ahead once more. This time, he appeared 10 feet above that middle-aged man head. Killing intent appeared in Wang Lin's eyes. He raised his right hand and an iron sword appeared. This iron sword had a large amount of rust on it, and the moment it appeared, all the flying swords in this trial trembled. The origin energy inside Wang Lin charged into the iron sword and flashed. The origin energy turned into an heaven-shaking and stunning sword strike. The sword landed and blood sprayed out everywhere. There was a bang. Then a line of blood appeared on one of the 18 necks. The middle-aged man head's eyes revealed a look of disbelief, and he fell down. Without hesitation, Wang Lin withdrew his swords and rushed out. He used fire escape to grab the head and then appeared 10,000 feet away. He quickly left and didn't turn back. After successfully cutting off one head, even Wang Lin was shocked. Unless he was forced to, he would never have done what he just did. After all, the Jiqiong was an ancient beast that dared to fight an ancient god. His intention was to hurt the Jiqiong and thus give the second wave of swords a chance to attack. However, he didn't think this one strike would cut off a head. There wasn't enough time to think. So he could only grab the head of the middle-aged man that he found strange and escape. However, at this moment, the sky burst open into green flames, and there was a green fragment inside the flames. This fragment was like a piece of a porcelain that had shattered, but there was the power of heaven coming from that fragment. Wang Lin's eyes narrowed, but he didn't stop at all. He grabbed the fragment and turned into a shadow as he charged ahead. At this moment, the branch with the head cut off rapidly shrank until it disappeared into green gas. The remaining 17 heads looked up and even its burly man body trembled violently. Then it let out a heaven-shaking roar. This roar suppressed the thunder and spread out in all directions. The entire realm seemed to be flipped upside down and all the incoming swords trembled. As the Jiqiong roared, it charged out. It was so fast that it instantly closed in on Wang Lin. The 17 heads chanted various spells and all attempted to devour Wang Lin. A storm immediately appeared and a green mist materialized from thin air. A giant green head appeared before the Jiqiong. It had the face of a human but was covered in scales and had a ruthless gaze. From afar, one could tell it was very large, no less than 10,000 feet tall. What was strange was that there was a handprint between the eyebrows of this head. This handprint was like a seal, and it released endless purple gas. As the Jiqiong roared, the strange head opened its mouth and attempted to devour Wang Lin. Just as the giant head appeared, countless strands of purple gas appeared in the sky and slowly formed a giant handprint. It didn't fall on the head but toward the Jiqiong. The 17 heads of the Jiqiong seemed unwilling and continued to roar in resistance. It seemed that even at the risk of facing that handprint, it was still going to summon the giant head. Wang Lin's pupils shrank. He had felt something was wrong earlier. Although this Jiqiong was strong, it didn't match the strength he had seen in 2C's memory. Even though the one in 2C's memory had 36 heads, this already had 18 heads. This suspicion had appeared in his head, but he hadn't thought about it. Just as he began to suspect something, the Jiqiong used a spell that made his scalp numb. The moment the head appeared, Wang Lin's cultivation seemed to stop and he was almost completely frozen. Just as the head attempted to devour him, a powerful suction force appeared around him. It wasn't a suction force he could resist, and with his cultivation frozen, Wang Lin was pulled directly toward the giant mouth. It seemed like the spell used by the head could devour the world. The flying swords in the second wave were all pulled over. If that was it, it won't be so bad. What shocked Wang Lin was that even the world was trembling, as if it was going to be devoured by the mouth. The world was torn apart and pulled over. There was spirit from ancient times named Ji. Every time it devoured the world, it would gain one head. At this moment, this sentence appeared in Wang Lin's head. His face was pale and his body moved like a meteor. He was getting closer and closer to that mouth. At this moment of crisis, Wang Lin struggled to raise his right hand toward his eyebrows. Popping sounds came from his arm until it turned into stone, but he touched the spot between his eyebrows. With this, Wang Lin's entire right arm exploded and countless rocks flew into the mouth. However, after borrowing the explosion of the right arm, his frozen cultivation loosened a bit. In an instant, Wang Lin's left hand reached at the void and the storage space opened. He quickly threw the fragment and iron sword inside. Then a beast's skin flew out and landed next to the yellow talisman on his chest. This yellow talisman was a speed wither tattoo and the beast's skin was another one. The beast's skin was made by Ta Shan using the inheritance from the tattoo clan holy ancestor. With 2 speed tattoos, Wang Lin's speed increased to an unimaginable degree. Borrowing this speed, Wang Lin clenched his teeth and struggled to escape the suction. He felt like he was smashing into large mountains. Popping sounds echoed as he charged out 100 feet. Just at this moment, his left leg turned into rock and collapsed into pebbles that were sucked away. The Jiqiong roared non-stop. The 17 heads were all ferociously facing the handprint that was closing in, and the veins on all the heads had swelled up. The giant hand released a bright, green flash and the suction force increased. Wang Lin's right foot suddenly collapsed while he was attempting to escape the suction force. His body could no longer escape half a step with the increase in suction force, and he was pulled back toward the big mouth. Wang Lin let out a wry smile as he moved his left hand that was turning into stone. He didn't hesitate to take off the 2 things on this chest and used the last of his cultivation to put them back into the storage space. After doing all of this, his vision blurred and he was devoured by the big head like all the countless flying's words. The head turned into green light and returned into the Jiqiong's body. At this moment, the giant handprint stopped 10 feet above the Jiqiong. The 17 heads of the Jiqiong looked up and revealed a hint of dread, but they still roared. At this moment, the handprint shined brightly and the light enveloped the Jiqiong. The Jiqiong's body turned transparent and its inside became visible. If Wang Lin hadn't been devoured, he would have clearly seen that 9 out of the 17 heads contained a porcelain fragment. The purple light slowly disappeared along with the handprint as if it had never been there. The caution in the eyes of the 17 heads gradually faded. At this moment, a blob of flesh began to move near its neck, and soon a 10-foot-long branch stretched out. There was a head on the end of the branch. The head looked like Wang Lin. At this moment, inside the mountain on the moon outside planet Suzaku, Wang Lin, who was inside the celestial formation, suddenly opened his eyes, and they were filled with terror. Jiqiong! Wang Lin took a deep breath. He didn't expect the avatar he created to see Tuosen's power would die to the Jiqiong before even seeing Tuosen. Although the beast was very strong, I could still deal with it and even cut off a head. However, looking at it now, it seems the beast didn't use its full power. Presumably, it was afraid of something. Wang Lin thought of the purple handprint that had appeared on the head summoned by the Jiqiong and the one that appeared in the sky after the head was summoned. Could it be that it was sealed? If it uses its real power, it will activate the seal. That head that appeared was too terrifying. With those 2 wither tattoos, my speed was on par with a late-stage Nirvana Shatterer cultivators. But I stood no chance against the suction force. Wang Lin silently looked ahead and pondered for a long time. Then he let out a sigh as he muttered with a wry smile, "Wang Lin, your current cultivation level is nothing in this world. I still need to be cautious about everything." Wang Lin revealed a bitterness. In the demon spirit land, he battled Master Void, he battled the All-Seer with Sundered Night, he battled the Ancient Devil with Dream of Ancient Times, and then he became the Vermilion Bird Divine Emperor. After that, he successfully saved the Azure Dragon Divine Emperor and awakened Celestial Emperor Qing Lin. Along the way, Wang Lin's cultivation level increased, and after becoming the Vermilion Bird Divine Emperor, he got the various forces to battle Tuosen. All of this made it so he couldn't help but feel like everything was under his control, and battling Nirvana Shatterer cultivators had unknowingly given him a sense of complacency. If he was still cautious, he would have tried to run away from the Jiqiong instead of trying to injure it, and this resulted in his death. The death of his avatar was like a merciless blow to Wang Lin's mind. It completely shattered the trace of complacency in his heart to the point that not a trace of it remained. The feeling of death at that moment was very real, and it allowed Wang Lin to taste death for the second time. With bitterness, Wang Lin silently pondered for a long time before looking up again with a serious gaze. There was caution in his eyes as his hands formed a seal and pointed to between his brows. Another sliver of his origin soul split off. Just like before, he formed another avatar with the surrounding rocks and his origin soul entered it. Then, in a flash, the avatar disappeared from the mountain. Qing Lin's celestial spell requires too much celestial origin energy, so if I make too many avatars, it will affect my origin soul. This second avatar is already my limit. Wang Lin closed his eyes and placed his attention on the avatar. Using spatial bending, Wang Lin arrived on planet Suzaku once more. He didn't hesitate to make his way to the land of the ancient god. He took a deep breath at the entrance and stepped inside. Wang Lin moved through the abyss using the caution he had when he was at the core formation stage, and he soon arrived at the vortex to the first trial. His right hand reached out and took out a flying sword. He put a trace of his divine sense inside and the flying sword flew into the vortex. The moment the sword entered, he detected a sandstorm. Earth trial. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he charged in the vortex without hesitation. A world of sand appeared before him, and this familiar scene made him let out a breath of relief. Wang Lin dreaded the Ji Qiong a lot. If he encountered it again, he would have no choice but to give up on checking Tuosen's power, give up this avatar, and quickly escape with his original body. Although Wang Lin was familiar with the Earth trial, he was still cautious. He avoided all the dangerous spots he had found before and used a day to find the entrance to the next level. Then he stepped inside. Along the way, Wang Lin adhered to the principle of being cautious. He passed a lot of familiar ground as he entered the depths of the ancient god. He also met a lot of cultivators on the way. On the fifth day, Wang Lin entered the last trial of the land of the ancient god, which was the void. The moment he entered, Wang Lin immediately felt the fluctuations of spells echoing, and also the sounds of treasures colliding. He retreated without any hesitation. There was a large amount of cultivators in the void. There were dozens of cultivators not far away from Wang Lin, fighting with an old man in red. The old man looked very old, and he didn't even need to use seals. He just waved his hands to create spells. All his spells were never seen before and contained a sense of time. The moment he saw this old man, Wang Lin's eyes narrowed. He vaguely remembered that it was one of the ancient Qi refiner cultivators that was in Tuosen's Sea of Blood. This old man was as powerful as a late-stage Nirvana cleanser cultivator. The cultivators fighting this old man all had coffins with them. The coffins were all opened, and corpse puppets were the main force attacking this old man. Although the old man was alone, the battle was extremely fierce. There were more than 10 dead bodies floating around. There were 7 or 8 cultivators standing around the battle. They were corpse sect disciples as well. There was a youth in black leading the way, and he was staring at the old man. He would often point with his finger and the corpse puppets attacking the elder would change formation. Wang Lin's appearance immediately caught the attention of both sides. When the old man saw Wang Lin, his eyes shined bright red. The people of the corpse sect also spotted Wang Lin, but they didn't know Wang Lin's identity. The youth in black coldly looked at Wang Lin and waved his hand. 2 corpse sect disciples immediately flew toward Wang Lin. One of the corpse sect disciples clasped their hands and said, "Fellow cultivator, my corpse sect was the first one to battle this ancient Qi refiner. Please go somewhere else." Although his words were polite, his gaze was hostile. The people next to him were the same. They had cold gazes. Wang Lin's expression was calm as he nodded and flew along the side. When the people of the corpse sect saw Wang Lin leave, they didn't pay attention to him anymore. The youth in black didn't even look at Wang Lin. He only looked at the old man in red, and his eyes were filled with greed. "I must have the body and origin soul of this ancient cultivator." Wang Lin flew through the void and saw simply too many cultivators. These cultivators were all in small groups of 3 to 5. Some were by themselves, as if they were looking for something. Wang Lin also saw some of the ancient cultivators from Tuosen's Blood Sea, and they were all surrounded by large amounts of cultivators. Every time Wang Lin got close, he would be stopped just like with the corpse sect. Although they sounded polite, if Wang Lin took one more step, there would have been conflict. Wang Lin's expression was calm, but there was disdain in his eyes. Every time he encountered such a situation, he chose to leave. The temptation of ancient qi refiners is enough to fill some people with greed. There is a price to pay to obtain the cultivation methods and spells of these ancient cultivators. Although all these ancient cultivators had varying cultivation levels, they all had powerful spells. Often, just one of them had enough power to kill several of the cultivators fighting them. All the ancient cultivators Wang Lin saw were the weak ones from the Sea of Blood. Wang Lin hadn't seen a single of the strong ancient cultivators yet. I wonder where Master Flame's Park and those corpse sect powerful cultivators went. Wang Lin spread out his divine sense and looked. This void was too large for him to cover with his divine sense. On the 8th day, Wang Lin suddenly stopped and looked ahead. He saw a blood-red light suddenly appear in the void in the distance. There was also a thunderous rumble when the blood light spread. It had spread for an unknown amount of time before appearing before Wang Lin's eyes. Looking back, the blood light had already pushed even further away. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as he charged out and teleported to where the ripple came from. This blood ripple caused a powerful origin energy fluctuation. Only a very powerful cultivator could cause a shockwave this powerful. Master Flamespark's face was pale as he stared at an old man in red. This old man was completely red. Even his eyes were crimson. However, there was no sense of madness, only a cold calmness. Spell fluctuations rippled around the two of them and they both retreated, but they didn't say a word. The old man in red waved his sleeves and a sea of blood appeared. The sea of blood turned into a dragon and charged at Master Flame's Park with a roar. The moment the dragon appeared, it created 8 more heads, turning into a 9-headed blood dragon. It let out a heaven-shaking roar and closed in on Master Flame's Park. This trick again. Master Flame's Park quickly retreated as his hands formed a seal and he hit his forehead. A burning bead appeared from between his eyebrows. With a point of his finger, the bead turned into a sea of flames that flew toward the 9-headed dragon. As the thunderous rumbles echoed, the old man in red moved forward. He moved like lightning through the blood dragon and sea of flames to arrive before Master Flame's Park. He then raised his right hand and mercilessly slammed down. Master Flame's Park was already on guard. He retreated once more and he spat something out. It was a small fragment that quickly grew. It was a celestial realm fragment. There was a loud bang when the old man in red's hand landed on the fragment, and he was pushed back. He then coldly looked at Master Flame's Park and his hands formed a seal. He waved his hand and revealed a painful expression. Countless blood bubbles swelled up on his face. This sight was so shocking that it would make your heart go cold. Master Flame's Park had been battling against this ancient cultivator for a day already, but they were still at a stalemate. Seeing the other's skin suddenly change like that, Master Flame's Park was a bit shocked and immediately went on guard. His right hand reached at the void, and a crack appeared and a fan flew out. This fan was completely white, as if it was made of jade. The moment the fan appeared, all the blood bubbles on the old man broke and he was covered in blood. He released a beast-like roar and his body immediately swelled up. The veins on his body swelled and the old man no longer looked human. His body flickered and immediately charged at Master Flame's Park. Master Flame's Park retreated and was about to use the fan when he suddenly stopped. He revealed a respectful expression and then put away the fan. An old hand silently appeared before the charging old man. The hand's index finger gently pointed forward. This casual point made it seem like the old man in red had collided with it on his own. The finger landed between the old man's eyebrows. The old man's body trembled. The finger pierced through the old man's skull as if poking through a piece of paper. The old man in red's head exploded into a blood light that spread like crazy in all directions. Even his body collapsed. An old man in black walked out from the void. His expression was calm as he walked out and revealed a hint of melancholy. I didn't think he was really hiding here. Master Flames Park had a respectful expression and said, "Greetings, Exalted One." The old man in black frowned and muttered to himself, "Such a big movement can't even make him appear. What exactly is his goal?" Exalted One, outside planet Suzaku before that treasure. Those words. Master Flames Park didn't agree with coming here, but it was this person's order, so he had no power to refuse. At this moment, he vaguely pointed out that terrifying existence. The old man silently pondered. After a long time, he shook his head and let out a sigh. "Master Wuji, what exactly are you trying to do?" At the same time, inside the blood sea on the large, stone pillar, Tuasan stood up. He looked at the blood-red sky and revealed a ferocious smile. "I can kill enough this time." With a mad laugh, Tuasan took a step and his right hand reached out to tear the sky. A large rift appeared in the blood sea, and what was on the outside was the void where most of the cultivators were located. There were hundreds of cultivators sitting at the bottom of the blood sea. All of them opened their eyes and flew into the air. As Tuasen's laughter echoed, the entire world changed color. The endless blood sea began to rage and release angry roars. Tuasen's red hair flowed as he tore the sky once more with a ferocious smile. The crack in the sky was ripped open, making it several times larger. From a glance, it seemed to go across the entire sky. This was like a piece of cloth being ripped down the middle and divided into two pieces. At this instant, the cultivators in the blood sea charged into the sky. Under Tuasen's command, they went into the crack and entered the void. Tuasen's right hand reached back and the sea of blood let out a heaven-shaking roar. It was as if an unimaginable force had appeared, and the endless sea of blood rose into air and shot toward the crack in the sky. As the blood sea moved, it turned into a massive ancient blood dragon that was large enough to cover the sky. It rushed into the crack with the ancient cultivators. When the large amounts of ancient cultivators charged into the void, a bloodbath began. All of this was because of one thing Tuasan said when they walked out from the crack. "I want this land of the ancient god to be filled with the fragrance of blood." None of these ancient cultivators were weak, but they all had Tuasen's seals inside them, so they couldn't display their full power. After all, Tuasen had numerous seals that needed to be transferred to these cultivators. Often, multiple cultivators were needed for one seal, and not many could withstand one seal on their own. However, in the past 1,000+ years, the seals had constantly weakened. Tuasen was recovering faster and faster, so the seals on his body had weakened. Along with that, the seals he had placed on the ancient cultivators also weakened. As a result, they were much more powerful than they were the first time Wang Lin came here. The void was filled with red shadows. The ancient cultivators that came out from the blood sea were like dragons coming out of the sea. Their eyes were filled with bloodthirst and absolute calmness. They began a slaughter in the void according to Tuasen's order. As long as they encountered a cultivator, no matter what side they were from, they were all prey for the red-robed ancient cultivators. If it was just them, it would have been impossible to begin a bloodbath in the void filled with cultivators. However, the blood dragon had earth-shattering spells, and its appearance caused the void to be filled with boundless pressure. The blood dragon's large body was 100,000 feet long, and it was very majestic. If one was too close, they would tremble from just looking at it. Cultivators were like ants to it. As the blood dragon roared, it moved through the void. Every time it moved, the blood light would flash and light up the void as sonic booms echoed. It didn't need to use any spells, as it moved at an unimaginable speed and all the cultivators before it would just die. At this moment, a group of corpse sect cultivators were besieging a red-robed ancient cultivator when a monstrous, red light appeared in the distance. Before anyone could react, a gust of wind caused these cultivators to become unsteady and stagger back a few steps. At this moment, a giant red dragon head appeared across the horizon. No one could clearly see its face, because it was too fast. The moment these cultivators' pupils shrank, the giant head arrived. The cultivators in front couldn't even dodge before the dragon head smashed into them. They suddenly felt like they were hit by a cultivation planet, and their bodies exploded with a bang into a pile of flesh. Then they exploded once more into a mist of blood. Not even their origin souls were able to escape at all, and were pulled into the blood dragon through a mysterious force. The remaining cultivators were about to dodge, but the blood light filled their vision. The giant dragon head swept by them, and at the same time, the dragon's giant body appeared before the eyes of all the cultivators. This was the last thing they saw in their lives. As the dragon's body swept by, all the cultivators in the area died. Although all of this sounds slow, it only took 3 breaths of time. The sonic boom that lagged behind the dragon only arrived after this area was filled with blood mist. It wasn't just the cultivators of the corpse sect. None of the cultivators that encountered the blood dragon survived. Their bodies all collapsed, and their origin souls were absorbed by the blood dragon. The blood dragon swept around the edge of the void at an unimaginable speed. More than 1,000 cultivators had died to it already. Its body was longer than 100,000 feet and gave off a shocking pressure. It pondered a bit before it let out a roar and charged into the inner area. It was so fast you could only see a flash of blood light, but it was impossible to clearly see the dragon. Deep within the void, the 8 kings of the corpse sect were flying through the void as 8 rays of light. They were chasing for ancient cultivators. No matter how hard they tried to escape, they couldn't escape the pursuit of these 8 people. The 8 kings of the corpse sect all looked to be of varying ages, but without exception, they all had cold expressions and their faces were deathly pale, as if they were dead people. However, the power they revealed was heaven-shaking. Along the way, the 8 of them didn't separate. Whenever they encountered ancient cultivators, the ancient cultivators were immediately sealed and captured by the 8 of them. Right now, the 4 ancient cultivators that were escaping didn't run for long before their bodies began to twitch and slow down. In the end, one of the 8 kings waved their sleeves and was about to collect these 4 ancient cultivators. However, just at this moment, a blood-red light covered the void. Their expressions immediately changed and they looked up. With their cultivation levels, they naturally saw the giant blood dragon coming toward them. This blood dragon was too large, even for these 8 people, and their pupils shrank when they saw it. A purple-haired old man quickly shouted, "Set the 4th corpse formation." The 8 of them didn't hesitate to down and form a seal. The 8 of them moved at the same time and a cold energy suddenly appeared. This cold energy increased like crazy and quickly formed a piece of black ice. The ice crystal grew and grew, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into an ice giant more than 1,000 feet tall. The moment the giant took shape, the 8 people inside the abdomen suddenly moved. 1 person remained in the abdomen, 1 went to the left arm, 1 went to the right arm, 2 went to the legs, 1 went to the chest, and the last 2 went to the head to become the eyes of the giant. At this instant, the giant's eyes released a ghostly light as if it had awakened. An indescribable power erupted from this giant. At this moment, the blood dragon whistled through the void and smashed directly into the ice giant. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A heaven-shaking sound echoed with this place as the center and shocked all the cultivators here. At this moment, all the cultivators inside the void felt this vibration and looked over with terrified gazes. The blood dragon and the ice giant collided. The ice giant opened its arms and held the mouth of the dragon. The ice giant was forced back over 10,000 feet. Popping sounds echoed and large amounts of cracks appeared on the ice giant. The 2 people in the arms coughed out blood, but their expressions became even more ferocious. Letting out a roar, the ice giant's right leg took a step back and a large amount of ice fell off. However, the leg didn't collapse. It completely stopped the dragon from pushing it back more. The moment when all 8 of the people inside formed a seal and let out a roar, a powerful force rushed out from the ice giant. The ice giant grabbed the dragon's head and mercilessly threw it to the side. The blood dragon let out a roar as soon as it was thrown. However, the dragon didn't stop. It swept its tail straight at the ice giant. A thunderous rumble echoed once more and even more cracks appeared on the ice giant. The blood dragon waved its head. Even at such close distance, it was still able to reach the same speed as before. Charged out and smashed into the ice giant. Heaven-shaking rumbles continued and even more ice fell. The expressions of the 8 people inside became even more gloomy. Just at this moment, the eyes of the old man at the abdomen released a ghostly glow and he shouted, "Set the 3rd corpse formation." His voice echoed inside the ice giant and entered the ears of the remaining 7 cultivators. Just at this moment, the blood dragon slammed into the ice giant again and the ice giant flew back like a kite with a broke string. The head of the dragon was a mess. It was obvious that these continuous collisions were difficult for even it to bear. However, the fierce dragon's eyes were red and it charged once more. It was as if it wouldn't give up until this ice giant collapsed. The ice giant that was thrown back folded its arms and curled up its knees so its whole body was like a ball. The ice rapidly fused together, and it only took an instant for the transform from the 4th corpse formation into the 3rd corpse formation. What appeared before the blood dragon was no longer the ice giant but a giant ball of ice. What was terrifying were the countless sharp edges that appeared on the ball of ice. They gave off a dark blue glow and seemed to contain a powerful poison. At this moment, Wang Lin had a gloomy expression as he moved through the void. There were 3 ancient cultivators in red with cold gazes chasing him. The moment the blood dragon charged in, the ice ball no longer retreated. Under the control of the 8 kings of the corpse sect, the ball of ice charged at the blood dragon. Both were getting closer and closer. In the blink of an eye, they collided. A thunderous rumble echoed across the sky. The moment the ball of ice collided with the dragon, it was as if it had collided with a cultivation planet. It immediately shattered and exploded into 8 pieces. However, the moment it exploded, a powerful force came from the explosion and collided with the head of the blood dragon. Roar! The blood dragon let out a roar of intense pain. Its giant body trembled and retreated rapidly. Its body was originally made of blood and was blood red. However, right now a ghostly light appeared around its body. Crackling sounds echoed wherever the ghostly light passed. It was as if this blood dragon was going to be completely sealed. The dragon quickly escaped as its painful roars still echoed. The 8 dark ice pieces that split off from the ball of ice quickly melted, revealing the 8 kings. However, when the 7th piece of ice melted, a crack appeared on the forehead of the middle-aged man. The crack soon extended across his entire body as if he was being split in 2. In an instant, his body collapsed and cold energy came out. The energy took human form and silently looked at the surrounding 7 people. This body couldn't withstand the power just now. Just as he spoke, an old man among the other 7 reached out at the void and a crack to a storage space appeared. A purple coffin with patterns carved on it immediately flew out. The figure formed by cold energy penetrated the coffin and went inside. A moment later, the lid of the coffin was blown open and a boy around 7 or 8 years old slowly sat up. After the boy got up, he moved his body and then nodded at the 7 people beside him. The old man that took out the coffin said decisively, "Chase!" The 8 of them didn't hesitate to turn into rays of light and chase after the blood dragon. As for Wang Lin, he followed the blood ripple and charged at the source. However, when he arrived, there was nothing there but traces of terrifying fluctuations that hinted that a fierce battle had been fought here. Wang Lin didn't stay for too long and quickly changed directions. Before he moved very fast, he suddenly felt a ripple expanding endlessly inside this void. This vibration was not familiar to others, but Wang Lin clearly remembered that the void had trembled like this when Tuo-san stepped out from the blood sea in the past. The vibration quickly disappeared, but more than 100 terrifying auras appeared. Wang Lin's scalp felt numb and he quickly ran from where the terrifying aura was coming from. However, just at this moment, 3 rays of light appeared from the void. They immediately spotted Wang Lin and chased after him. These 3 red shadows were all ancient cultivators. 2 of them were at the early stage of Nirvana Cleanser. The last person had the highest cultivation level, Peak Nirvana Cleanser, just 1 step away from Nirvana Shatterer. Wang Lin reached into the void with his right hand. He took out a yellow talisman from his storage space and placed it on his chest. A whirlwind surrounded his body and he disappeared into the distance. He immediately created a gap between him and them. Wang Lin's expression was gloomy. He knew that lot of ancient cultivators had been released when the Blood Sea opened. These ancient cultivators' cultivation levels were like heaven and hell compared to before. It was completely unreasonable. However, thinking about how this involved Tuosen, it was not something Wang Lin could understand. Tuosen should be coming out soon. As Wang Lin flew, hundreds of ideas flew through his head. His divine sense spread out behind him and he immediately frowned. The ancient cultivators had used some unknown method and their speed had increased greatly. Although the distance between them and Wang Lin was still growing, they were still chasing him. 2 early-stage Nirvana Cleanser. A peak Nirvana Cleanser. After a while, killing intent appeared in Wang Lin's eyes. If this continued and he encountered more ancient cultivators ahead, he would be in danger of a pincer attack. After scanning the area with his divine sense, Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he suddenly stopped. He turned around, his hands formed a seal, and his eyes turned cold. In the blink of an eye, the images of volcanoes appeared around Wang Lin. As his hands moved, celestial origin energy was injected into the surrounding volcanoes, and they became even more solid. When they were about to become completely solid, Wang Lin waved his hand and all those volcanoes disappeared. This place is dangerous, so I must finish this battle as soon as possible. Wang Lin looked up and saw 3 rays of red light closing in on him. The one closest was the old man who was at the peak of the Nirvana Cleanser stage. The old man was the fastest, so he immediately closed in. Wang Lin narrowed his eyes and took a step back. He then raised his right hand and shouted, "Stop!" With one word, law appeared in the world. The peak Nirvana Cleanser old man felt countless wires appear out of thin air and entangle him. He immediately paused for a moment. Wang Lin's cultivation level was, after all, only early-stage Nirvana Cleanser, so he immediately experienced backlash, but this kind of damage was something he could suppress. He immediately retreated. The peak Nirvana Cleanser cultivator paused, but the other 2 behind him were also fast and immediately closed in. When they were within 1,000 feet of Wang Lin, a flash of killing intent appeared in Wang Lin's eyes and his hand formed a seal, and he shouted, "Mountain!" With that one word, 2 volcanoes suddenly appeared before the 2 charging at Wang Lin. A powerful aura surrounded the area. The 2 old men's expressions changed and they wanted to retreat. However, Wang Lin had already placed his trap. As long as the 2 came within 1,000 feet, they would suffer the attack of mountain crumbles. Not giving these 2 old men any time, Wang Lin immediately shouted while he retreated, "Crumble!" Rumbling sounds echoed and the 2 volcanoes erupted. Large amounts of lava flowed out, creating a destructive force in the void. As the 2 volcanoes exploded, a powerful shockwave spread out. The might of mountain crumble was enough for Wang Lin to hold an absolute advantage among cultivators at his cultivation level. The 2 old men were in a sorry state. They both coughed out blood and were about to retreat. Killing intent flashed through Wang Lin's eyes. When the 2 old men retreated, Wang Lin took a step forward, turned into a ray of light, and appeared before one of them. Then his 2 fingers formed a sword and he stabbed directly between the old man's eyebrows. This old man had already been seriously injured by mountain crumble, and at this moment, his body trembled before exploding. Just before he exploded, he revealed a smile of relief. Seeing this smile, Wang Lin's eyes narrowed and he took a step back. He was about to deal with the other person. However, just at this moment, a terrifying sense of danger enveloped Wang Lin. He no longer cared about killing the other old man and instead instantly retreated to the side. Just after he moved, a monstrous, blood light filled the void. It was the blood dragon that was injured by the corpse sex 8 kings. Right now, a small portion of it was already frozen in blue ice, which was a shocking sight. However, its speed hadn't slowed down at all. It was even faster than before as it swept by Wang Lin. The fierce wind caused Wang Lin's body to tremble and a crackling sound could be heard. A crack appeared on his chest. A wound had appeared on his stone avatar. Wang Lin raised his head, but the blood dragon was now far away. The peak Nirvana cleanser old man and the early-stage Nirvana cleanser cultivator, who was seriously injured, had disappeared without a trace. A chill came from Wang Lin's body. He was aghast at the situation. However, thinking about the blue ice spreading across the dragon, Wang Lin immediately flew away as soon as possible. With his cunning, he immediately guessed that this blood dragon was injured and was escaping. Therefore, there must have been someone chasing it. Wang Lin didn't want to suddenly meet a cultivator that could chase the blood dragon unprepared. He didn't retreat for long before 8 rays of light passed by and chased after the escaping blood dragon. One of the arrogant-looking middle-aged men looked at Wang Lin and was surprised. However, he didn't stop and disappeared with the other 7. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and his right hand reached out and took out the speed beast skin. He placed it on his chest and immediately dashed forward. His speed reached a peak and he charged straight ahead. He had a vague feeling that Tuosen was about to appear. The blood dragon moved quickly and continued to roar. More than half of its body had already been frozen in blue ice, and this made it ferocious. It quickly arrived at the center of the void as fast as it could. After arriving here, the blood dragon coiled up, and chants in the ancient language came from its mouth. An ancient aura appeared and the blood dragon suddenly let out a heaven-shaking roar. As the roar echoed, the power of time burst out from the mouth of the blood dragon and enveloped the entire void. Time was a time law, and it was a law all creatures could grasp, but becoming enlightened in it was very difficult. At most, one's domain merely contains a bit of law of time, and they comprehend it through their domain. In the past on planet Suzaku, Wang Lin met a person with a time domain. At that time, Wang Lin felt the power of that kind of domain. Even Yun Keizi was very concerned about this domain back then. It could be said that on the entire planet of Suzaku, only that person had a domain like that. As the blood dragon's mutter echoed, the power of time from his body increased several-fold. It was way more powerful than a domain and had already become law. This law was set by the blood dragon that used this spell. The law of time enveloped the entire void. There was a group of all-heaven cultivators. There were a dozen of them, and as long as they didn't meet any ancient cultivators too strong, they could stand their ground. However, when that power of time passed through them, the weakest of them trembled. He looked like he was in his 20s, even thought that wasn't his actual age. His body began to tremble outside of his control, as if a cold energy had appeared in his body. Wrinkles appeared over his skin and soon overlapped with each other. He felt very tired and his cultivation seemed to become stagnant. All of this happened in an instant. The youth was only confused for an instant, but there seemed to be cries coming from afar. The cries seemed to contain intense fear. The youth was startled. He wanted to turn his head, but he found that his body was too stiff and just turning his head was inconvenient. What's wrong with me? The youth's vision was blurry, like there was a layer of fog in his way. He slowly lifted his head to rub his eyes as if he wanted to rub this fog away. It seemed his rubbing had an effect, as he gained a moment of clear vision. He saw the cultivators around him all back up, their eyes filled with fear and terror. He saw that the junior sister that had been with him for a long time also had a frightened expression. She no longer had any of the tenderness of the past. What he saw last was his right hand, which he had used to rub his eyes, and he was startled. It was a hand filled with wrinkles and spots. This? The youth's body trembled even more as he lifted his hand to touch his face. He opened his mouth as if he wanted to let out a frightened sound, but that sound was buried with him without any chance of ever seeing the light of day. His eyes lost all vitality. His whole body aged rapidly before his companions. His hair fell off, his teeth rotted, and his bones crumbled until it seemed like his body couldn't even support his skin. His body collapsed into a pile of dust as he died of old age. This strange scene caused the surrounding cultivators to become completely silent, as this was something outside their imagination. However, time was ruthless, so they didn't have time to think before a woman among them also showed signs of aging. Soon, this aging seemed to be infectious, as all the cultivators began to show the same symptoms. It was as if at this moment, the heavens had cancelled their positions as cultivators, cancelled their right to live hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of years. It was as if all those years had descended on their bodies at once. These dozen cultivators were only a tiny part of the void. At this moment, the same scene occurred all around the void. No matter where the cultivator was from, as long as they were in this void, they couldn't escape the law of time. Only the Nirvana Shatterer cultivators could resist it. It was just that there weren't many Nirvana Shatterer cultivators. Every time a cultivator died to the law of time, an invisible aura would leave their body and charge toward the center of the void. Strands of aura moved through the void, and their speed couldn't be compared to cultivators. These auras seemed to already to be part of the heavens, and in the blink of an eye, they arrived next to the blood dragon at the center of the void. As more cultivators died, even more auras entered the blood dragon. Soon, the blue ice on the dragon began to collapse. It was as if new life was being injected into the dragon as the ice cracked. The 8 king of the corpse sect weren't affected by this law of time at all. They moved closer and closer to the blood dragon. From the opposite direction, Master Flamespark respectfully followed the old man in black. Although the old man in black didn't look like he was moving fast, every step he took looked like the void below him was shrinking. It was as if this infinite distance was only an inch long. This wasn't spatial bending where he merged with the world, but instead he was shrinking the void. He doesn't need to merge with the world because he was the world, even entire realm was a mere inch. He was in now rush as he walked forward step by step in a certain rhythm. The respect in Master Flamespark's eyes became even stronger. He was following the old man, so he was naturally within the range of this mysterious spell. The moment the power of law enveloped the void, Wang Lin also felt it. However, his body was made of rock, and the age of this rock was impossible to calculate. This power of law surrounded him, but no matter how much time passed without wind blowing by, rock was still rock. As he calmly flew forward, he saw the surrounding cultivators disappear under the law of time. They all vanished without a trace. If we lose our identities as cultivators, without spells, we are still just mortals. Wang Lin felt melancholy in his heart, but he didn't slow down. If my original body came, I would be the same as them and become part of the void. Unexpectedly, cultivators that have cultivated for hundreds, thousands, and even tens of thousands of years can't even compare to a piece of rock. Wang Lin shook his head. Seeing everything before him, he suddenly had a new comprehension for the word Tao. The blood dragons had absorbed the aura of countless cultivators that died to the power of law, and the blue ice on its body finally collapsed. Its large body rose up and it let out a roar at the void. The moment the roar echoed, a vortex 10,000 feet wide appeared and rumbles echoed. A voice came out from the void and slowly spread across the void. "Wu, wait for me to come." The moment this voice spoke, the old man in the distance stopped and his gaze became serious. Master Flamespark was silent. This was the second time he heard this voice, but this time the monstrous arrogance was even stronger. This arrogance had contempt for law and disdain toward the heavens. However, Master Flamespark didn't find these words arrogant. The power of the spear outside planet Suzaku proved that this person more than qualified to be this arrogant. The 8 kings of the corpse sect all stopped as they looked at the vortex in the distance and silently pondered. However, soon, varying degrees of greed and ghostly lights appeared in their eyes. Wang Lin also heard this roar. His body stopped and he looked up. His eyes revealed an unyielding gaze. No matter how strong the enemy or difficult the road, as long as Tuo-san wanted to kill Wang Lin, he would never yield. There are many people that want to kill me, but I'm still living well. Wang Lin revealed a sneer and continued moving forward. This was the truth. These weren't the only cultivators that survived. There were also some Nirvana Shatterer cultivators that survived. After pondering for a bit, they all closed in on this location. The remaining cultivators outside the void fortunately escaped the law of time and survived. There was another location that existed outside his void. It existed in a place that didn't belong to the land of the ancient god because it was the land of the ancient god. This might seem contradictory, but it's a fact. Planet Suzaku merely had the entrance to the land of the ancient god. This was a spatial crack that didn't belong to this space. This crack was extremely large enough to fit the giant body of an 8-star ancient god. Whether it was the void or the trials, they were all, in fact, inside the body of the ancient god. Just like right now, whether it was Wang Lin, the 8 kings of the corpse sect, or the old man in black, they were all currently in the chest of the ancient god. In this quiet spatial crack where the ancient god body had lain for countless years, if one zoomed in on the 4th of the 8 stars, they would see a person sitting there. This person was a middle-aged scholar. He looked ordinary, but he contained an extreme sense of arrogance. It was as if he had been sitting there motionlessly for a very long time. His name was Master Wuji. Tuosen's voice echoed across the void, and following that was the roar of the blood dragon. The blood dragon was like a fierce beast guarding the vortex, as it coiled up outside the vortex. However, this showed Tuosen's arrogance, or else he wouldn't have made the blood dragon open the vortex leading to the sea of blood. The old man in black didn't attack. He just silently looked at the blood dragon. No one knew what he was thinking. Master Flamespark's eyes lit up. Then he took a step forward and charged at the blood dragon. In the distance, the 8 kings of the corpse sect moved like 8 swords at the blood dragon. The blood dragon's eyes were alert. The strange formation the 8 of them had created had made it suffer. At this moment, its eyes lit up and it charged toward the 8 kings of the corpse sect while completely ignoring Master Flamespark. It was so fast that it created afterimages. The 8 people of the corpse sect quickly scattered and surrounded the blood dragon. They all formed seals and bombarded the blood dragon with spells. After Master Flamespark closed in, he waved his hand and a sea of flames appeared. The flames turned into a flame dragon that began fighting the blood dragon. At the same time, Master Flamespark's left hand reached out and immediately took out a bell from his storage space. This bell was made of bones and was wrapped in a layer of metal. When it appeared, ringing sounds echoed. Even though the rings weren't crisp, a ripple immediately charged toward the blood dragon. The blood dragon's eyes became bloodthirsty. Originally, the blood dragon only had a pair of pupils, but after using some unknown spell, its pupils split in half and then split again. In an instant, there were 8 pairs of pupils in the blood dragon's eyes. A sense of crisis immediately echoed within the hearts of Master Flamespark and the 8 kings of the corpse sect. However, they were powerful cultivators that had broken through the peak of the Nirvana Shatterer stage and passed their 5 heavens blights. They had lived for a long time and had extremely rich combat experience. The moment they detected this crisis, they didn't dodge but instead attacked. When a powerful spell is being cast, when its power reaches its peak, that is also its weakest moment. This was an experience the 9 of them had gained after countless years. Master Flamespark's right hand touched the spot between his eyebrows and 45 fragments immediately flew out. The fragments quickly enlarged and transformed into 45 Thunder Celestial Realm fragments that covered the sky. Power of the Thunder Celestial Realm. As Master Flamespark waved his hand, the 45 fragments let out a heaven-shaking rumble as they smashed down on the blood dragon. The pressure of the fragments descending unexpectedly felt like the might of the heavens. A thunderous rumble echoed and countless small parts of the blood dragon caved in. The minds of the 8 kings of the corpse sect were connected. Their hands quickly formed seals and 8 rays of light gathered. As the cold energy gathered, the 3rd corpse formation that froze the dragon earlier appeared once more. A ball of black ice 1,000 feet large appeared once more with the 8 of them inside. In the blink of an eye, countless sharp edges appeared on the ball of ice. Then it charged at the blood dragon. The blood dragon's pupils shrank. Then one pair of pupils among the 8 began to enlarge until it took the position of the other pupils. At this instant, a darkness suddenly appeared. This darkness was so dark that not even divine sense could see inside. One could only hear heaven-shaking rumbles echo inside. The darkness only lasted for an instant before it was gone. However, after it recovered, 4 of the 45 fragments from Master Flamespark shattered to dust and the remaining 41 were pushed back. Master Flamespark's eyes filled with shock. The ball of ice formed by the 8 kings of the Corpse sect was also attacked by some unknown method and the ice collapsed. The 8 of them all coughed out blood and shock filled their eyes. The old man that was still thinking looked up and frowned, but he continued pondering. There was one thing he didn't understand. What was Master Wuji's goal? Could it be to steal the power of the 8-star royal ancient god? But back then, even Celestial Emperor Qinling gave up. Master Wuji, what method do you have? Wang Lin was in the distance. He looked at the battle and didn't get close. That sudden darkness caused him to feel a powerful sense of danger, making him even more unwilling to get close. However, after seeing the blood dragon for a second time, Wang Lin felt like it looked a bit familiar. This feeling spread through his heart and Wang Lin's eyes suddenly lit up. He naturally saw Master Flamespark and the old man in black. The moment he saw the old man, Wang Lin knew that the blood dragon wouldn't be able to do much. However, the old man was frowning as if he was thinking about something. He didn't even look at the blood dragon. He was able to force senior brother Qing Shui back. He opened the spatial barrier with one spell. His body is filled with source origin energy, and he can touch all law. This person has to be a third-step cultivator. There is no other possibility. The blood dragon's eyes had returned to normal. But not only did its fierceness not decrease, it was even more intense. The remaining 7 pupils enlarged once more and occupied its eyes. The entire void was enveloped in darkness. In the darkness, Wang Lin immediately felt a strange law wrap around him. It seemed to want to pull out his origin soul and become one with the darkness. This time, the darkness lasted for 2 breaths of time. After 2 breaths of time, Wang Lin's eyes were filled with confusion, and he took a few steps back. Cracking sounds could be heard as 7 cracks appeared on his body. His face was black, faintly revealing the color of stone. Master Flamespark, who was closest to the blood dragon, was pale and quickly retreated. The celestial realm fragments rotated before him and several of them collapsed. As for the 8 kings of the Corpse sect, 2 of their bodies immediately collapsed and the other 6 retreated. One of them quickly took out 2 more coffins from his storage space. The 2 blurred figures immediately entered the coffins. In an instant, the 2 coffins shattered and 2 old men walked out. As the 8 of them retreated, their hands formed seals. One of the old men shouted, "Second corpse formation." At this moment, their hands moved even faster and lined up in a vertical line. Cold energy surrounded them, and in the blink of an eye, black ice appeared. This ice was very dark, making impossible to see the 8 of them. However, in an instant, the ice turned into a sword over 1,000 feet long. The moment the sword appeared, a heaven-shaking pressure appeared with a powerful sense of sharpness. It charged directly at the blood dragon with powerful sword energy. Master Flamespark's eyes widened as he bit the tip of his finger and quickly drew a rune. He hit the rune and then it flew out, flashing blood red on the way. The remaining fragments all scattered and charged at the blood dragon from all directions. It looked like they were going to surround the blood dragon. The blood dragon's eyes became serious and the 6 remaining pupils flashed once more. This time it wasn't just one pair taking over. The pupils scattered and shared the eye. In an instant, the entire world became dark, and after 3 breaths of time, the darkness disappeared. Wang Lin retreated without hesitation and dodged the power of darkness. However, his eyes flashed and stayed locked on to the blood dragon. He felt the aura of an ancient god more and more clearly from the blood dragon. Master Flamespark's eyes became even more pale, but he continued to move forward. His hands formed seals as the dozens of celestial realm fragments continued to close in on the blood dragon. The sword formed by the 8 kings was now less than 1,000 feet from the blood dragon. Popping sounds came from within it, as if it were withstanding some kind of attack. The darkness appeared once more around the void, and this time it lasted for 4 breaths of time. After 4 breaths of time, the void returned to normal. Wang Lin retreated even faster, but his eyes were very serious as he stared at the blood dragon. The sword formed by the 8 kings of the corpse sect seemed to have slowed down. After 4 breaths of time, it only moved forward 200 feet. Then cracking sounds echoed and a crack appeared on the sword. The veins on Master Flamespark had swelled up and the fragments still closed in on the blood dragon. But all of this disappeared in an instant as the darkness enveloped the void. A rumbling sound echoed within the darkness, and the angry roar of the blood dragon could be heard. After 5 breaths of time, the darkness disappeared and Wang Lin's eyes shined brightly. He no longer retreated but charged at the blood dragon. The large swords formed by the 8 kings of the corpse sect collapsed and the 8 of them coughed out blood as they retreated. Blood came out of Master Flamespark's mouth, and he was forced back 3 steps before he stabilized himself. There was a large wound going from the head of the dragon down its body that was 10,000 feet long. From afar, this wound was very shocking. There was no blood coming out from this wound. Instead, there were fist-sized crystals that looked like its flesh leaking out. The blood dragon roared and its pupils suddenly spread once more. When the darkness appeared once more, Wang Lin sped up and desperately rushed in. Popping sounds echoed inside his body and his left arm exploded into ashes. However, he didn't slow down at all as anxiety and need appeared in his eyes. He didn't expect to see the heart blood of the ancient god here. With this, my original body will be able to get through the first trial of 3 trial 7 calamity. The blood dragon naturally noticed Wang Lin, but in its eyes, this cultivator was only an ant. This cultivator would die to its darkness before he could even get close. And this was the truth. When Wang Lin was within 1,000 feet of the blood dragon, the darkness enveloped the void once more. However, this time the difference was that this darkness would make the old man in black pay attention to Wang Lin for the first time. All of this was because of Wang Lin. Wang Lin had already gained some enlightenment about the darkness from before. This enlightenment had nothing to do with his cultivation level. It came from his Sundered Night spell. Sundered Night contained a hint of law of origin, and this was also the source of the law of light. All darkness would dissipate before this light. However, all existences were relative, and if there was the law of origin, there was the law of the end. This darkness was formed by law of the end. The moment the darkness appeared, Wang Lin used Sundered Night with his own power. He doesn't seek to kill the enemy. He just wanted to survive in this darkness. For the first and only time, a ray of light appeared in this darkness. Although it wasn't very strong, it still appeared. Inside the light, Wang Lin felt his body burning. His origin energy was burning, his origin soul was burning, and even his stone body was burning. He broke through the darkness while burning and crossed the 1,000 feet distance. He then entered the wound of the shocked blood dragon. The moment he entered the wood, Wang Lin ignored his burning body and desperately waved his hand. Large amounts of the blood dragon's blood crystals disappeared and were collected into his storage space. His face was filled with ecstasy, but there was also regret. He didn't expect to obtain ancient god heart blood here. After all, with his understanding of the land of the ancient god, all the heart blood had been taken by Tuosen, and it was simply too difficult to take it from Tuosen. Obtaining the heart blood made him ecstatic, but obtaining this heart blood meant he had to give up observing Tuosen's strength, which made him feel regret. With regret and joy, Wang Lin's origin soul was about to be completely burnt when the darkness disappeared. His origin soul was about to collapse and he was about to die once more. After all, he wasn't strong enough to use Sundered Night at will. However, just at this moment, the old man who looked over due to the light Wang Lin had caused, and he revealed a strange gaze. The matter he couldn't understand seemed to have been affected by the light in the darkness, and he had figured it out. With one step, the moment the darkness disappeared, he appeared next to the blood dragon. His right hand randomly pointed forward and the blood dragon let out a roar before rapidly retreating. Thunderous rumbles came from its body, as if it was going to collapse. The moment Wang Lin's vision blurred, the old man grabbed him out from the blood dragon and Wang Lin landed before the old man. The old man's right hand landed directly between Wang Lin's eyebrows and an unimaginable force rushed into Wang Lin's body. Popping sounds echoed and Wang Lin regained consciousness. The origin energy that had been burned away was instantly replenished. His origin soul that was on the verge of collapse recondensed. Even the body that was burnt seemed to reverse and gain life. All of this only took an instant. A very good young man. The old man in black looked at Wang Lin and revealed a hint of admiration. Also very clever, since you came with your avatar to see the ancient god. Then this old man will satisfy your wish. Wang Lin's mind was in shock. His pupils immediately shrank when someone immediately exposed his plan, but he quickly returned to normal. The admiration in the old man's eyes became even stronger. He no longer looked at Wang Lin or at the collapsing blood dragon, but pointed at the vortex with his right hand. It was only one finger, but in Wang Lin's eyes, that finger could pierce the world. He recalled back in all heaven how one finger from this old man had broken through the spatial barrier between all heaven and the Alliance. The vortex in the sky suddenly stopped and unexpectedly stopped rotating before this finger. It gradually spread open, exposing a world that was still blood-red even without the blood sea. There was a cone-shaped mountain in this blood-colored world, and there was a person standing on top of it. This person's red hair moved without any wind and his eyes were blood-red. His red eyes were filled with killing intent and an indomitable arrogance. No one would pay attention to his appearance because those eyes would draw all of your attention. Tua Sen. Wang Lin had a complicated expression. Their fate was entangled. If Wang Lin hadn't appeared, Tua Sen would have obtained the inheritance of knowledge and escaped long ago. He would be able to rule the stars with Tu Si's body. After all, he was also Tu Si. Even though Tua Sen was born as an inner demon when Tu Si failed to cultivate a spell, whether he was an inner demon or not, Tua Sen was a real ancient god. A real royal ancient god. Unlike Tua Sen, Wang Lin's ancient god body was formed through the ancient god tactic. Even though he was able to reach the 5-star stage due to a series of good opportunities, when his original body faced the 3 trials 7 calamities before, Wang Lin knew his ancient god body wasn't perfect. The complicated expression disappeared the moment Tua Sen raised his head and looked at Wang Lin. Instead, it was replaced by a calm coldness. The human and god entangled by fate silently looked at each other through the vortex. The two people from 2 different worlds crossed paths. Tua Sen's mouth twitched and he took a step. He left the mountain and arrived above the vortex. His gaze swept by. When Master Flame's Park made contact with Tua Sen's gaze, his mind couldn't help but be shaken. He unexpectedly felt his own heartbeat. His heart pounded even faster and his mouth became dry. His face became even more pale and he subconsciously backed away. He didn't dare to look at Tua Sen. It was as if this person was the heavens. Waste! Tua Sen's gaze was filled with contempt. When his gaze fell on the 8 kings of the corpse sect, the contempt became even stronger. At least waste are people. You all are worse than waste. The 8 kings of the corpse sect had very high statuses in the corpse sect. However, at this moment before Tua Sen's gaze, they were even worse off than Master Flame's Park. Their faces were pale and they constantly retreated. That gaze felt almost corporeal and almost made them lose their wits. They felt like if this man raged, then even the heavens had to yield. They had never seen Tua Sen's power, but for some reason, they immediately felt danger when they saw Tua Senator. This feeling was very strange. But it clearly reminded the 8 of them of the existence of danger. Because Tua Sen was a god, an 8-star ancient god, and they were just mortals, mere cultivators. Only the old man in black was calm, and he slowly said, "Royal blood, ancient god soul." Tua Sen's gaze landed on the old man in black. His gaze didn't change as he coldly said, "Finally, an existence that's not a waste." The old man wasn't angry at all, and he faintly smiled. He casually waved his right hand and a thunderous rumble echoed in the void between him and Tua Senator. The collapse set off an invisible storm that charged straight at Tua Sen. Facing the collapse of the void, Tua Sen raised his right hand and threw a punch. The world trembled and the void trembled violently. At this moment, some Nirvana Shatter cultivators had arrived. When they saw this punch, their faces changed greatly. They were filled with fear and panic. Wang Lin's face was pale. He clearly felt the power of this punch. When this punch landed, the trembling of the void reached a peak. A giant crack appeared between the old man and Tua Senator. The sound of space tearing could be heard as the thunderous rumbles echoed. In the blink of an eye, it seemed like this void was split in half. It looked like a piece of paper being split down the middle and becoming two halves. The crack in the void immediately tore the world Tua Sen was in into two different realms. The old man in black took a step forward and disappeared without a trace. When he reappeared, he was on the other side of the void. His hands didn't even need to form seals. He waved his sleeve, causing a loud rumble. Glaciers appeared and soon covered more than 5,000 kilometers of space. This 5,000-kilometer area was filled with glaciers, and they all collapsed and charged at Tua Sen. A mere spell. So what if you have reached the Nirvana Void stage and are enlightened in law, so what? Tua Sen's eyes were filled with monstrous arrogance as he let out a laugh and threw another punch. My ancient god clan doesn't cultivate laws because these laws are things my clan break. When Tua Sen's punch landed, crackling sounds echoed across the world of ice. Whether it was the glaciers rushing at him or the endless ice covering this 5,000-kilometer area, they all collapsed before this punch. The old man in black charged out with a serious expression. The 5,000 kilometers of ice collapsed into a storm, but Tua Sen flew out. I'll let all of you see the true power of my clan. Tua Sen's gaze wasn't on the old man in black, but on Wang Lin. At this instant, his body gradually disappeared into the void. At the same time, the void shook once more and cracks appeared as if a violent force was going to tear the void open. A vortex appeared where Tua Sen disappeared, and it contained a powerful suction force. The old man in black calmly stepped into the vortex. All of you come. This will be this dark god's true power. The old man's voice echoed. Wang Lin didn't hesitate to enter the vortex. He had a complicated expression. He was vaguely aware that this vortex would lead them to the physical space where Tusi's body was. In the spatial crack, there was the body of a giant ancient god that was the size of several cultivation planets. His finger moved a bit and slowly formed a fist. The closed eyes on his face that had been closed for countless years opened for the first time. The moment the giant ancient god opened his eyes, the spatial crack he was in trembled violently. It was as if an unimaginable aura had suddenly flooded the spatial crack, causing it to become unstable. It felt like it could be torn apart at any moment. His eyes were as calm as a dead sea, revealing the passage of time. His rough skin was like the earth of a dried-up, abandoned planet. The giant stared silently into the void, and the giant's expression gradually became ferocious. There were 8 dim stars on his forehead, but as his eyes opened and he awakened from his long slumber, a light appeared from the first ancient god's star. A thunderous rumble echoed across the entire spatial crack. This sound was far more powerful than thunder, but if one listened closely, they would hear that it was the sound of bones rubbing against each other. The body was the size of several cultivation planets, and a cultivation planet was just like a toy before it. The ancient god slowly got up. The distance the ancient god moved just to get up would take a cultivator that didn't know spatial bending several hours to cross. Wang Lin stared at the giant ancient god before him. The moment the ancient god got up, a gust of wind blew at him, causing him and everyone around him to be pushed back. Only the old man in black stared ahead with a mysterious light in his eyes. Compared to the ancient god, these cultivators were several times smaller than ants. I'm ancient god Tua Sen. A mighty voice echoed, and the surrounding space began to crack. The 8 kings of the corpse sect were pale and wanted to retreat. However, any distance they moved was meaningless to the giant ancient god. This is God. Master Flamespark's expression became even more pale as he stared at the ancient god's unimaginably large body. Even with his cultivation level, he felt a sense of helplessness. Wang Lin had the lowest cultivation level. Although he didn't cough out blood, more crackling sounds came from his body. More cracks appeared, and the crack on his chest penetrated his body. His expression was blank, his origin soul was injured, and the body showed signs of turning back to rock. Nirvana Shatterer cultivators had also entered the vortex. Thanks to their cultivation levels, they weren't affected by the law of time at all, but right now it was as if their minds were going to collapse. The voice caused their origin souls to become unstable as the thunderous sound echoed in their ears. The gaze of the ancient god that sat up turned cold and the second star lit up. If one were to take a closer look, they would see that there was something special within the star that lit up. He looked at the cultivators floating before him and raised his hand to swat at them like a mortal would do when he was trying to drive away some flies. His hands was the size of cultivation planets, and when he moved them, the wind they created contained a power that was impossible to resist. It was as if distance had no meaning for the ancient god. It only took a moment for him to lift his right arm and wave it. However, for all the cultivators, the hand replaced everything in their view. Rumble, 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 rumble. Before the deafening roar had even entered people's ears, the hand was already near. It was impossible to describe the speed of the arm. The Nirvana Shatterer cultivator in front couldn't escape at all. So he activated his full power and layers of protection appeared before him. Then, in the instant the tens of thousands of layers of protection appeared, he retreated. He was trying to take a serious injury in order to resist against this cultivation planet-sized hand. The arm closed in and touched the protection layer around the cultivator. The tens of thousands of layers of protection were as fragile as a thin piece of paper before the ancient god's arm. The tens of thousands layers of protection around the cultivator all collapsed at once. In truth, there was a tiny bit of time between the collapse of each layer, but the difference was so small it was pointless. The arm didn't stop at all and simply swept by. The cultivator that had spent countless years to finally reach the early stage of Nirvana Shatterer revealed a miserable smile, as his body exploded into a mist of blood that splattered on the ancient god's arm. His origin soul also dissipated. It turned into origin energy and was absorbed through a crack on the ancient god's rough skin. Seeing that the ancient god wasn't going to stop, the old man in black's eyes revealed a strange light. He took a step, and he crossed an immeasurable distance and arrived before the ancient god's arm. The old man's body was really insignificant compared to the giant arm. He was completely negligible. However, the old man was calm as he raised his right hand and his palm smashed forward. It was as if countless bolts of thunder had exploded between the old man and the ancient god's arm. The earth-shattering thunderclap echoed across the void. The arm that didn't seem like it would stop actually stopped when it collided with the old man's palm. At this instant, the wind finally caught up to the ancient god's arm and blew on the old man. The wind that could cause bodies to collapse and origin souls to shatter only blew the old man's hair backwards. One strand of hair cracked and was blown back. The old man's black clothes were blown back and tearing sounds came from his sleeves as 7 rips appeared. The lower part of the robe turned to dust. His right palm that collided with the ancient god's arm trembled as if ripples were moving through his skin. This ripple went through his right arm and his right sleeve tore a few more times before it turned to dust. The old man raised his head and his eyes lit up. His complexion turned red, but he suppressed the blood in his throat. He revealed a smile. Then his left hand quickly pointed to the back of his right hand 5 times. When the first finger landed, an invisible force seemed to break this closed-off spatial crack. Endless origin energy came from all directions within 5,000 kilometers, entered the back of his right hand, and went into the ancient god's arm. The origin energy within 5,000 kilometers wasn't enough to deal with an ancient god. When the old man's finger landed a second time, enough origin energy to destroy the world gathered form 50,000 kilometers, 500,000 kilometers, 5 million kilometer to create a powerful force that rushed into the ancient god's arm. All of this happened in an instant. It was so fast, the surrounding cultivators had no chance to react. As a thunderous rumble echoed, the ancient god's arm was unexpectedly knocked back by the old man. The old man's hand parted from the ancient god's arm but left a very clear black handprint on it. You are worthy of being the rumored 8-star royal ancient god that was beyond law and only Nirvana Void cultivators could fight. I once participated in killing an ordinary 8-star ancient god, and the difference is like heaven and earth. The old man retreated, and the redness on his face faded and was replaced with paleness. However, his eyes were bright as the moon and filled with battle intent. After retreating 7 steps, the old man's head jerked up and he rushed forward. He stepped on the arm of the ancient god to borrow force and then jumped toward Tuosen's face. Tuosen's eyes were still cold, and he revealed a look of contempt and arrogance. He lightly shook his right hand and the handprint collapsed. Then a thunderous roar echoed as he slowly stood up. This motion made him tower over everyone, and a power similar to the heavens might descended on everyone. After the 2 stars between Tuosen's eyebrows lit up, the third one also slowly lit up. However, there was something hidden deep within this third star, but it couldn't be clearly seen or felt. Only Wang Lin stared at Tuosen before him, especially at Tuosen's star far away. His heart was filled with shock as he knew of an 8-star royal ancient god's spells. He only knew the names but had no memory of how to use the spells. Bury the void to refine the stars. Waste! A buzzing sound echoed as Tuosen waved his hands at the old man, causing a huge gust of wind. His arms moved as fast as spatial bending and instantly closed in on the old man. His 2 hands were like 2 cultivation planets smashing toward the old man. The old man's face turned red once more and his clothes puffed up. His left and right arms stretched open and he let out a roar, causing endless origin energy to condense before his arms. Glaciers suddenly appeared, followed by a sea of flames. Then beyond that were countless mountains followed by endless thunder. These countless spells appeared in an instant and layered on top of each other. The old man's arms remained stretched as these spells bombarded the ancient god's arms. At this instant, the spatial brack trembled violently and a thunderous roar echoed. From afar, it looked like countless fireworks were being set off on Tuosen's arms. However, these spells only caused Tuosen's arms to stop for a moment. But this was enough for the old man in black to get out of the range of the arms and charge at Tuosen's head. Master Wuji, if you still won't appear, don't blame this old man for not keeping my promise. Did you forget our agreement? The old man in black shouted as he moved. As this voice echoed, the middle-aged scholar sitting in the 4th star on Tuosen's head opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with ruthlessness, but they also contained a hint of bitterness. Master Lufu, I didn't forget our promise, but I'm powerless. You, leave quickly. An ancient voice filled with bitterness slowly spread across the void. However, the 4th star began to shine bright and brighter, and just as it reached the brightness of the other 3 stars, this voice disappeared completely. Just at the moment the voice disappeared, the old man in black's expression changed greatly. Wang Lin was also shocked, and with his understanding of ancient god, he vaguely guessed something. Just at this moment, Master Wuji's faded voice echoed once more. This time it was an angry roar. Leave quickly. The 4th star was originally extremely dark and could only be vaguely seen in this darkness. However, as Tuosen awakened, the star seemed to revive and was no longer dim. It began to light up and illuminate the surroundings. The middle-aged scholar sitting there looked normal, but if you looked closer, you would be shocked to find that the lower half of his body had integrated with the ground. They were linked together without any separation. The light didn't appear from a random direction. It started with this middle-aged scholar as the center. Every time the light got brighter, the middle-aged scholar's complexion would become paler and weaker. At this moment, the area he was in lit up and brightened the whole area. His body also withered in the blink of an eye, and now he looked like a skeleton. However, he didn't die. He wouldn't die, he could only spend countless years here. It was just he wasn't willing to give up, and this unwillingness led him to struggle. His facial expression twisted as he forced his cultivation to activate and he let out a roar. The pupils of the old man in black shrank and his expression became serious as he backed up. His eyes stared at the 4th star on Tuosen's head. At that moment, he clearly felt Master Wuji's voice come from there. However, what was strange was that when the old man in black's divine sense swept by, he found nothing. Thinking about Master Wuji's words, the old man in black's mind trembled and he retreated without hesitation. None of you can escape. The contempt in Tuo Sen's cold gaze became even stronger, and there was a hint of mockery in it. His gaze viewed everyone as ants and was extremely arrogant. You're my fifth ancient god star after Master Wuji. Tuo Sen's voice echoed across the world. Then he mercilessly took a step forward. However, at this moment, his fourth star shined brightly. The light was very different from the other three stars, and it seemed like it was going to collapse. This caused Tuo Sen's right foot to stop for a moment. The old man in black was retreating, but he turned around as his right hand reached at the void and a broken sword appeared. It was only half a sword, but the moment it appeared, an unimaginable pressure spread out. The old man bit the tip of his tongue and spat out blood on the broken sword. He then threw it at Tuo Sen. This broken sword whistled out with a heaven-shaking killing intent and sword energy as it rushed out. Tuo Sen's foot stopped for a moment before continuing, but the moment it came into contact with the broken sword, Tuo Sen let out an angry roar and blood appeared. The broken sword unexpectedly penetrated Tuo Sen's right foot. It carried an irresistible force as it broke through the leg and charged toward Tuo Sen's face. The broken sword spell was far beyond what a Nirvana Shatter cultivator could do. Not even Heaven's Blight cultivators could match the speed of this sword. All of this only took a moment, and the broken sword pierced through Tuo Sen's right leg. In another flash, the sword closed in on Tuo Sen's face and charged at the fourth star. At this moment, the light coming from the fourth star became even stronger, as if Master Wuji was struggling to escape. However, just as the broken sword broke all barriers and was within 100 feet of the fourth star, the third star also shined brightly. A person unexpectedly walked out from the third star. This person was like a skeleton, making it impossible to see their original appearance, and their entire body was naked. They only took one step to arrive next to the broken sword, and they mercilessly pinched it. It was difficult to describe the grace of the pinch. In Wang Lin's view, this pinch went with the flow and activated some kind of law of the world. That seemed inappropriate because it was as if the law of the world had changed due to this person's action. The broken sword suddenly stopped and two fingers appeared around it. No matter how hard the sword struggled, it couldn't escape the two fingers. However, the owner of the two fingers, the skeleton-like cultivator, also suffered a powerful impact. Popping sounds came from his body as if his body was going to collapse. His dark eyes shined brightly and a crescent moon mark appeared between his eyebrows. The bright mark appeared in everyone's eyes. With a roar, his right hand mercilessly threw the broken sword to the side, causing it to fly upwards. After doing all this, the skeleton's chest moved up and down rapidly as he returned to the third star. This scene caused Wang Lin's face to become bitter. The old man in black's eyes flashed once. Then he waved his right hand without hesitation and the broken sword disappeared. He immediately turned around to leave. He was very fast and even broke the spatial crack, and he was about to leave. You can't escape. Tuo Sen's eyes revealed a ghostly light. The fifth star was completely dark, but at this moment, it began to rotate on its own due to some unknown spell. The rotation reached a peak, and from a distance it looked like a black hole. The star flew off from Tuo Sen's forehead and headed toward the old man in black. However, the moment the star flew off Tuo Sen's head, the fourth star shined brightly and the light burst out. It wrapped around the fifth star that had flown out and blocked its path. Master Lufu, quickly leave. This old man was wrong, very wrong. I shouldn't have tried to covet the power of the royal ancient god to break through the early stage of Nirvana void, and now I ended up like this. Inside the fourth star, Master Wuji coughed out blood and his body trembled. He was using his connection with the ancient god to stop the fifth star from absorbing Master Lufu. He knew that if Master Lufu was devoured, he would never have a chance of escaping in his life. If he wanted to escape, then he had to risk it all to save Master Lufu. Only then would he have a chance of survival in the future. The old man in black didn't hesitate and stepped forward. Ripples appeared before him to form a vortex. Just at this moment, Tuosen's eyes became cold and he ignored the fact that his fifth star's devour was stopped. He lifted his right hand and pulled back in the void. Purple lightning immediately appeared to form a giant spear the size of several cultivation planets. God-slaying spear. This was the real royal ancient god treasure, God-slaying spear. Holding this spear, Tuosen had a ferocious expression, and he mercilessly threw it. The god-slaying spear flew through the air with an earth-shattering whistle. It was filled with the power of the ancient god as it charged at the old man in black. It was too fast for the eyes or divine sense to detect. Spatial cracks appeared along the space it passed, forming a trail of destruction. The old man in black's expression was gloomy. Even if he could step into the vortex, he would still be injured by the god-slaying spear. Once he was delayed and the fifth star broke free of Master Wuji, then it was likely for him to be trapped here. However, he didn't have time to think too much. His hands formed a seal and the broken sword appeared before him once more. He coughed out blood and waved his hand. Then the broken sword charged out at the god-slaying spear. Wang Lin silently watched. He had clearly seen how strong Tuosen was. Although he had memories of how strong Tu Si was, seeing it personally was different from memories. He stared at the god-slaying spear that flew through the void. To others, this spear might have seemed like the heaven's might, like it could kill all creatures. But to Wang Lin, it was only a treasure. The broken sword immediately collided with the god-slaying spear. The size of the broken sword couldn't compare to the god-slaying spear at all, but its aura was only a bit weaker. Although it was impossible to even see the broken sword, there was a loud rumble and the god-slaying spear paused for a moment. A thunderous rumble echoed as the broken sword was pushed back and disappeared into the void. The god-slaying spear trembled, and thunderous rumbles echoed inside the spear before it charged out once more. I can't let the old man in black be devoured by Tuosen's star. This was the only thought in Wang Lin's mind. The moment the god-slaying spear paused, he didn't hesitate to charge forward. His speed reached its limit and he arrived before the giant god-slaying spear. His action caused the old man in black's pupils to shrink, caused Master Flame's park to tremble, and caused the 8 kings of the corpse sect to be filled with terror. Wang Lin closed his eyes, and the moment the god-slaying spear closed in, his body collapsed, leaving behind the sliver of origin soul. Before it was destroyed, his sliver of origin soul formed a seal and sent out a command at the god-slaying spear. I use my will to hinder your path. The god-slaying spear trembled for a moment, but a violent aura suddenly came out. It represented Tuosen's will. It collided with Wang Lin's fragile origin soul and caused it to collapse. I'll save the first ancient god star for you. This was the last thing Wang Lin heard after his origin soul was annihilated. Wang Lin's obstruction and that pause gave the old man enough time to enter the vortex and disappear. Master Flamespark and the 8 kings of the corpse sect all rushed into the vortex and disappeared. The god-slaying spear directly collided with the vortex and a powerful force echoed through the vortex. Master Flamespark had just barely left the vortex and was affected by this force. He coughed out blood and immediately looked weakened. Both of his legs exploded and even his origin soul became unstable. He let out a miserable smile, and his hatred for Tuosen increased greatly. It was only second to his hatred for Master Zhongxian. Seeing the force come once more, madness filled Master Flamespark's eyes. He was about to give up his body in exchange for his origin soul's escape. The old man in black appeared next to Master Flamespark. He grabbed Master Flamespark and disappeared. The 8 kings of the corpse sect finally escaped, but that shocking force immediately arrived. All 8 of their bodies trembled and collapsed and 8 cold auras escaped. However, before this terrifying power, 5 of them collapsed. The remaining 3 took out coffins as they rushed in and obtained new bodies to escape with. However, that shocking force echoed once more, causing their bodies to collapse again. This cycle continued. This less than 10,000 feet of distance was like the apocalypse for them. They left a trail of blood mist as another died. The remaining 2 kings of the corpse sect were about to lose their wits. Seeing the force close in on them once more, the 2 became desperate. At this moment, a black vortex suddenly appeared beside them and two arms reached out. The arms grabbed the two of them and pulled them into the vortex. Lord Sovereign! Their eyes filled with ecstasy and they didn't resist, allowing the arms to drag them into the vortex. At this moment, the force from the god-slaying spear entered the vortex. There was a groan of someone being injured, but it seemed they still survived, and the vortex disappeared. On the moon outside planet Suzaku, inside a very ordinary mountain, Wang Lin opened his eyes. After a moment of confusion, he immediately stood up and waved his right hand to put the female corpse away. He then destroyed the formation on the ground and disappeared using spatial bending. When he reappeared, he was already very far from planet Suzaku. However, Wang Lin didn't stop and quickly moved. His face was pale and gloomy. He had never felt fear before, but his mind trembled. Tuosen's words continued to echo in his mind. I'll save the first ancient god star for you. If I faced Tuosen, even if my original body had gone through the 3 trials 7 calamities, even if I had the spear, I wouldn't survive even a punch. Wang Lin revealed a bitter expression. He didn't know if Tuosen had escaped or not, but he knew he couldn't stay in the Alliance star system. He had to leave as soon as possible and never come back, unless he had the power to resist Tuosen. He disappeared once more with a bitter expression using spatial bending and appeared in the place where he left an escape route for himself. This was a remote and deserted planet. He had set up a formation here before meeting the Azure Dragon Divine Emperor. This abandoned planet wasn't deserted. There were a lot of mortal cities on it. Due to the fact that not many cultivators came here, it was quite peaceful. At this moment, it was winter on this abandoned planet, and snowflakes fell from the sky. In some villages, the snow attracted the playful children. Today was a major festival for this planet. The origin of this festival had long since disappeared in the river of time and was forgotten by a majority of the people. However, this custom was unknowingly passed down until it became a habit. Every household lit up lights. It seemed like one could hear joyous laughter from all directions. It was originally night, but due to the lights from every household reflecting off the snowflakes, it was still very bright, though it wasn't as bright as day. There was a young man silently walking forward in the snow, leaving behind a trail of footprints. However, the footprints weren't very deep and were soon covered up by the snow. All traces swept away. This youth was wearing all white and even his hair was white. When the snowflakes fell on his hair, it was almost impossible to distinguish between his hair and the snow. The cold wind of the night gently blew the snow on the ground into the air, mixing it with the falling snow. The snow eventually fell once more, and there was no distinction between the new and old snow. This youth quietly walked through the snow. The snow was very deep, and the youth produced slight crunching sounds as he walked. However, the wind was very loud, and this crunching sound was covered by the wind. The youth's white clothes were very thin, and his pants and shoes were also very thin, but he didn't seem to fear the cold. He silently faced the wind and snow. His heart was filled with melancholy and the bitterness of having to leave as he slowly walked forward in the snow. The sharp northern wind contained cold and snow as if it wanted to stop the youth from leaving home on this holiday. However, it all fell apart after landing on the youth. It was powerless. In the dark, snowy night, there was no one else around him. Only the wind and snow accompanied him. After an unknown amount of time, the youth stopped. It was impossible to see the landscape of where he was at, as the entire ground was covered in snow. This was a plain. Here it is. Wang Lin raised his head and calmly looked at the sky. The snowflakes fell before him and blanketed the ground. He shook his head to shake the snow off his head. Wang Lin let out a deep breath and turned to white mist that gradually disappeared. He gently took a step and then the surroundings shook. At this moment, a silent storm picked up all the snow within the area and blew it into the sky. The snow was blown far away by the wind. After the snow was gone, a giant formation appeared in this 10,000 feet area. This formation was very complex and had pieces of stone positioned within it. After silently pondering a bit, Wang Lin let out a sigh and walked into the center of the formation. Then his right hand reached at the void and a crack to the storage space opened. With a thought, the stones he had gathered on the way here all flew out one by one. They hovered in the air, and there were no less than 100. As Wang Lin waved his right hand, these stones all scattered and landed in different positions. In an instant, the formation lit up and slowly showed signs of activating. As the formation activated, the snow that was falling didn't get close. It was all pushed away by the formation. Wang Lin sat on the ground and silently pondered. His right hand reached out and grabbed an origin soul from his storage space. This origin soul's eyes were closed. It was unconscious. Holding the origin soul, Wang Lin's left hand formed a seal and pointed at the origin soul multiple times. The origin soul trembled with every point and then was finally thrown into the air by Wang Lin. The origin soul began to stretch and twist until it formed a vortex. This vortex whistled and miserable screams came from inside it. At this moment, the formation on the ground activated and a roar replaced the wind. The formation lit up, but the light didn't fly into the sky. Instead, it went into the vortex. As popping sounds echoed, the vortex seemed to be constantly open. As Wang Lin sat there, his hands formed a seal and he calmly said, "Use the soul as the guide." Blood light immediately came from the vortex. As Wang Lin's words echoed, the light entered the vortex. It seemed like all the power from the formation was sucked out and it turned into dust. Even the stones became ashes. The vortex in the sky stopped rotating and began flashing. It was completely dark inside, as if it was a passage. Wang Lin stood up and stepped into the vortex. He looked back at the ground. Although this was an unfamiliar planet, it was still the Alliance star system. This place contained the aura of his home, his family, his friends, and his story. "I don't know when I can return. Perhaps I'll never be able to return. Fortunately, I have the snow and wind to send me off. That's enough." Wang Lin revealed a bitter gaze as he let out a laugh. He walked into the depths of the vortex and the vortex gradually disappeared without a trace. The vortex disappeared from the plains of this abandoned planet, but the laughter continued to echo. The laughter was slowly drowned out by the snow. The empty 10,000 feet area on the plain was slowly filled in by snow. Just like Wang Lin's footprints, it all disappeared. The four great celestial realms each had a star system under them. The Rain celestial realm had the Alliance, and they only had one rank 9 cultivation country. The Thunder celestial realm had all heaven, which had families with inheritances from ancient times. The two different types of environments caused the cultivation methods and directions of each system's cultivators to be very different. Even though they were all cultivators, the difference was huge. Compared to the Alliance's strict rules, all heaven had more freedom. However, all that freedom could be given up for the honor of the family. Honor was above everything. The Cloud Sea under the Wind celestial realm was very different from these systems. The Cloud Sea star system was bigger than all heaven. It could be said that among the 4 star systems, the Cloud Sea star system was the biggest. At a glance, the space wasn't dark, but covered by a thin layer of fog. This fog existed almost everywhere in the Cloud Sea, and divine sense would be hindered by it to a certain degree. Due to the fog that had existed for almost an eternity, the Cloud Sea star system didn't look like a star system, but more like a cloud sea. This was the origin of its name. Due to the unique fog, even powerful cultivators could get lost without a star map. They would be forever trapped inside this fog if they didn't have one. Even spatial bending was severely affected. Though it had its uses, they were not many. No one knew the origin of this fog. This fog that filled the Cloud Sea seemed to have existed since before the ancient celestial realm disappeared. Unlike how all heaven and the Alliance, which were divided into east, south, west, and north, the Cloud Sea wasn't divided like that. The Cloud Sea made it difficult for cultivators to know the exact direction. The fog also didn't allow the Cloud Sea star system to be divided like that, and instead it was based on the concentration of fog. From inside to out, there were a total of 9 ranks. These 9 ranks were actually 9 irregular-shaped rings. The outermost was rank 1, and the innermost was rank 9. The continent of Emoluo existed in the 5th rank of the fog. From afar, the continent would fade in and out of existence. At the center of the continent, there was a towering black tower that exuded a soft light that enveloped the continent. This made it so the fog couldn't get into the continent and always pushed it away. This made the area around the continent clear. It wasn't that the Cloud Sea star system didn't have real cultivation planets, they were just very rare. Most were concentrated in rank 7 or higher areas, and there were less than 100 total. Below rank 7 areas, it was mostly filled with these floating continents. Each continent represented a different sect. Rain was falling down on the northern part of the continent of Mo. This rain covered the world as poured down, and it had rained for unknown amount of time. The ground was already covered in mud, and all the leaves were bent over as if they were suppressed by the rain. The rain rolled along the line in the center of the leaves and fell on the ground. Small beasts hid in the corners and trembled in the rain. On the ground, there were a few small, colored snakes playfully moving in the mud and water. For them, such a rainy night was the perfect time for them to forage. This was a jungle. There was no sound aside from the sound of the rain falling on the leaves. It was relatively quiet. There would occasionally be flashes of lightning in the sky that would light up the earth covered in darkness. Deep within the jungle there was formation about 1,000 feet wide. As the rain fell and washed away the soil, it made this formation even more clear. There were no cultivators around here. The last group of cultivators guarding this formation had left 3 months ago. However, they hadn't destroyed the formation, as if they still had a glimmer of hope. The lightning flashed in the night. When it lit up the world once more, cracking sounds came from the formation. However, the roaring thunder completely suppressed the sound. A blue light appeared from the formation and gradually covered it. The rain in the sky seemed to fall even faster, as if it knew that a cultivator that didn't belong to the Cloud Sea, one who would shock the 4 celestial realms, was going to appear. The rain fell even harder. The amount of flashing lightning increased. There was a mountain range far east of the jungle on the continent of Mo. This mountain range was very strange. It didn't wind like a dragon, but formed a circle. There was a giant basin in this circular mountain range. The basin was filled with pavilions, and their lights illuminated the night. However, there was a sense of sadness in the basin. Not even the rain could suppress the sadness, and not even the lightning in the sky could cause the sadness to dissipate in the slightest. There were 8 large 100 feet thick pillars scattered around the mountain outside the basin. The 8 pillars were all equal distances apart from each other without the slightest difference. They seemed to grow from the mountain and pierce into the sky. About 100,000 feet in the air, the 8 pillars collected with a large Taoist temple. From a distance, it looked like the Taoist temple was supported by the 8 pillars and floated in the air. Aside from looking majestic, this Taoist temple was very ordinary. It was quaint but also gave off a powerful pressure that shrouded the earth. At this moment, as the rain quickly fell, a bell echoed across the mountain range. The sound of the bell was majestic as it broke the rain and replaced the thunder. However, it seemed to cause the sadness below to become even stronger, and there were even faint sounds of crying. Countless cultivators walked out from the pavilions inside the basin. There were men, women, and children among them, and they all wore Taoist robes. They let the rain fell on their bodies and wet their hair. They didn't use any spells and looked sorrowfully at the Taoist temple as the rain fell on their faces. The rain mixed with the tears that fell down their cheeks. An old man in a Taoist robe sat in the Taoist temple above the basin. He looked very kind, but his face was pale. He quietly sat there, and his expression was calm. There were 4 people kneeling before him. Among the 4, there were 3 men and 1 woman. Aside from 1 man and the woman being middle-aged, the other 2 were both old men. They knelt there with sad expressions, but there was no lack of respect on their faces. The woman, who was very beautiful, bit her lower lip and tears fell from the corner of her eyes, wetting the floor. The old man's eyes were filled with kindness. There was also reluctance in his eyes as he slowly said, "Teacher's lifespan is about to end. You all shouldn't feel too much sorrow. All cultivators will have a day like this. After teacher leaves, The origin sect will rely on the four of you. Teacher. Even more tears flowed out from the woman's eyes. She looked at the old man and memories flashed through her mind. The remaining three looked even more sad. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to break through to the Nirvana Shatterer stage. Otherwise, during the trip to the rank 8 spirit origin sect, I wouldn't have had all my vitality sucked away by someone from the main sect and ended up like this. The old man shook his head. There was unwillingness in his eyes, but even more helplessness. The middle-aged man clenched his fist and said, Teacher, that purple Tao sect placed a formation on our continent of Luo and secretly went to the Alliance star system. When they failed to come back, why did the main sect place their anger on us? The old man pondered. His face became even more pale and a death aura emitted from his body. He slowly said, The main sect must have a reason for this. Don't try to understand their reasoning. If you're unsatisfied, then bring my origin sect out of last place in the competition held by the main sect in 100 years. Then your teacher can laugh merrily in the afterlife. The four silently pondered. There was a hint of bitterness in their sadness. The sect competition that occurred every 1,000 years was a big event in the Cloud Sea. All the sects in the Cloud Sea would participate, but in this competition, they always returned last and had never been able to soar. The death aura on the old man became even stronger. He took a deep breath and looked at the rain outside the temple as he raised his dried-up right hand. A few months ago his hand wasn't like this, but at this moment, it was as if all the blood and flesh had been drained. It was like a skeleton's hand. Seeing the old man's hand, even more tears came out from the woman's eyes. The remaining three clenched their fists. They were about to break their own jaws from clenching their teeth too hard. The old man didn't look at his right hand and waved at the void. A spatial crack to a storage space appeared. This crack was purple, and the moment it appeared, a terrifying aura came out. Shortly after, a dark purple giant python slowly poked out its head. This python's head was dozens of feet large. The moment it appeared, a pressure filled the Taoist temple. However, this python looked tired, and the head that came out circled around the old man. There was sorrow and reluctance in its eyes as its tongue touched the old man. After I die, this rank 5 purple-eyed python will be my origin sect beast. All of you treat it well. The old man's face was no longer pale and was even red. He looked more energetic. However, this was merely his last wind. His end was nearing. Now let teacher use the last of my vitality to use the great beneficent spirit spell, and find a spirit partner child for my origin sect. Come to think of it, I was chosen by my teacher like this. At that time, I was only a village youth. The old man revealed a nostalgic smile as his hands formed a seal and he closed his eyes. The four of them sadly looked the old man before them. They knew that all the sect leaders of the past that hadn't died outside had used the last of their vitality to use the great beneficent spirit spell. It was supposed to find someone on the continent of Luo that would be of great help to the origin sect in the future. This spell was very mysterious, and no one could explain the way it worked clearly. Not even the old man in the Taoist robe understood it clearly. He just knew that this great beneficent spirit spell had been passed down for a long time. This spell wouldn't always succeed. In truth, over the countless years, every time the sect leader of the origin sect was going to die, they would use this spell. Over the countless years, it had only succeeded twice. The rest all failed, indicating that no one fitting existed on the continent of Luo. The old man in the Taoist robe's last trace of vitality and origin energy burned. A blue flame appeared around his body, and then he gradually disappeared before his 4 disciples. During this, his divine sense was exceptionally empty, as if he had touched some law. His divine sense enveloped the entire continent, looking for the spirit partner child. He searched again and again, but he found no sign of the spirit partner child. The old man in the Taoist robe let out a sign, as he knew the great beneficent spirit spell didn't succeed. At this moment, inside the Taoist temple under the burning blue flame, only his head remained. He was about to disappear completely. However, just at this moment, His divine sense noticed a light coming from the rain in the northern part of the continent of Immortal. The reason he paid attention to that jungle was because that was where the gateway to the Alliance star system was located. He clearly saw the transfer way light up, and at the same time a white figure slowly walked out. His white hair flowed in the dark night, and even the rain seemed to tremble. What was even more strange was that the rumbling thunder seemed to fear this person and unexpectedly dispersed. The mind of the old man in the Taoist robe trembled violently. His mind had never been so clear, and at the instant he saw the youth in white, he had a terrifying guess. This person wasn't a cultivator from the Cloud Sea. Just at this moment, the youth in white coldly looked at the sky. This gaze caused the thunder to stir and quickly retreat. The old man in the Taoist robe was shocked, and the gaze of the youth in white caused his mind to be shaken. Due to using the Great Beneficent Spirit spell, he seemed to have fused with a special kind of law, allowing him to clearly see countless resentful souls around the youth in white. There were too many resentful souls to count, and it was a shocking sight to behold. They all stared ferociously at the youth in white, but none of them dared to get close. These were all the people that had died by Wang Lin's hands. A sense of extreme danger suddenly filled his mind, and he frantically tried to recover his divine sense. He had to tell his disciples of this news as soon as possible. He had to let his disciples escape and report this news to the main sect. Inside the Taoist temple, the old man that was almost burned out of existence suddenly opened his eyes. This action caused the 4 people before him to look up. North region. He could only say these 2 words as his life had come to an end. His origin soul collapsed and his divine sense disappeared into the void. All traces of his existence were wiped from the world. The old man was filled with unwillingness and struggled to scream out 2 more words before he disappeared from the world. White hair. The 4 of them stared straight ahead as their teacher died. The 4 words their teacher left behind shocked them, but they didn't know why their teacher's face was filled with shock. In the origin sect, the bell echoed and the basin was filled with cries. As the bell echoed, there was sorrow, reluctance, confusion, and panic. All disciples of the origin sect, go to the northern part of the continent of Immortal and look for anyone with the qualifications to cultivate, regardless of their age, especially if they have white hair. At the northern part of the continent of Immortal, Wang Lin withdrew his gaze from the sky. The rain fell and landed his body. The water melted the snow he had on him from the Alliance and slowly flowed off his clothes. Then Wang Lin slowly moved forward on this foreign land, the snow from the Alliance and the rain from the Cloud Sea. At this moment there was no way to tell them apart. When I left, the snow sent me off, and when I arrived, the rain welcomed me. It's not bad. Wang took a deep breath of the air in the Cloud Sea and then walked into the depths of the jungle. As Wang Lin slowly walked through the jungle, there were small snakes moving within the mud. He also saw some fist-sized toads jumping in the mud and water. They seemed to enjoy the rain. Wang Lin felt like everything was very strange after entering the Cloud Sea. He didn't know where he was and began to ponder as he walked in the mud. He had come here to avoid Tuosen, but with Tuosen's power, he could easily break the barrier between the 2 star systems. It seemed when that time comes, there would be no place for him to hide. Rather than constantly escaping, I should establish a foothold in the Cloud Sea as soon as possible. Once my original body has passed the 3 trials 7 calamities, I'll think about a path for the future. Wang Lin looked at his waist and below. There was a hint of worry in his eyes. The most important this is to blend into the Cloud Sea with the identity of a cultivator from the Cloud Sea. Wang Lin looked up at the falling rain. Like the snow from the Alliance that merged with the rain, he had to do this as well. While moving forward, his body gradually became smaller and his hair slowly turned black. His appearance changed slightly and he looked like an ordinary poor scholar. He walked out from the raining jungle. The rainy season on the continent of Immortal would continue for several months. It wasn't until the earth was completely moist, people's bones began to ache, and everyone smelled slightly of rust that the rain would finally stop. Whether it was the cultivators or mortals, everyone on the continent Moluo was used to this. For cultivators, they would either go into closed-door cultivation during the rainy season or leave the continent to hunt for fierce beasts. Except, during this rainy season, almost all the members of the only sect on the continent of Moluo came out into the rain and headed to the northern area of the continent. Rays of light filled the sky and seemed to open up a path in the rain. If one looked from the ground, they would see a meteor shower-like scene. As for the mortals, they were mostly beside their fireplaces, enjoying the warmth of their homes. They would sometimes look outside their windows. It was dull but warm. The North Water Village was just like its name. It was located in the northern part of the continent of Moluo and was within 500 kilometers of the jungle. The people of the village mostly survived by farming, but there were teams of hunters in the village that hunted in the nearby valley. The people of the North Water Village would organize a group of experienced people every rainy season to go to the jungle to capture water toads. During these months of rain, these villagers would go 4 or 5 times. Every time they returned, they would be carrying large sacks filled with living water toads. When these villagers returned, their families would all come greet them in raincoats. Even the children would excitedly look at their fathers, brothers, uncles, or even grandfathers when they brought back bags of water toad. They would always be in a joyous mood. However, when the villagers of the North Water Village returned from the jungle this time, aside from bags of water toads, they also brought back a person. This was a very ordinary youth, and he looked very thin. He seemed to be unable to withstand the chill, and was wearing a raincoat a villager had gifted him. He silently stood there with a strange expression. There was a hint of melancholy and reminiscence as he silently looked at the village before him. "Little brother Tsang, this is our North Water Village. You can live here for a period of time until the rainy season passes. Then you can follow along the mountain path to Spring City." A burly man in a raincoat passed the sack of water toads to someone else and smiled at Wang Lin. Wang Lin revealed a smile as he clasped his hands and said his thanks. The burly man waved his hand and smiled. "I have never gone to school and have never learned any manners. Since we've met on the road, we are friends. So there's no need for brother to be polite. This rain is heavy, so quickly go inside the house. Mother of my child, quickly tidy up the back room and let brother Tsang live there." The woman wearing a raincoat next to the man looked at Wang Lin and smiled. She didn't ask her husband who this person was and quickly returned home. After tidying up the back room, she also brought over a clean set of bedding. This burly man had a lot of prestige in the village, so a lot of neighbors came during the night. They naturally drank a lot of wine. Wang Lin sat at the side and held a bowl of wine. He looked at the mortals with a smile as he drank, and his heart was calm. After drinking, the burly men all laughed loudly. One of the men who was more than 40 years old took a bowl of wine to Wang Lin and said, "Brother Tsang, our family's third brother said that if not for you, he wouldn't have survived that snake bite. This old man won't forget your life-saving grace." After he spoke, he drank the entire bowl of wine. Wang Lin smiled. Then he picked up the jug of wine on the table and took a big gulp before wiping his mouth and saying, "This wine isn't strong enough." The surrounding burly men all applauded when they saw this. The host that allowed Wang Lin to live in the back room laughed. "Woman, go bring the 3 jugs of North Water Village wine. I want to let Brother Tsang know we have some strong wine." The burly man's wife shook her head and went into the house. 2 more juniors followed, and soon 3 jugs of wine were brought out. Time slowly passed like this, and in a flash 1 month passed. The rainy season wasn't over, but the rain had lessened. There were even days where the sun would appear briefly and the rain would stop. Wang Lin was very popular in the village. Everyone seemed to accept this very quiet neighbor who was very good at drinking. The villagers also accepted him as a doctor. Many elders and villagers with stubborn disease witnessed Wang Lin's medical skills. They also accepted his exquisite wood carvings. Wang Lin was a carpenter on top of being a doctor. If time continued to pass and he could forget the crisis with Tuosan, forget the life and death of a cultivator, forget the schemes of life, then this was a life Wang Lin was looking forward to. He liked this peaceful life and enjoyed the village's joyous life. However, Wang Lin knew that this kind of life was like the brief sun during this rainy season. It would soon disappear. The cultivators of the Origin sect arrived at the north part of the continent of Luo. They searched and searched again for mortals who were qualified to cultivate. Some were young and some were middle-aged. As for white-haired elders, they also looked at them, but most were not qualified. Even those that were would not be able to achieve any result before their death. On this day, a cultivator arrived on the North Water Village. This cultivator looked no more than 20 years old, but he was at the foundation establishment stage. At his age, with his cultivation level, he could be considered a leader among the younger generation. This cultivator's expression was cold, so he immediately frightened the people of the village. They all came out from their houses and trembled in the rain. The people of the continent of Luo all knew of cultivators. They also understood that if this cultivator became angry, it would only take a moment for this person to slaughter them all. Zhao Yu frowned as he looked at all the mortals in the village. The rain bounded off 3 inches from him, keeping his clothes clean. The villagers were being soaked by the rain as the piercing cold invaded their bodies. The adults were fine, but the children were trembling due to the cold and hugged their parents. They had already been standing here for almost 15 minutes, but the cultivator still hadn't spoke. Immortal, the rain is cold and the children are weak. They can't stand this much more. How about? The burly man that had taken Wang Lin in began to speak. His little daughter was already frozen pale. However, before he could finish speaking, Zhao Yu's cold gaze flashed over and forced the burly man to swallow his words. Zhao Yu let out a cold snort and coldly said, "If they can't even withstand the rain, how can they become cultivators?" His cold snort contained a trace of his cultivation, and as it echoed in the ears of the villagers' faces became pale. As Wang Lin stood within the crowd, his expression became gloomy. He walked out from the crowd and walked toward Zhao Yu. Zhao Yu was startled and was about to shout, but then his eyes filled with confusion. His gaze moved from Wang Lin and onto the villagers. Then he calmly said, "All of you go back." The villagers were startled. They quickly took their children and rushed back inside. They didn't notice that as they scattered, Wang Lin waved his right hand. An invisible heat wave flowed into all the villagers' bodies and dispelled the cold. In the rainy night, Wang Lin walked ahead and Zhao Yu walked behind. He was no longer confused, but it was as if he had lost his soul. The actions of the Origin sect lasted nearly a month, and they gathered 31 mortals from the northern part of the continent of Luo. Among them, 17 were teenagers and the rest were youths. All of them were sent to the Origin sect and settled down in the giant basin. The 4 great elders of the Origin sect placed great importance on the 31 people, and they were split among the 4 elders. Among the 7 people picked by the only female elder, Lu Yanfei, there was a youth named Sang Niu from the North Water Village, Origin sect's southern courtyard. Although pavilions covered the basin, there were also buildings on the southern part of the mountain range. In particular, within a red forest that was red all season, there was a red pavilion. It had a number of dancing cranes carved onto it, and it was very beautiful. Lu Yanfei liked red, and almost everyone in the Origin sect knew this. Not only was her house red, Lu Yanfei even had a unique feeling toward red clothes. At this moment, Lu Yanfei was wearing a red dress with her hair spread out behind her. She quietly sat there, and her face was still pale as there was still sorrow that hadn't dissipated. This made her even more beautiful with a hint of red. However, even her 3 senior brothers weren't qualified to appreciate this lovely scene, because their cultivation levels were a step lower than Lu Yanfei's. The peak Nirvana scryer Lu Yanfei was the number 1 beauty of the Origin sect, and she was very famous within the rank 5 domain. There were many people who had ideas about her, but due to her teacher's peak Nirvana cleanser cultivation, no one dared to make a move. However, now that her teacher had died, the Origin sect was in its weakest state. Right now, Lu Yanfei was holding a jade. This jade was purple, and she mercilessly squeezed it. Her jade-like hand even turned slightly white. There was humiliation in her eyes, but she could only endure. She even wanted to crush the jade in her hand, But when she thought of the consequences, the humiliation increased. After letting out a deep breath, she just barely fixed her mood and looked at the 3 female disciples before her. Then she quietly said, "Let them come in." Lu Yanfei had only taken 3 disciples, and all 3 were female. The second disciple, Su Yun, had the highest cultivation level. She was half a step into the illusory Yin stage. Although Su Yun wasn't as beautiful as her teacher, she was extremely delicate and had a gentle personality. It didn't take long for 4 pale-faced, trembling youths to enter. When they entered the room, they didn't even dare to breath. They lowered their heads and didn't know what they were doing. Lu Yanfei's gaze swept past the 4 youths as she softly said, "Eldest disciple, third disciple. Each of you take 2. Their talent is very ordinary, and whether they will become the spirit partner child will depend on luck. After 1 month, if they aren't recognized by the purple eye teacher left behind, send them home." 2 of the female disciples respectfully nodded. Then they took the 4 youths and departed. "Teacher, there are 3 more. They are a bit old," Su Yun softly said on the side. Lu Yanfei looked at the purple jade and mercilessly squeezed it. After silently pondering for a moment, she shook her head. "There is no need to see them. Take them under you. Teacher still has things to do, so you can leave." Su Yun hesitated for a bit as she looked at the purple jade in Lu Yanfei's hand. She opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something, but in the end she let out a sigh and respectfully left the room. It wasn't until Su Yun left that killing intent filled Lu Yanfei's eyes. She was like a jade azura as she squeezed the purple jade. The humiliation in her eyes was completely replaced by killing intent. "Rudy, even if I, Lu Yanfei, die, I won't become your cultivation partner." There were 3 people outside the red pavilion. Aside from Wang Lin, there were 2 more youths. One of them looked simple with simple clothes. The other had a slightly evil look and wore a blue shirt. He had a bit of grace to him. Su Yun came out with worry in her heart and looked at the 3 of them. When she saw the youth in blue, she frowned. "The 3 of you hold still. I'll take the 3 of you back to the sect." Su Yun waved her jade-like hands. Then clouds appeared and took the 3 of them down to the bottom of the mountain range in the southern area. It didn't take long for them to arrive outside an intricate courtyard. There were a lot of plants planted in the courtyard as well as several houses. When the cloud disappeared, the youth in blue turned pale and his body trembled. Then he began puking on the side. It was obvious that the speed was too fast, and it was his first time flying, so he had lost his courage. As for the simple youth, his face was also pale. His body trembled, but he didn't puke. Wang Lin's expression was calm as his gaze fell on the plants in the courtyard and carefully looked at them one by one. Su Yun looked at Wang Lin and her eyes lit up. She was very confused about Wang Lin's calmness. When she saw his gaze fall on the herbs, she couldn't help but ask, "You recognize them?" "Some of them," Wang Lin slowly said as he withdrew his gaze. Then he calmly said, "I'm a doctor." Su Yun carefully looked at Wang Lin and said, "Since you recognize some of them, then you can stay here and take care of the herbs here." After that, she slapped her bag of holding and took out a jade. After concentrating for a bit, she threw it. This jade immediately flew off into the distance. This spell caused the simple youth to become very excited, and even the youth in blue revealed a look of yearning. It didn't take long for 2 rays of light to come from the distance, revealing 2 young cultivators. "Greetings, teacher." The 2 cultivators stood before Su Yun and were very respectful. "Arrange a place for the 2 of them to live and give them the chance for the first 3 layers." After Su Yun gave her order, she walked into the courtyard. Then she turned around, pointed at Wang Lin, and said, "You, come in." This girl's turn and point would be a bit charming if her cold attitude was removed. Wang Lin's expression was calm as he walked into the courtyard. The fragrance of the herbs rushed into his face, and just one breath made him feel refreshed. Although he looked neutral, he was shocked. There were many herbs in this courtyard that were already extinct in the Alliance and all heaven. "You will live there." Su Yun pointed at the wood house before her. She had already been observing Wang Lin as she felt he was too calm. If he was a cultivator, it would be fine, but no matter how much she checked, This Xianxia didn't have a trace of spiritual energy. This surprised her greatly. However, she didn't think about it too much. After telling him the method to take care of the herbs and giving him the cultivation chance, she ignored Wang Lin. She went into the house in the middle and began to cultivate. She was desperately trying to reach the corporeal yang stage so she could be of some help to her teacher. When she thought of the purple jade in her teacher's hand, Su Yun felt bitter. She knew that her teacher's looks had caught the attention of many powerful cultivators. Now that the ancestor had died, many people's hearts were moved. When she thought about how her 3 uncle teachers refused to help, Su Yun bit her lower lip tightly. If I can't reach the corporeal yang stage this time, I can only take the soul-parting death pill. Thinking about the terror of the soul-parting death pill, Su Yun took a deep breath. After pondering for a bit, she closed her eyes to cultivate. She recently had a bit of a breakthrough in her domain, so she wasn't far from the corporeal yang stage. After Su Yun left, Wang Lin faintly smiled and looked around at the herbs before walking into his own house. He found that his house wasn't big. Aside from a bed, there was a wood table. There was an oil lamp on the table. Stretching his body, he lied on the bed and looked at the wood roof, revealing a relaxed expression as he did so. He hadn't had it this easy in a very long time. Whether it was the North Water Village or his current location, both had given him a rare peace of mind. After cultivating to his level, aside from cultivating, the most important factors were understanding Tao and law. Lying here, Wang Lin felt calm, and he vaguely grasped some ideas. True and false. Perhaps I'm between true and false right now. Wang Lin revealed a smile and slowly closed his eyes. It didn't take long for the sky to gradually darken. Now the room was completely dark. Wang Lin slowly opened his eyes, but he didn't light the lamp. Instead, he sat down and his hands formed seals. Then he pointed at multiple parts of his body. After letting out a breath of foul air, his body split into 2. His avatar and original body split in this wood house in the southern courtyard of the Origin sect. His original body sat there, and everything below the waist was only bones. His bones were dark and there were faint, red lines across the bones. If anyone else saw this, they would definitely gasp. The original body was even worse than when he was at the Vermilion Bird Divine sect. It seemed like his injuries were even worse. In truth, Wang Lin had fused with his original body as early as when he left the Vermilion Bird Divine sect to save the Azure Dragon Divine Emperor in the Rain Celestial Realm. However, due to the original body's problem, even though they were fused, there wasn't much ancient god power left to use. Ancient gods encounter 3 trials, 7 calamities. According to 2C's memories, only after reaching 6 stars should I encounter the first 2 calamities of the first trial. I didn't think I would face the first trial early. The first trial involves the flesh calamity and the bone calamity. Both are indeed strong. As Wang Lin looked at his original body, he waved his right hand. A crack to his storage space opened and fist-sized blood crystals flew out. All of these blood crystals released a blood light, but strangely enough, the lights were all contained within the room and none of it leaked out. Wang Lin looked at the blood crystals as he waved his right hand and the blood crystals flew at his original body. They landed on the skeleton-like lower half and gradually covered that part of the body. His original body opened its eyes and then sank into the ground, disappearing from the room. He continued to sink until he reached the depths of the continent of Luo. Then he closed his eyes and began to absorb the aura from the blood crystals. Wang Lin had searched through 2C's memories when his original body's 3 trials, 7 calamities arrived early. After looking through the memories, he was enlightened and had a guess. His ancient god body was incomplete compared to the body of a true ancient god. It would be very difficult to pass the first trial without an ancient god's heart blood. However, this was only his speculation. Wang Lin wasn't sure if his original body could pass the flesh calamity of the first trial. As he pondered, time passed and the morning sunlight entered the room. The sound of the pouring rain also entered Wang Lin's ears. Even the morning air was damp during the rainy season on the continent of Luo. Pushing open the window, countless drops of water would landed on the windowsill. Some even splashed onto Wang Lin's face. This rain was very cold, but cold rain in the morning could help one awaken. Looking through the window, the rain was strong. The herbs in the yard were a lot tougher than normal plants, so the rain did no harm to them. The rain fell on the herbs and nourished the roots. Waves of spiritual energy spread out from the rain. Wang Lin took a deep breath as he picked up an umbrella and walked out from the room. The sound of his feet landing on the mud mixed with the sound of the rain falling on his umbrella. Wang Lin listened to the sound as he felt the origin energy of the world. He was happy as he slowly walked forward. Su Yun's cultivation session hadn't ended. She was still silently cultivating, trying to break through the illusory Yin stage into the corporeal Yang stage. She wasn't aware that Wang Lin had left, though even if she wasn't immersed in cultivation, she wouldn't know of Wang Lin's departure. After arriving at the origin sect, Wang Lin didn't hide his cultivation level. Given his current status, he didn't feel the need to hide it. However, without using any spells, no one could see that he was a cultivator, as no one could see through his cultivation. A Nirvana Cleanser cultivator's origin energy was integrated with the world, allowing them to absorb origin energy from the world to use. As long as the origin energy inside his body doesn't move, then no origin energy fluctuations will appear. If this was all, Lu Yanfei might have seen something. However, Wang Lin had a sliver of source origin and had already seen the third step. He had also experienced what it was like to be a third-step cultivator with the help of Celestial Emperor Qinglin. Therefore, there was no one on this continent that could see through his cultivation. He held the umbrella wearing white clothes as he walked out of the yard and began to walk through the origin sect. He did encounter other cultivators, but they were all in a rush and didn't disturb each other. Wang Lin walked up the mountain from the southern courtyard. He didn't use any spell and used his body to walk toward the peak. The mountain breeze was very strong at the top of the mountain. At a glance, the clouds covered the sky and there was lightning flashing within them, releasing muffled sounds of thunder. Wang Lin breathed in the wet air, looked at the scene in the distance, and felt the origin energy of the world. Wang Lin's heart was calm. If not for the uninvited guest, he would enjoy this feeling. He was at a place where no one knew him. He was in a foreign world, savoring the smell of the rain by himself. "Who are you?" A cold voice came from behind him. Wang Lin's expression was neutral as he turned around and saw a woman behind him. This woman wore a red dress that looked like a red cloud. Her black hair was scattered behind her, and the black and red contrasted with her slightly pale face, making her even more beautiful. This woman was very delicate, but on this rainy and thunderous day, she gave off a sense of loneliness and helplessness. Her faint hint of humiliation appeared clearly in Wang Lin's eyes. Wang Lin calmly said, "My name is Xianxia." The woman in red coldly looked at Wang Lin and frowned. The name Xianxia was completely unfamiliar to her. If not for the fact that Wang Lin was only a mortal, she would have already drove him down the mountain. Xianxia? The woman remembered that among the 31 mortals brought back from the north, one of them was named Xianxia. However, this person was simply too calm, and this wasn't something that could be faked. "Leave this place," the woman said coldly. After all, she was a powerful cultivator and would naturally not make a move on a mortal. Although she was irritable, she maintained her calm. Wang Lin suddenly smiled and walked past the woman in red. He followed the road and was about to leave. The woman in red turned around and looked at Wang Lin. Wang Lin's calmness surprised her. It has to be said that in the entire origin sect, aside from her teacher, every disciple would be extremely nervous and respectful. Even her 3 senior apprentice brothers would show some respect due to her higher cultivation level. There was not need to talk about mortals, but this man before her was strangely calm. The gaze of the woman in red was like lightning as she stared at Wang Lin's back as if she could see through him. After carefully checking, she finally determined that the person before her was just a mortal. The woman in red let out a sigh and whispered, "Wait. Are you willing to listen to me?" Lu Yanfei had a very high status in the origin sect, and most people were very respectful to her. Also, due to her status, there were some things that weren't convenient to speak about. The youth before her didn't have any cultivation and was a mere mortal. In Lu Yanfei's eyes, the difference between them was like heaven and earth. More importantly, the youth's calmness was infectious and unconsciously helped her calm down. She just wanted to find someone who could listen to her. At this time, during this rainy morning on this mountain, it was just the two of them. Wang Lin pondered and stopped walking away. He stood at the top of the mountain as he looked at the dark clouds in the distance and nodded. The mountain breeze whistled by with the rain. Aside from the wind and rain, it was calm. When I was 13, I was accepted as a disciple by teacher and stepped onto the path of cultivation. Lu Yanfei's voice was calm and filled with nostalgia. Her voice slowly disappeared into the rain. When I was attempting my breakthrough to the ascendant stage, teacher was willing to expend a large amount of herbs in the sect and even went to trade for more from other sects to refine me a heaven-deceiving pill that allowed me to reach the ascendant stage. I still remember that year. Teacher took me into the stars hunting. It took 3 years before he helped me catch a 6-eyed red fox to become my life beast spirit. Lu Yanfei slowly and bitterly spoke. She didn't care whether Wang Lin could understand or listen. She just looked at the horizon, as if she was muttering to herself. Teacher has died. From now on, I'll never be able to see him again. Lu Yanfei had said a lot. Wang Lin stood on the side and silently listened. Time gradually passed and soon it was noon. The rain in the sky lessened gradually until it stopped. The dark clouds in the distance disappeared and the sky became clear. A bright rainbow hung over the sky, giving off an indescribable beauty. The Purple Dao sect caused teacher's death, and then their junior master sent over a jade asking me to become his cultivation couple. If I don't agree, then they will report to the main sect that they will start a war with our origin sect, taking advantage of my teacher's death. The main sect never liked us. If the Purple Dao sect really requests it, then there's an 80% chance the main sect will agree. Lu Yanfei bit her lower lip, and there was a hint of bitterness in her beautiful expression. What is ridiculous is that my 3 senior apprentice brothers didn't dare to step forward at all and thought that this matter was set. They want me to sacrifice myself to bring peace to the origin sect. However, do they really think that the origin sect will be safe once I belong to Lu Hai? 2 streams of tears fell from Lu Yanfei's eyes, went down along her cheeks, and landed on the ground, mixing with the rain. She silently looked at the rainbow over the horizon and muttered, "There is a rainbow after the wind and rain, but my origin sect's rainbow is bleak." Wang Lin's expression was calm. Seeing that the woman in red was finished speaking, he turned around and walked down the mountain. The woman in red didn't stop him this time and silently looked at the horizon. After a long time, she revealed a determined expression and killing intent appeared in her eyes. She looked back at the direction where Wang Lin went. This person's heart is on par with people at my generation. If he steps on the road of cultivation, he will definitely have great achievements in the future. Unfortunately, Wang Lin walked down the mountain and entered the courtyard holding the umbrella. Su Yun was still cultivating when Wang Lin returned to the house, and his eyes lit up. I already knew from Zhao Yu's memories that this Cloud Sea-Star system would be very different from the Alliance and All Heaven. Now that I listened to the elder of the origin sect, it seems a majority of cultivators cultivate using spirit beasts. Their alchemy is also unique. The Cloud Sea was filled with fog, and inside the fog was a world that belonged to spirit beasts. Wang Lin began to ponder, especially when he pondered the words of that elder. There was actually pill that could help one reach the ascendant stage. Heaven-deceiving pill. Wang Lin's eyes revealed interest. He couldn't forget that if not for Zhou Yi's ascendant crystal, he would have been burned to death by the origin flame. Those who seek Tao in the morning could be dead by dusk. This Cloud Sea-Star system actually has a pill to help cultivators pass the first life and death trial in cultivation. Can be said that the Cloud Sea's alchemy has reached a peak. There are probably pills that can even help cultivators at the second step. However, cultivators should focus on comprehending Tao, and pills is considered unorthodox method. Yet why did the Cloud Sea-Star system develop alchemy to this degree? Wang Lin frowned slightly, but he soon relaxed. Could it be? There are pills that can help comprehend domain. Thinking about this, Wang Lin's heart skipped a beat, and he let out a deep breath. Just at this moment, His expression changed and his gaze seemed to penetrate his own house before landing on Su-Yun. At this moment, Su-Yun opened her eyes and coughed out blood. Her face was pale. She had failed trying to break through to the corporeal yang stage again. This failure caused her origin soul to become injured. Su-Yun bit her lower lip and revealed a decisive gaze. She slapped her bag of holding and took out a pill. She crushed the pill without hesitation, revealing a black pill. The moment the pill appeared, it released rich origin energy, and there was also a faint soul force inside it. Soul parting death pill? Su-Yun clenched her teeth and was about to swallow the pill. At this moment, a calm voice appeared. Stop! This voice seemed to come from the world itself and was ethereal. It seemed to come from her ears but also from far away. However, listening to it carefully, it came from her mind. It was a very simple word and very calm voice. But when it landed in Su-Yun's mind, it caused her body to tremble. It was as if the world around her had collapsed and formed a law of unimaginably thin threads that wrapped around her. Su-Yun's body, origin soul, and origin energy all stopped at this moment. Even her mind was frozen, still retaining her previous thoughts. Wang Lin's figure appeared before Su-Yun. Su-Yun, who was sitting there, was very alluring, with her beautiful body hidden by her clothes. There was a fragrance coming from her body. Her expression still retained her previous determination. Wang Lin took the black pill from Su-Yun's hand and carefully looked at it. The color of this pill was like the source of darkness in the world. Just one look at it would suck your mind in. What a strange pill! Wang Lin muttered as his divine sense spread across pill, and he began to calculate. Wang Lin's knowledge in alchemy was far weaker than his skill in restrictions, but his cultivation level was as high as the heavens, so his divine sense was able to analyze the structure of the pill. However, a majority of them were not things he understood, and more importantly, he felt soul fluctuations inside the pill. Interesting. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he looked at the pill once more. He was able to determine what he felt wasn't wrong, and there were indeed soul fluctuations inside. Although the soul wasn't very strong, it was tough. Closing his eyes, Wang Lin had a feeling he wasn't holding a pill, but the soul of a fierce beast. This was the soul of an ape, and it was extremely tyrannical. It frantically struggled in his hand, but there were too many seals on it for it to escape. After he opened his eyes, the illusion disappeared. Wang Lin placed the pill back in Su-Yun's fingers before taking a few steps back and pointing forward. The invisible threads around Su-Yun quickly disappeared and her body trembled before returning to normal. For her, it felt as if only an instant had passed. Wang Lin's cultivation level was far above hers, so she couldn't even detect the abnormality caused by the stop spell. She retained her previous action and swallowed the pill with a determined gaze. Wang Lin stood behind her and calmly observed. Su-Yun didn't notice that there was a person behind her. After swallowing the pill, Su-Yun's face turned red and revealed a hint of pain. Fragrant sweat appeared on her forehead and soon, her clothes were soaked in sweat and clinged to her body. From the back, Wang Lin could clearly see the beautiful curves of the woman before him. Su-Yun's face became even more red. Her eyes were closed and she could clearly feel a fire burning in her body. This flame burned her origin soul, and a golden, black-eyed ape appeared in her origin soul. This golden, black-eyed ape was huge and fierce. It let out a roar and charged at her origin soul. Su-Yun's mind was also filled with flames. Her origin soul was already injured from before, and the flames were very painful, but she didn't retreat. She began a battle with the golden, black-eyed ape. Her mind was like a battleground, and she began a life and death battle with the ape. The ape roared, seeming to want to tear her origin soul and flesh apart so it could escape and not have to withstand the burning flames. However, Su-Yun's origin soul clinged onto the black ape. While the flames burned her, they were also refining the black ape. She wasn't willing to give up until she refined the black ape. However, the black ape was very powerful, and it was being refined slower than the rate Su-Yun's origin soul was burning. This caused Su-Yun's origin soul to retreat, and her face became even more red as she trembled. When taking the soul-parting death pill, one would walk the line of life and death. Suyun knew this very well. If not for the fact that she was anxious to make a breakthrough in order to better help her teacher, she wouldn't have swallowed this pill so easily. Her teacher had helped her greatly, so she was willing to do whatever it took for her teacher. Her origin soul was pushed to the edge by the ape, which only had a small portion of its body refined. It pounced at Suyun and was going to tear her origin soul to shreds. Just at this moment Wang Lin raised his right hand. He wanted to carefully observe the effect of this pill. If Suyun died, he wouldn't have a chance to observe. Forget it. I'll gift this little girl a fortune. Wang Lin shook his head as he pointed to between Suyun's eyebrows. Wang Lin's divine sense directly entered Suyun's mind. In Suyun's mind, her origin soul continued to retreat, and she was filled with despair. The ape closed in, and just as it pounced, a white figure entered. She couldn't clearly see the white figure. She only saw white hair fluttering. She didn't have time to be shocked at how this white-haired man had appeared inside her mind. Her origin soul trembled as she stared ahead in disbelief. She saw that after the white figure appeared, he casually pointed with his finger and the ape was forced back, screaming. Popping sounds came from the ape before its body collapsed and was refined like crazy by the surrounding flames. Suyun was startled. The grace of that finger shocked her greatly. She couldn't describe that finger. It felt like the finger was the only thing in her mind at that moment. It was so powerful that even the world would collapse before the finger. She had seen her teacher, Lu Yanfei, use spells, but she clearly understood that not even her teacher could produce something this powerful. She feared that even her teacher would be defeated and die under that finger. She had even seen the ancestor that had already died use spells before, and even for the ancestor it would have been difficult to produce this kind of power. The white-haired man's casual movement shocked her mind greatly. The white-haired man seemed to look back at Suyun and then disappeared from her mind. The only thing that remained was the white hair that was clearly imprinted in her mind. The ape was refined by the flames in her mind and turned into a strange soul force. When the soul force rushed into Suyun's origin soul, she could no longer think about the white hair. As she absorbed the soul force, Suyun gradually entered a strange state similar to the Sure Realm. Under this strange state, comprehension of Tao and the heavens came from the mysterious soul force into her origin soul. This ape was no ordinary beast, but a spirit beast unique to the Cloud Sea. These spirit beasts also cultivated Tao and comprehended the heavens just like humans. With its natural longevity, it had an advantage over cultivators in gaining enlightenment. This ape had already lived for more than 3,000 years. After taking its soul, alchemy techniques were fused to create this soul-parting death pill. After an unknown amount of time, Suyun slowly opened her eyes, and her eyes started shining. The aura of a corporeal yang cultivator appeared around her body. Although she hadn't truly reached the corporeal yang stage, the door had been opened. She only needed time to comprehend everything and then she would be a true corporeal yang cultivator. Suyun suddenly looked behind her, but she didn't see anyone here. She was alone in the room, but she couldn't forget that white-haired figure and that graceful finger. After silently pondering for a bit, Suyun's expression became bleak. She stared ahead and the white-haired figure remained in her mind. She had a feeling not as a cultivator, but as a woman that she seemed to have seen this figure before. Was it an illusion? White hair. White hair. Suyun's eyes gradually lit up. She remembered what her teacher had told her about the ancestor's last words after using the Great Beneficent Spirit spell. The North. White hair. Suyun's bountiful chest went up and down and her breathing became rough. She immediately rushed out from her house and flew toward her teacher. Wang Lin stood by the window and saw the ray of light disappear into the night. There was enlightenment in her heart. I didn't think that such a pill would exist in the Cloud Seal. That means that the more powerful the spirit beast, the more useful it is in helping the soul gain enlightenment. This is very different from All Heaven and the Alliance. While pondering, Wang Lin suddenly remembered the beast soul Emoji's master had refined and given to him as a gift when he was at the Vermilion Bird Divine Sect. At this moment, in the rank 5 region not far away from the continent of Luo, there was a beast with the body like a black tadpole that was 1,000 feet wide. It was slowly flying through the star fog. This beast's giant head occupied most of its body, more than half. It opened its big mouth as if it was devouring the fog as it flew, revealing its sharp teeth. It was filled with bloodlust as its slender tail waved back and forth. There were 2 people standing on its head. One of them was a young man in a purple robe. He was very handsome, but there was also a hint of evil on his face that made him look very tyrannical. Behind the youth was an old man. He calmly stood there with a respectful expression, but when he looked at the youth, there was a hint of doting in his eyes. Not only do I want Lu Yanfei to become my concubine cultivation furnace, but I'm going to make the Origin sect my inner palace. Uncle Song, how confident are you? If that old Taoist hadn't died, I would have no confidence, but now I'm 100% sure. There was a flash of coldness in the old man's eyes. The young man laughed and licked his lips. He seemed to have thought of something and revealed an evil expression. The rainy season lasted for several months, seeming like it would never stop. The intermittent raindrops pressed down upon the minds of the Origin sect disciples, and they were powerless to dispel it. In the blink of an eye, Wang Lin had already been at the Origin sect for 10 days. Su Yun had already returned from her teacher, and during this time, she secretly investigated the 31 mortals brought back from the north. She had observed Wang Lin as well, but she didn't notice anything. Even her teacher, Lu Yanfei, took this matter seriously. She even used spells to try to find some clues, but there was still no result. The white-haired figure didn't dissipate with time, but became even more profound. She would awaken from her cultivation at night, and the white-haired figure and that graceful finger would subconsciously appear in her mind. Who is he exactly? This question still plagued Su Yun. On this afternoon, Su Yun pushed over the door and a few drops of rains landed on her face. She frowned as she lifted her jade-like hand and wiped the rain off her face. Her appearance was refreshing with a hint of charm as she walked out. The raindrops seemed to land on an invisible cover when they came within half a feet of her and flowed down the sides. Walking through the courtyard, Su Yun looked at the various herbs before looking at Wang Lin's house. The first one she suspected was Wang Lin. However, during these days, this youth named Zhang Niu was like a real mortal, aside from his composure and calmness. She wasn't able to think of a reason why, but she subconsciously walked toward Wang Lin's house and stood outside for a while. She raised her eyebrows and pushed open the door. I let you stay here to take care of the herbs. During these days, have you done it once? Su Yun stared at Wang Lin, who was reading a wooden scroll next to the small table. For some reason, whenever she saw Wang Lin, she found it hard to control her emotions and didn't have the calmness an illusory cultivator should have. Wang Lin placed down the wooden scroll he had gotten from the Origin sect. There wasn't any valuable information inside, and it was something all new disciples could borrow. It contained the history of the continent of Luo and a simple introduction of the Cloud Sea. These wooden scrolls were to allow the new disciples to get a better understanding of the Cloud Sea. This allowed them to see that there was always someone above them, so they would put more effort into cultivation. While reading the wooden scroll, Wang Lin wasn't completely focused. He was also thinking about alchemy and spirit beasts. He calmly looked at Su Yun. Wang Lin just sat there and calmly asked, "Did a single herb die?" Su Yun was startled. The herbs were much more lush than before. Even some of the roots she had given up on had all strangely survived. Wang Lin no longer spoke. He picked up the scroll and continued reading. The more calm he was, the more Su Yun frowned. The moment she walked in, a fragrance diffused within the small room. Wang Lin was familiar with this smell. When Su Yun was cultivating before, Wang Lin had already smelled this body fragrance. Su Yun stared at Wang Lin and coldly said, "The herbs not dying has nothing to do with you. It is because there is plenty of spiritual energy here and their herbs are mostly water element, so they can absorb origin energy from the rain." "Oh." Wang Lin casually nodded and didn't even look at Su Yun. He continued to read the wooden scroll in his hand. "Zhang Niu. Seeing Wang Lin's attitude, Su Yun glared with her beautiful eyes. Wang Lin frowned as he put down the wooden scroll again and coldly looked at Su Yun. Su Yun was filled with words and was about to scold him. But when she suddenly met Wang Lin's eyes, she subconsciously swallowed her words. She was startled. My job is to keep the herbs from dying. If nothing has happened, please don't bother me, Wang Lin said calmly. Then he looked away from Su Yun and picked up the scroll. Su Yun's heart trembled for no reason under Wang Lin's gaze. Is it him? Su Yun pondered for a moment and took a profound look at Wang Lin. She then bit her lower lip and left the room. Late in the night, the oil lamp on the table was lit. It was dark outside, with only the sound of the rain mixed with the sound of the thunder that followed the rain. The wind from the mountain blew into the basin, forming vortexes that howled in the night. Wang Lin put down the scroll before closing his eyes and pondering for a moment. He was able to see through many things from the scroll and had gained a vague understanding of the Cloud Sea. More importantly, during the last 4 days, he was able to gain enlightenment regarding alchemy from a jade he had acquired. He opened his eyes and raised his head. His gaze seemed to be able to penetrate the house, break through the rain, and look at the sky directly above the basin. There was a Taoist temple being propped up by 8 huge pillars there. Wang Lin could clearly sense a powerful aura within that Taoist temple. His body flickered and he disappeared from the room. When he reappeared, he was on top of one of the pillars and right outside the Taoist temple. The wind and rain were extremely strong here, and there were also flashes of thunder and lightning. Wang Lin's expression was calm as he pushed open the door of the Taoist temple and walked inside. This Taoist temple wasn't big. Aside from the decorations, the most conspicuous thing was the giant spatial crack at the center with purple light leaking out, coloring the entire temple purple. Behind the crack was a shelf. There were fluctuations of restrictions coming from the shelf, and there were 3 things placed on it. There was a long sword, a piece of jade, and a pill. The moment Wang Lin entered the Taoist temple, the purple light from the spatial crack became stronger. A huge python head came out from the crack and stared at Wang Lin. This python was blackish purple and its eyes were also a rich purple. Usually, anyone who was being stared by this pair of eyes would be shaken, but it had no effect on Wang Lin. Wang Lin didn't even look at the python and walked past it. The python let out a low roar, but fear appeared in its eyes. It began to retreat, allowing Wang Lin to walk past it, and didn't dare to attack. In truth, Wang Lin had come here 4 days ago. In terms of cultivation, this purple python could battle late-stage Nirvana Scryer cultivators, but Wang Lin could easily kill it. He didn't even cause much of a fuss and almost killed the purple python. However, he was going to stay here for a period of time and couldn't seem to justify killing their sex guardian beast the moment he arrived. So he left the purple python alive. Wang Lin arrived next to the shelf and with a wave of his sleeve all the restrictions dissipated. Wang Lin picked up the jade and began observing it. He had already seen it 4 days ago, but he wasn't interested in their spells or cultivation methods. However, he did pay attention to the information about spirit beasts and alchemy. After taking another look, Wang Lin pondered. He then put down the jade and picked up the pill. This pill looked very inconspicuous. When he looked at it 4 days ago, he wasn't able to find anything interesting. After pondering about the information on alchemy he saw in the jade 4 days ago, he came this time to check the pill. According to the jade, there was a total of 13 ranks of spirit beasts. The souls of these beasts could be refined into pills that were also divided into 13 ranks. This was a pill that was passed down for generations within the origin sect. It was a rank 8 pill, but unfortunately it was a rank 8 pill without a rank 8 beast soul, so it was a waste. There was a hint of pity in Wang Lin's eyes. After studying the jade for these days, he gradually grasped some key concepts of the Cloud Sea's alchemy. He had come here to the temple today to check if his speculation was correct. Seeing the pill in his hand, he was certain. After letting out a sigh, Wang Lin put down the pill. He didn't take any of these 3 things that were obviously inheritances left by the old ancestor. Unless he had a feud with them, given Wang Lin's cultivation level, he wasn't going to do something that would ruin a sect. It was enough for him to just look at it. Now I need to personally refine a pill using this method. My goal in the Cloud Sea is to do everything I can to improve my cultivation. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly raised his head, and his eyes revealed a strange light. There were flashes of lightning in the sky above the western part of the continent. There were muffled rumbles as if someone was bombarding it from the outside. This continent was floating in the Cloud Sea. There was a black tower on the continent that released a soft, white light that covered the entire continent. Aside from pushing the fog back, it also had a defensive role. It protected the continent against cultivators of other sects, but more importantly, it protected the continent against the myriad of fierce beasts. In the Cloud Sea, beasts were divided into two categories. The ones that were domesticated by cultivators were called spirit beasts. Those that drifted in the fog and would fight with cultivators to the death were called fierce beasts. At this moment, the light over the western part of the continent continued to distort and then suddenly collapsed with a bang. The thunderous rumble suppressed all thunder and rain as it echoed across the entire continent. It clearly entered the Origin sect. A spirit beast that was completely black and about 1,000 feet wide with the shape of a tadpole slowly entered the broken barrier. It went through all the lightning and squeezed itself into the continent of Mo. If it was just this spirit beast, it wouldn't be enough to break the barrier above the continent. However, on the back of the beast was an arrogant-looking old man. He slowly withdrew his right hand, which was surrounded by purple wind. An arrogant laugh echoed. Aside from the old man, there was also a youth in purple. His laughter echoed across the world and was filled with excitement and arrogance. Henceforth, this Origin sect will belong to this young lord. The thunderous rumble echoed as the giant black beast entered the continent of Mo. The old man standing on the head of the giant beast looked dotingly at the youth and smiled. As the youth laughed, the black spirit beast below him charged at an unimaginable speed toward the Origin sect on the east side of the continent. The Purple Dao's young master has arrived. Why hasn't the Origin sect come out to greet him? An old and gloomy voice echoed, following the thunderous roar of the beast. The only sect on the continent, the Origin sect, heard this loud and clear. The old man knew that the young master liked to act domineering in public. Normally, the old man wouldn't act like this, but right now, the fate of the Origin sect was in his hands. Therefore, he accompanied the young master in being arrogant. The old man waved his hand and a gust of purple wind swept forward. All the rain that was falling was pushed back. It was as if the rain had to stop wherever the gust of wind passed. Even the lightning was torn apart by the gust of wind. The lightning scattered like a blooming flower. At this moment, all the disciples in the Origin sect awakened from their cultivation. Their faces were all pale as they felt a powerful pressure from the west that felt like it could crush them at any time. At the top of the eastern mountain in the Origin sect, the middle-aged man among the four elders had a bitter expression. He silently closed his eyes, but then he fiercely opened them. He turned into a ray of light and flew west. Teacher just left the world and the Purple Dao sect is already acting so arrogant. I keep enduring it, but why not just let me, Li Xiangdong, be arrogant for once? Even if I die, I'll die an indomitable spirit. There was a sigh from the north and west mountain peaks. The two old men flew out and looked at each other before flying to the west. Right now was the moment of fate for the Origin sect, and they couldn't endure anymore. However, even if they couldn't endure it, what could they do? Did they dare to kill the Purple Dao sect's young master? Also, the power contained within that old man's words was enough to shake their hearts. Song Wuda, he lost to teacher in the past. Now that teacher is dead, he came personally. Could it be that my Origin sect is really fated to fall from grace for eternity? On top of the southern mountain, Lu Yanfei stood in the red pavilion in a red dress. Her face was filled with sadness and killing intent. She didn't hesitate to rush out in a ray of red light toward the west. Rudy, even if I, Lu Yanfei, die, I'll not yield to you. Lu Yanfei bit her lower lip as she flew. Tears fell from the sides of her cheek and mixed with the rain. It was impossible to distinguish her tears from the rain. Behind the 4 great elders of the Origin sect were their direct disciples. They flew toward the west filled with panic, determination, or anger. Suyun was among them. Her face showed that she had the determination to die. However, for some unknown reason, while she flew, 2 figures appeared in her mind. One figure had black hair and was very thin but always as calm as water. The other figure had white hair, and with the wave of his finger the world would collapse. These 2 figures filled her mind until they eventually overlapped. Wang Lin stood inside the Taoist temple and looked at the rays of light disappearing before him. He shook his head and unhurriedly thought about where he would go after the Origin sect was destroyed. In the end, he frowned and muttered, "It's really troublesome." He waved his sleeves and stepped forward. Ripples appeared under his feet and he disappeared from the Taoist temple. The purple python that had been laying low since Wang Lin had appeared and was still filled with fear charged out. It let out roar toward where Wang Lin went. It was as if it knew that Wang Lin had left and wouldn't come back for a long time, so it dared to let out a roar. The night of the continent of Mo was about to end and the sun was beginning to rise. At this moment, the purple wind flew across the sky and the black spirit beast followed. The old man looked very arrogant and calm. He was confident he could easily deal with the Origin sect. The youth in purple beside him revealed an excited look and began shouting obscenely. "Uncle Song, heavily injure Lu Yanfei, but don't kill her. Let me play with her for a few days and suck her origin energy dry. Then it won't be too late to kill her." The youth in purple licked his lips. The old man beside him nodded. Just as he was about to speak, he was suddenly startled and stared straight ahead. He saw ripples appeared in the void before him and powerful origin energy fluctuations began to spread. A man with white hair walked out from the ripples. The white-haired man had a cold expression, and the moment he appeared, a monstrous killing intent filled the world. The black spirit beast immediately stopped and the old man's expression changed. The youth in purple frowned and was about to shout when the old man stood before him. The old man stared at Wang Lin with a serious expression and said, "I'm the Purple Tao Sect Song Widow. Can fellow cultivator give me some face and let me pass?" Hearing the old man's words, the youth in purple was startled and carefully examined Wang Lin. "I'll give you some face. So immediately get the hell out of here and never come back." Wang Lin's cold voice stabbed at the old man like the cold wind. The old man's expression immediately became gloomy. Although he was weaker than the Origin sect's ancestor, he was still a mid-stage nirvana cleanser cultivator. He couldn't really see through the other party's cultivation, so he was polite, but he didn't think the other party would be so arrogant. What an arrogant tone. Even when the ancestor of the Origin sect faced our Purple Tao sect, he had to. Before the old man could finish speaking, the youth in purple behind him laughed. Wang Lin no longer spoke and coldness flashed through his eyes. As he stepped forward, he raised his right hand and strands of slaughter energy rushed out of his body. At this moment, a monstrous killing intent appeared. The dense slaughter energy caused a large amount of cold energy to appear. The surrounding raindrops all turned into ice crystals. The 1,000-foot spirit beast immediately began to tremble. It was very smart and immediately noticed the danger of this slaughter energy. Feeling the danger, it immediately began to retreat without the youth in purple's order. The purple youth's face turned pale, but he still shouted, "You!" However, this time, before he could finish speaking, the old man immediately slapped the youth and sent him flying to the black spirit beast. He then waved his sleeves and rapidly retreated with the black spirit beast. "Leave quickly. I'll meet up with you after I kill this person." The old man's expression became serious. After sending the spirit beast away, he rushed toward Wang Lin. The youth in purple rarely saw the old man this serious, so panic appeared in his heart. He quickly retreated with the black spirit beast. Wang Lin waved his right hand and all the slaughter energy around him became crazy. Each strand released a roaring howl as they charged at the old man. The old man's pupils immediately shrank. His hands formed seals and purple wind appeared and collided with the slaughter energy. The thunderous rumble echoed far and wide. "Summon the rain." Wang Lin lifted his left hand and pointed at the sky. At this moment, all the rain within 1,000 feet, 10,000 feet, 100,000 feet trembled. As Wang Lin pointed, every raindrop trembled and origin energy surrounded them. Then the raindrops shot at the old man. The old man's heart was in so much shock that it was impossible to describe with words. He had never seen the two spells the youth in white had used, but the power of these spells made him gasp. He was about to dodge when Wang Lin's cold gaze locked onto him, and Wang Lin calmly said one word. "Stop!" The old man's body trembled and he stopped in the air. At this instant, the surrounding countless ice crystals gathered around the old man. A moment later, a giant ice crystal appeared in the air. Wang Lin didn't stop. His right hand reached out and the crack to his storage space appeared. A rusty, iron sword immediately appeared in Wang Lin's hand. He walked forward with the sword, raised it, and mercilessly slashed down. The world was still bright right now, but the moment the sword fell, the entire world was enveloped in an extremely bright flash. There was a heaven-shaking rumble and the ice crystal shattered into pieces of bloody fragments. The old man's eyes were still filled with shock and disbelief as his body fragmented. Even his origin soul shattered under the impact and exploded in a shockwave of origin energy. All of this happened in a few breaths of time. Instant kill. Even until death, the old man still couldn't believe that he was killed in such a short period of time. However, his death wasn't unreasonable. Whether it was the slaughter energy or summon the rain, these spells were powerful enough to shock anyone in the cultivation world. In addition, the attack from the pseudo-nirvana void treasure was enough to make a peak nirvana cleanser cultivator lose a layer of skin if they didn't die instantly. Without even mentioning Wang Lin's combat experience, Song Wudu hadn't died to a nobody. After instantly killing Song Wudu, Wang Lin turned to look at the black spirit beast that hadn't gone too far yet. The purple youth that witnessed all of this screamed in fear. Wang Lin coldly looked at the youth in purple and stepped forward. Rays of light arrived behind Wang Lin. The scream filled with extreme fear clearly entered the ears of the Origin Sect's 4 elders and echoed inside Lu Yanfei's mind. At this instant, the sky cleared and the rain dissipated. A vague rainbow appeared across the sky. The figure chased after the black spirit beast. His white hair was so dazzling that the figure was deeply imprinted in Lu Yanfei's eyes. The white hair flowing under the rainbow was an image that would forever be burned into the eyes of the 4 great elders of the Origin Sect. The smell of blood in the air and the fluctuations from the collapsed Origin soul indicated that a shocking battle had occurred here. That amazing flash, even though it only lasted for a moment, had taken the life of the Nirvana Cleanser cultivator that they were planning to fight to the death against. This scene caused the 4 of them to become transfixed. In their eyes, the white-haired man was only a figure. Although he seemed slow in reality, he was like lightning as he charged at the youth in purple on the black spirit beast. The scream of the youth in purple revealed the fear in his heart. Although Rudy was at the illusory Een stage, due to his high status, he had never encountered such danger. Originally, he thought it would be an easy, fun trip. He thought that with the protection of Song Wuda and his status as the junior master of the Purple Dao sect, he could do as he pleased in the rank 5 region. He could never have dreamt that this would happen. Even now, he still couldn't believe that Song Wuda had been killed by this white-haired youth like this. Not even Song Wuda's origin soul had managed to escape. The white-haired youth had become the most terrifying beast in the world to him. The figure that closed in made the youth in purple scream even louder. "I'm the junior master of the Purple Dao sect. If you kill me, my father, Lu Yunsong, will slaughter the entire continent of Mo Luo." He was afraid. He had never been this afraid before. The shadow of the white-haired youth got closer and replaced everything in his vision. The black spirit beast trembled under him and continued to retreat. This spirit beast had already awakened its intelligence, and its fear of Wang Lin was no weaker than the fear it felt toward its master. The youth in purple seemed to have gone crazy from fear, and he shouted at the top of his lungs, "If you dare to hurt me in the slightest, my Purple Dao sect will hunt you down for the rest of your life." His right hand touched his bag of holding and he took out a black lotus. The lotus was completely black and bloomed in a demonic way. It gave off a strange light that enveloped the youth's twisted face. Just as he was about to use the treasure his father had given him, a finger appeared before him. This finger looked gentle, but it instantly landed between his eyebrows. With a bang, the youth in purple coughed out blood and his vision blurred. 2 streams of blood flow out from his eyes. His body flew back like a kite with a broken string and popping sounds echoed from his body. Large amounts of blood mist spray out from his body and dyed the sky red. It was a shocking scene. His origin soul collapsed. At this moment he felt his heart pounding, and it was like his body was floating in the air. His heartbeat became weaker and weaker, as if he and his heart were in 2 different worlds. The sound gradually faded until he could no longer hear it. At this moment, the direct disciples of the 4 great elders arrived, and what they saw was a bloody person blown off the black spirit beast. The person exploded into a pile of flesh and blood before falling from the sky. Inside the blood mist under the rainbow, the white-haired figure was engraved into their hearts. Su-Yun stared at the figure before her and trembled slightly. She bit her lower lip and her eyes revealed a strange light. Rudy died. His body collapsed and his origin soul disappeared like his uncle's. There was a blooming black lotus and a bag of holding in Wang Lin's hand. If the person who Rudy threatened wasn't Wang Lin and instead was a native of the rank 5 region, then it might have had some effect. This would be especially true for those from sects weaker than the Purple Dao sect. Even on impulse, they would hesitate and would only capture Rudy in the end. They wouldn't dare to kill him. After all, within the rank 5 region, the Purple Dao sect was powerful enough to be ranked in the top 10. Most important was the name Lu Yunsong. He was extremely talented, and within the rank 5 region he was extremely famous. However, all of these threats were useless before Wang Lin. A mere Lu Yunsong and a mere Purple Dao sect weren't qualified in Wang Lin's eyes to be a threat to his existence. Whether it was the Thunder Celestial of all heaven, the Vermilion Bird Divine Emperor, Celestial Emperor by Fang's cross-generation disciple, Celestial Lord Qing Shui's junior apprentice brother, or the disciple of the now awakened Celestial Emperor Qing Lin, any one of these titles had far more weight than anything the Purple Dao sect could compare to. Wang Lin's 1,000 years plus of cultivation experience were not something a genius like Lu Yunsong could compare to. The threat from the Purple Dao sect was a joke. It couldn't even compare to a strand of hair on Tua Sen's body. With a wave of his right hand, the giant black spirit beast that was trembling and had just lost its master was put away by Wang Lin. It didn't dare to resist at all. The sky was already bright and a new day had arrived with the arrival of the sun. The rainbow was no longer a blur and became clear and bright. As it crossed the sky, it gave off a gentle light. It enveloped the world, the continent, and also the vision of all the disciples of the Origin sect. Wang Lin's white hair flowed, and with one step, he disappeared. From beginning to end, not a single cultivator from the Origin sect saw Wang Lin's face. They only saw that indomitable figure and the long, snow-white hair. The surroundings were completely silent, and everyone's breathing became even heavier. The elders, aside from Lu Yanfei, all looked at each other in shock. In a short period of time, their despair and sadness were replaced with shock. It all happened too fast, and even now they felt like they were dreaming. Who is he? Why did that senior help the Origin sect to instantly kill Song Wuda? What is his cultivation level? He has white hair, Lu Yanfei softly said. Then she let out a faint smile. This smile hadn't appeared since her teacher was seriously injured. Her smiling face was like a blooming flower. There was an unspeakable grace and beauty in her happiness. Her 3 senior apprentice brothers had thoughtful gazes as they looked at where Wang Lin disappeared. They silently pondered, but the shock in their minds made it so they were unable to calm down. After a short period of silence, the direct disciples of the elders erupted into cheers. They turned toward the rainbow and returned to the Origin sect with the 4 elders. The Purple Dao sect will not sit idly when they hear about Song Wuda and Rudy's deaths. As the 4 elders moved, One of the old men suppressed the shock in his heart and sent out his thoughts to the remaining 3. Before teacher died, he said, "North and white hair. That senior has white hair and is perhaps the person teacher was talking about. Perhaps our origin sect isn't at its end yet. However, who is this senior? Is he part of our origin sect? I have observed the 31 mortals, but I found nothing. If he was willing to help us once, then he will help us a second time." Lu Yanfei's divine sense was determined, which caused the other 3 to silently ponder. It is useless to search. Since this senior doesn't want us to find out, then let things happen naturally. Lu Yanfei's eyes were bright and she smiled once more. Her right hand touched her bag of holding and sent inside a force to destroy an old painting. It didn't take long for the people of the origin sect to return to the sect. They all scattered, filled with excitement. Lu Yanfei didn't return to her pavilion in the southern mountain but went to the herb courtyard with Su Yun. The 2 women were both very charming. When they stood together, it was a really breathtaking sight. There were some disciples that saw them from a distance, and they entered a moment of trance. However, thinking about Lu Yanfei's status, they quickly awakened and went to greet them, but they were waved away by Su Yun. It was clear that they didn't wish to be disturbed. "Teacher, he lives right here." Su Yun's heart pounded wildly as she spoke to her teacher. Within the star fog of the rank 5 domain, there was a purple continent that was 3 times the size of the continent of Luo. From afar, it was like a coiled-up fierce beast that was coldly staring at the sky. The distinct difference from the continent of Luo was that there were 4 large, black towers that emitted gentle light that surrounded every corner of the continent. At this moment, the star fog suddenly began to churn, followed by a scream. A 1,000 feet tall tiger-like beast rushed out from the fog and stared at the purple continent with hatred in its eyes. It could vaguely hear the miserable cries of a female tiger coming from the continent. As it roared, it moved like lightning toward the continent. It was so fast that it closed in on the continent in the blink of an eye. It collided with the light barrier around the purple continent, causing the barrier to flicker violently. The tiger-shaped beast let out another roar and charged once more. However, at this moment, a ray of purple light charged out at an unimaginable speed. Inside it was a middle-aged man wearing a purplish gold robe. He looked very dignified and his gaze was profound. There was a hint of gloominess on his face. He was so fast that afterimages appeared. He instantly broke through the barrier and appeared among the stars. With a wave of his hand, purple light appeared and wrapped around the tiger. "Refine!" His cold voice echoed as the purple light around the fierce beast turned into a giant furnace. Mournful roars came, but they gradually disappeared. "Congratulations, Sect Master, in luring another star tiger beast. It won't take long for Sect Master to refine his tiger bone sword." A laugh appeared. Then an old man wearing the same purple robe appeared beside his man. "I'm still missing 9. However, all the star tigers within the area are gone, so I need to go out further." The middle-aged revealed a grim smile, but before he could continue, his expression suddenly changed. He raised his right hand and reached at the void, creating a crack to his storage space. A jade flew out and immediately cracked, revealing a soul fragment. The soul fragment was in the shape of Rudy. His eyes were filled with the fear before his death and dissipated before the middle-aged man. "Junior Master!" The smile disappeared from the old man in purple and shock filled his eyes. The middle-aged man watched the soul fragment disappear. He didn't move at all and slowly closed his eyes. The old man beside him was shocked. He looked at the sect master and his heart trembled. He had followed this sect master for many years. He knew that the more calm the sect master was, the bigger the storm to come. Where did Rudy go? After a long time, the middle-aged man opened his eyes. There was a trace of sadness burning in his eyes, but his voice was terrifyingly calm. The old man bowed down and said respectfully, Junior Master went to the continent of Luo. He was still in shock and hadn't calmed down yet. He couldn't understand who in the rank 5 region would dare to kill Junior Master Rudy, and risk offending the Purple Dao sect's master Lu Yunsong. Continent of Mo Luo, origin sect. Why did no one tell me about this? The middle-aged man's voice was calm, but when it landed in the old man's ears, the old man trembled. He suddenly remembered something and his face turned pale. Junior Master, he? As a cultivator, he still lusted for beauties and was arrogant. He used his status as the junior master of the Purple Dao sect and ruined quite a few female disciples of various sections. He even did vicious things, such as sucking their originine energy. Without waiting for the old man to finish, the middle-aged man shook his head and seemed to mutter to himself. Sect master. The old man's face was pale. Who went with him to continent of Mo Luo? Should have been Song Wuda. That child grew up under Song Wuda's care. Perhaps to him, Song Wuda was like a second father. He went to the continent of Mo Luo because he is after Lu Yanfei of the origin sect. He was taking advantage of the fact that that old bag of bones died and wanted to make the origin sect his inner palace. The old man silently pondered. As far as he knew, everything the sect master said was true. The middle-aged man raised his head and looked at the star fog before him. After silently looking for a bit, he turned and walked toward the purple continent. That useless child, he is dead. So now there is one less scourge in the world. However, I'm still his father. Since he liked that Lu Yanfei girl, then let that little girl die with him. As for the man that killed him, he can be buried with him as well. The middle-aged man said without any emotion in his voice. He wasn't like this before. This figure was more bleak. The old man's expression became even more pale. After hesitating for a while, he clenched his teeth and said, Sect Master, before the junior master left. This old man heard Song Wuda say that the junior master was going to the Purple Cloud Sea to take the Heaven-Een flag that the Purple Dao sect left there. After taking Lu Yanfei's origin soul, he was going to use all the female origin souls he collected to feed a Een Celestial. The middle-aged man's figure suddenly stopped and the calmness in his eyes collapsed. A monstrous wrath revealed itself, but a sense of fear and panic also filled his body. Ungrateful child. Continent of Mo Luo, origin sect. Lu Yanfei looked silently at the ordinary house. After hesitating a bit, she walked into the courtyard. Suyun followed, and she was very tense. She could clearly hear her heart beating rapidly. Wang Lin's door was closed. Lu Yanfei and Suyun stood outside the door and became silent. After a long time, Lu Yanfei bit her lower lip and softly said, Is Senior here? Not here. A calm voice came out from the house and entered their ears. They were startled by it as they didn't think they would get a response like this. In truth, a very long time ago in the Alliance star system, a woman also asked this question and also got this answer. After all, whether it was the original body or the avatar, both were Wang Lin. Lu Yanfei let out a smile that was very beautiful. She bowed toward the house and softly said, Teacher once had an uncle master named Lu Zihao. According to teacher, Grand Uncle Master Lu Zihao was obsessed with Tao. Aside from when he went missing, he had never left the continent of Mo Luo. He never even went to the main sect or had many friends. Not many people in the origin sect even remember him due to time. Even my 3 senior apprentice brothers have never seen him. Junior only saw a portrait of him, and it was teacher who showed it to me. He gave me the portrait, because this Grand Uncle Master Lu is an ancestor of my Lu family. This portrait was far too old and was tattered. On the way back just now it was destroyed. After saying all of this, Lu Yanfei respectfully left with a smile. Suyun was confused by her teacher's words. She had no idea why her teacher had said those things. Wang Lin sat on the bed and stared at the black lotus in his right hand. He raised his head and his eyes shined brightly. His gaze seemed to be able to penetrate the house and landed on the departing Lu Yanfei. Lu Yanfei's body trembled, but she didn't stop. She maintained her calmness and walked out of the courtyard. What a clever woman! Wang Lin withdrew his gaze. Aside from when she talked to him on the mountain, they'd had no other contact. Yet this woman was unexpectedly able to come up with such an amazing analysis just from the report from her disciple, their conversion on the mountain. and him killing Song Wuda and Rudy. Su Yun wasn't able to understand her words, but with Wang Lin's cunning, he clearly understood. Lu Yanfei was certain he was the white-haired person, and in her mind, for someone of his cultivation level to hide in the origin sect meant that he was either after something in the origin sect or was hiding from enemies. However, Lu Yanfei couldn't think of anything he would want, so she became more certain about hiding from enemies. Therefore, if Wang Lin wanted to continue to stay in the origin sect, he needed an identity to not cause any suspicion. What Lu Yanfei just said was giving Wang Lin such an identity. As for Wang Lin's enemies, she obviously had to choose to ignore them. Wang Lin had met countless people in his life, but not many women this intelligent. Different from Lu Mei's ever-changing mood, different from Red Butterfly's arrogance, different from Li Muin's gentleness. This was wisdom, an unmatched wisdom. After pondering a bit, Wang Lin revealed a smile and muttered, "Lu Zihao, this identity will allow me to take root in the Cloud Sea Star system." The reason Wang Lin paid so much attention to his identity was due to his experience in All Heaven. Wang Lin didn't notice it then, and in the end his identity was transparent to all the powerful cultivators. This caused him a lot of inconvenience. After all, they would all have the thought of rejecting those that didn't belong to their system. In particular, with his cultivation level, it was difficult to deal with the issue of his identity. Although this didn't solve the issue perfectly, it did give him a path to resolving it. No longer thinking about this, Wang Lin placed his right hand on the Black Lotus. Then his divine sense spread out and he began studying it. If this Black Lotus was only a treasure, he wouldn't pay so much attention to it. However, as he checked it with his divine sense, he was surprised to find that this lotus was a real plant. A few simple law formations were added as a seal. This Cloud Sea Star system is strange to have a naturally formed treasure like this. If the seal on the lotus is broken, then it can form a powerful protection. It is indeed interesting. Wang Lin put the lotus down after examining it and picked up the bag of holding from the youth in purple. The youth in purple had a lot of miscellaneous things inside the bag. Aside from the scattered weapons and pills, there were 3 things that caught Wang Lin's attention. A completely purple bottle, a small golden flag, and an incense stick the side of a baby's arm. As for celestial jades, there were very few, less than 100 pieces. Unfortunately, after reaching the Nirvana cleanser stage, one no longer uses a bag of holding. A self-open storage space is impossible for outsider to find even after death. Otherwise, that Nirvana cleanser cultivator might have had some good treasures and pills for me. Wang Lin shook his head as he picked up the golden flag. After scanning it with his divine sense, his expression became gloomy. The small flag was filled with Yin energy. As Wang Lin's divine sense spread through it, he immediately found the Yin souls of over 100 women. These women were all beautiful, and some of them were incomparable. However, these women all looked miserable, as they were sealed inside and couldn't escape. There was the soul of a snake inside that seemed to be devouring these women. The moment Wang Lin's divine sense swept by, it seemed to have been startled awake from its sleep and released a terrifying aura. Even Wang Lin's eyes narrowed when he felt this aura. Wang Lin's mind was shaken and his divine sense retreated from the attack of the beast soul. He stared at the golden flag and his pupils shrank. Aura of extreme Yin. Wang Lin suddenly stood up, and his calmness was disturbed. A monstrous surge of emotion hit him and he took a few deep breaths. Unfortunately, it is not complete. There is only a trace of extreme Yin. However, the method of breeding it is completely wrong. It can't be compared to the extreme Yang the All-Seer created by using Bai Wei. This extreme Yin is too poor in quality in comparison. However, it is still a sliver of extreme Yin. Wang Lin touched the spot between his eyebrows. After the heaven-defying bead was complete with the 5 elements, it needed Yin and Yang. He had obtained the extreme Yang form by Wei, and was only lacking the extreme Yin to complete the heaven-defying bead the second time. Holding the small golden flag, Wang Lin's eyes closed slowly. His eyes shined as he pondered. To use women's souls to nourish extreme Yin is completely wrong. Back then, the all-seer used by Wei's extreme yin body and extracted the extreme yang during its peak. That's the correct method. In order to obtain a complete extreme yin, one must obtain it at the peak of extreme yang. After looking at the golden flag, Wang Lin shook his head. At a glance, he could see that all those numerous female yin souls were added in later on, and it hadn't been a long time. This really is nonsense. Wang Lin waved his right hand and a storm set off inside the golden flag. His divine sense smashed into the formations that were trapping those women's souls and broke them. The moment the formations shattered, the miserable souls flew out, and their eyes were filled with confusion. However, they were all talented people within their sects before they were killed and sealed inside the flag by Rudy. So they quickly regained their sanity and then silently bowed toward Wang Lin. They showed hints of bitterness, liberation, and gratitude as they dissipated. What awaited them perhaps was reincarnation into another life or perhaps nothing. Staring at these souls dissipate, Wang Lin became silent. It didn't take long for all the souls to disappear, leaving only the extreme yin soul. This extreme yin let out a roar and charged out the moment those women's souls disappeared, as if it wanted to escape as well. Just as it peeked out, Wang Lin's eyes lit up and his left hand formed a restriction. It landed on the golden flag. Then there was a flash of blue light. The extreme yin soul seemed to smash into an iron plate and was pushed back as it roared. Wang Lin completely ignored it as his left hand formed more restrictions that landed on the golden flag. He completely sealed it before putting it away. Not only is the method to raise this extreme yin not correct, it's also not complete. Since this belonged to Rudy, then there must be more clues at the Purple Tao sect. After pondering for a bit, Wang Lin picked up the purple bottle. This jade bottle was warm and there was heat cycling inside. There was a cycle of origin energy inside that formed an eternal rotation. Wang Lin's divine sense surrounded the bottle. Under the effect of his divine sense, the bottle slowly became transparent, and he clearly saw 3 pills that were slowly rotating with the origin energy inside. The 3 pills were roughly the same size and all gave off a purple glow. There was a fierce aura coming from within them. After withdrawing his divine sense, Wang Lin's gaze landed on the 3rd item, which was an incense stick the size of a baby's arm. He wasn't unfamiliar with this item. Back in the Alliance, he saw this in the memories of the mosquito beast. The cultivators of the Cloud Sea had used this incense to confuse the mosquito beasts and lure them away from the 4 divine sect. Time slowly passed and the rainy season passed, ushering the sun to the continent of Mo Luo. Wang Lin seemed to have grown accustomed to the life in the origin sect and spent all his time learning alchemy. Su Yun was very respectful toward this person named Sang Niu that was living next to her. Although Wang Lin hadn't admitted it yet, Su Yun's female intuition told her that Sang Niu was the white-haired man. Whenever she thought of Wang Lin's figure and graceful movement, she would tense up. At this moment, she stared at Wang Lin with confusion. This is Ning Shui grass. It is an item to help create pills. Most pills in my origin sect require this. When a cultivator in the Cloud Sea reached a certain cultivation level, they would gain a certain degree of understanding of alchemy. This had a lot to do with the alchemy methods of the Cloud Sea. What puzzled her was that Sang Niu didn't know any of what was considered common sense. For Wang Lin to refine pills, he would first have to memorize the names and effects of all the herbs. Some of the herbs that he knew from the Alliance had different names here, so Su Yun had become a target for Wang Lin's questions. This is ink cloud herb, a key component of the cloud deficiency pill. Wang Lin's expression was cold and calm. He had used a very short period of time to memorize all the herbs in this garden. Wang Lin looked around the garden and asked, "Is there any mist flower?" The jade he saw in the Taoist temple said that in order to refine a rank 6 or higher pill, on top of the beast soul, there were 3 even more important herbs. One of those herbs was the mist flower. The mist flower can only grow in continents that are shrouded in the star fog. Rumor has it that the more dense the fog, the more mist flowers there are. In the origin sect, I only know of 3 dried mist flowers, and they are all with Uncle Master Li. After Su Yun finished explaining, she added one more thing. Uncle Master Li's alchemy skill is considered unmatched in the origin sect. Wang Lin nodded and no longer paid any attention to Su Yun. Instead, he gathered some herbs based on the method of alchemy he had read and returned to the house. Seeing Wang Lin take the herbs, Su Yun felt her heart ache, but she didn't dare to show it on her face. As Wang Lin walked back to his room, Su Yun quickly said, This requires you to go the alchemy room in the eastern courtyard. Not only is there a pill furnace there, but there are also earth fire and protection formations. That way even if the furnace explodes there will be no danger. No need. Wang Lin didn't turn around as he walked into the room. It wasn't until Wang Lin left that Su Yun stomped her foot and became filled with dissatisfaction. Most of the herbs in the garden were things she had spent a lot of effort gathering. Some had been given to her by her master after her master found them while exploring dangerous wild continents. It can be said that most of the herb in the garden were Su Yun and her master's private properties. The disciples of the sect were all aware of this and wouldn't dare to come here for herbs. Su Yun valued these herbs greatly. However, she was helpless as she watched Wang Lin take them away. He didn't even listen her and was going to refine without going to the alchemy room. Especially considering how he didn't even know the names of some of these herbs, it was obvious this was the first time he was refining. Once the pill exploded, not only would the house be destroyed, but even the garden would be affected. Su Yun stomped her feet but didn't dare to go up to stop him. Humph, not going to the alchemy room means he must have his own pill furnace. He only knows how to use his high cultivation to bully a junior like me. Bully? The more Su Yun thought, the more angry she became. She simply sat down outside and began to wait. When the pill exploded, she would need to do her best to protect the herbs. A large amount of the goodwill she previously had toward Wang Lin had also dissipated. Arrogant, arrogant. When Su Yun thought of Wang Lin's expression, she became even more angry. Although alchemy has some relation with cultivation, it doesn't have much effect. What it requires is experience and countless attempts. No matter how high the cultivation level, the success rate of refining for the first time won't be high. Su Yun frowned as she focused herself and helplessly stood guard. Wang Lin didn't pay attention to Su Yun's dissatisfaction. After returning to the room, he sat down and waved his hand. All the herbs he had picked floated in the air. His left eye lit up and flames immediately began burning in his left eye. Alchemy doesn't necessarily need a pill furnace. A pill furnace was used to not let any of the medication escape and to better condense heat for the pill to take shape. None of this was a problem for Wang Lin. The fire of the world moved as he willed. At this moment, white flames appeared and circled around Wang Lin. The fire began to condense until it was a ball of fire. Wang Lin's gaze was calm as his right hand reached out. All the herbs in the air began to separate into different portions. One part went to the side and one part went into the fireball. This was Wang Lin's first time refining a pill in the Cloud Sea. Although it was only a rank 3 pill, Wang Lin was still very serious. He stared at the fireball and his gaze penetrated inside. Those herbs rapidly melted inside the fireball and became crumbs. However, with Wang Lin's control of fire, they didn't even turn to ash but began fusing. They absorbed each other's unique medical attribute and began to fuse. Shortly after, Wang Lin's right hand reached out and a storage space appeared. A ray of black light flew out into Wang Lin's hand. There was a tadpole-like spirit beast soul inside the black light. This was Rudy's beast. This beast was very arrogant when it followed Rudy. It would often cruelly devour mortals and injured cultivators. It enjoyed the dry sweetness of blood and flesh in its mouth. However, at this moment, the beast's soul was trembling in fear and constantly roaring. It wanted to break out from Wang Lin's palm. But no matter how much it struggled, it was a pointless endeavor. As Wang Lin waved his right hand, the beast's soul let out a miserable scream and fused with the pill. Soon, a medical fragrance began to spread out inside the room. Just at this moment, Wang Lin frowned as his right hand reached into the fireball and grabbed the pill. A large portion on the beast's soul was immediately pulled out. The moment Wang Lin's right hand left the fireball, the half-complete pill trembled and collapsed. Then a destructive force began to spread out. However, it was stopped by the fireball that wrapped around it. It let out some muffled sounds but didn't break the fireball. Pill explosion. Outside the house, Su-Yun heard the muffled screams and immediately stood up. She was very tense. However, after waiting for a while, she still didn't encounter the explosion. All she saw was a gloomy Wang Lin walking out and taking even more herbs. Su-Yun finally reacted and immediately began stomping her foot. She wanted to get some justice from Wang Lin, but thinking about his gloomy expression just now, she became afraid. She could only complain in her heart. What a bully! Humph! That pill will definitely explode this time as well. Su-Yun's words came true. In a short span of 3 days, Wang Lin had refined 16 times and failed every time beside the last one. Every time he failed, he would silently search for the reason before picking more herbs. Looking at the garden that was still vibrant 3 days ago and was almost barren now, Su-Yun's eyes couldn't help but turn red. This garden had taken her a lot of effort, and even when she refined pills herself, she was very careful and never used too many herbs. However, in just 3 days almost all the herbs were gone. Although the pill explosion she dreaded never occurred, she'd rather have an explosion destroy most of the garden. It was better than being tortured like this. Looking at the house she hated very much, none of the good will she had toward Wang Lin remained. Su-Yun could not bear it anymore and rushed into the house. She saw Wang Lin sitting there holding a complete pill. What made Su-Yun feel very hateful was that Xianxia was smiling while looking at the pill. Seeing that smile made Su-Yun's anger rise. Xianxia! Su-Yun was gnashing her teeth and took a deep breath. Thinking about her own speculation of his cultivation level, she suppressed her anger and kept telling herself not to be angry. After placing her hair behind her ear, Su-Yun softly said, "Xianxia, congratulations on refining a pill. Can I see it?" After experiencing 15 failures, almost all the herbs in the garden had been used to refine this pill. The beast's soul had merged with the pill more than 10 times, and the pain of going back and forth was worse than death. The beast's soul wanted Wang Lin to succeed so its suffering would end. Wang Lin looked at the pill in his hand and felt regret. There were a lot of details one had to pay attention to when fusing a beast's soul with a pill. These things were not explained in the jade and he had to experience it himself. At this moment, when Wang Lin heard Su-Yun's words, he subconsciously touched his nose. He looked past Su-Yun's beautiful body at the almost barren garden, and even with his 1,000 years of cultivation, he felt a bit embarrassed. With a wave of his right hand, Wang Lin threw the pill at Su-Yun. Just as he was about to speak, he was interrupted by a scream. Su-Yun's eyes widened as she stared at the pill and could no longer contain the anger in her heart. At this moment, every notion of the white figure, the graceful finger, the powerful senior were all thrown out of her head. For the past 3 days, she watched helplessly as the herbs she had spent so much time to raise, the herbs she wasn't even willing to use herself, were pulled out one by one. In the end, he had only refined a rank 3 pill. A rank 3 pill was very precious, and it was something a corporeal yang cultivator would need. However, all the herbs inside her garden should have been enough to refine a rank 4 pill. If it was Uncle Master Li, then there was a sliver of a chance of refining a rank 5 pill. Xianxia! Return my herbs! Su-Yun's eyes were red and she was about to get justice from Wang Lin. However, when she raised her head, she found that the room was empty. Xianxia was gone. Wang Lin's figure appeared in the sky above the continent of Immortal, and he touched his nose once more. He revealed a bitter smile and Su-Yun's voice still echoed in his ears. Forget it. It's only a courtyard of herbs. Wang Lin shook his head and flew into the sky as a ray of light. He disappeared over the horizon. After breaking through the light barrier around the continent, the cloud sea appeared before Wang Lin's eyes. In the jade inside the Taoist temple, aside from alchemy and beast soul-related information, there was also a star map of the rank 5 region the continent of Immortal belonged to. After studying the star map, Wang Lin found that aside from the continents that people lived on, there was another type of continent called the wild continents. These were similar to the abandoned planets in the Alliance or All Heaven. However, in the Cloud Sea, these wild continents didn't have black towers, so they were shrouded by the star fog. They became lairs for fierce beasts and often housed numerous fierce beasts. Some very precious herbs often grew on continents like these. Following the star map in his mind, Wang Lin charged into the star fog. The star fog was like clouds. Aside from covering vision, it also prevented divine sense from spreading too far. Wang Lin wasn't familiar with the cloud sea star system, so he couldn't help but slow down. On the wild continent near the continent of Luo, the beasts had gradually become more scarce throughout the years. It had become a place for the Origin sect disciples to train. Only some low-level beast remained, and even most of the herbs had been cleared out. This would naturally not be Wang Lin's choice. He was going to go for a wild continent even further out, one where fierce beasts lived and not many cultivators had explored, so there would be still large amounts of herbs there. Wang Lin moved faster and faster. There would often be a flash of light as he broke through the fog and went into the distance. Although his divine sense could only probe within 10,000 feet, a Nirvana Scryer cultivator could only reach 1,000 feet. Only Nirvana Cleanser cultivators could reach 10,000 feet. Along the way, various strange beasts appeared within Wang Lin's divine sense. These beasts were all eerie. One was a long, scaled fish. When it opened its mouth, countless sharp teeth could be seen, and it gave off a fishy smell. There were a few that looked like dragons, but their bodies were only few hundred feet long. These red beasts moved like lightning and lived in herds. Hundreds of thousands of them moved through the cloud sea. Also, there were beasts like the nether beast Wang Lin had seen, but much smaller, only few thousand feet wide. These beasts were slow, but even those red beasts avoided them. There were also tadpole-like black beasts like the one Rudy had. They hid within the fog, giving off a hidden pressure. However, when those beasts felt Wang Lin's divine sense, they all quickly retreated. While moving through the fog, Wang Lin's eyes lit up and his right hand reached at the void. A storage space crack opened and buzzing sounds came out as the mosquito beasts flew out. These dozens of mosquito beasts flew around and emitted thunderous cries filled with joy. In particular, Wang Lin's purple mosquito beast was flying left and right in joy. Wang Lin's body flickered and he sat down on the mosquito beast. Without waiting for Wang Lin's order, it rushed forward and flew inside the star fog with its companions. Time seemed to go on for eternity inside the star fog. It was hard to notice because there was no night or day, only the dense star fog that surround everything. After silently calculating for a bit, Wang Lin calculated it had been 3 days. With his speed, he was already far away from the continent of Luo and was closing in on a dangerous wild continent marked on the map. It didn't take long for a giant shadow to appear in Wang Lin's divine sense. This shadow was large enough to cover the sky, and he could vaguely hear roars coming from it. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and the mosquito beast below him became cautious. As they closed in, the shadow cleared up. This was a huge wild continent. Wang Lin jumped off the mosquito beast, pierced through the fog, and landed on the wild continent. This place was filled with star fog. If not for his divine sense and his feet standing on the continent, it would have been very difficult to distinguish this place from just space. The surroundings were completely silent with fierce roars coming from the distance. These roars seemed to indicate that this place wasn't as peaceful as it seemed. The ground consisted of black sand. Wang Lin slowly walked forward on the sand and eventually arrived before a ruin. This was obviously once a mortal city, but there was no sign of life. The buildings had collapsed and there were dry brown red blood marks. Just at this moment, a black shadow charged out from a ruined house. It let out a roar along with its fishy breath and charged at Wang Lin. The shadow was only few dozen feet long, but it moved like lightning as it charged at Wang Lin. Wang Lin remained calm. He didn't even need to act, as the mosquito beast charged out and went straight toward the shadow. With a bang, the shadow's body trembled and the mosquito's mouth pierced through its shed. Then the mosquito sucked and the entire black shadow shrank. The mosquito beast flew back with disdain in its eyes. Wang Lin patted the mosquito beast's head and pointed ahead. The mosquito beast king immediately flew out, leading more than 10 of its kind into the ruins. The moment they flew forward, many shadows charged out from the ruins. There were at least a dozen of them. They all let out roars and charged at the mosquito beasts. With Wang Lin's insight and divine sense, he immediately saw that they were black apes. They were exactly the same as the ones inside the pill Suyun had devoured. "Leave the souls behind." Wang Lin's voice calmly echoed in the ruin. The mosquito beasts and ape beasts weren't even on the same level, so the battle soon ended. The apes died one by one, leaving behind a powerful smell of blood. More than 10 mosquito beasts flew back to Wang Lin. They let out cries and also spat out beast souls, which were put away by Wang Lin. Due to the smell of blood, the roar of beasts from afar became even louder and the ground began to vibrate. Even gusts of wind appeared to push the fog before it. Wang Lin's expression was still calm as he walked into the ruin. He scanned it with his divine sense and left after finding no herbs. His figure moved through the fog as if he had merged with the mist and gave off a powerful killing intent. He seemed to give off a fiercer aura than any of the fierce beasts, and the 10 mosquito beasts cried as they circled above him. Before this fierce aura, even the roars from the distance gradually weakened until they eventually disappeared. The ground stopped trembling and the wind disappeared. This continent was named Kai Ape on the star map. It had many mountains, and they appeared and disappeared within the fog. The roars of fierce beasts came from the mountains. The ruins of cities that were hidden everywhere in the fog silently showed how prosperous this continent used to be. However, now it was just a ruin, and the sounds of the past had disappeared. What remained was just the vestige of time. Among the fierce beasts, there were those that liked to be in groups and those that liked to be aloof. At this moment, in one of the mountains, the roar of a specific beast was the most violent. The roar was so intense that not even the fog could hide it. This mountain was completely black and towered into the air like a sword that pierced into the sky. Large apes nearly 100 feet tall were moving through the mountain, desperately rushing to the peak. There was a giant black ape fierce beast sitting in the lotus position like a human. It was no less than 1,000 feet tall. Its arms were as thick as old pine trees, needing several people to completely surround. There was giant purple tree that only reached its calf where it was sitting. The trunk of the tree was mostly withered, as if it had lived for far too long. However, it wasn't dead. It still had many branches with lots of leaves growing on them. What was strange was that the leaves of the tree were snow white and the veins on the leaves were very easy to see, as if they were made of crystal. There were also 2 fist-sized fruits that were a mix of black and white. It was a strange sight. This giant ape opened its eyes, and its eyes lit up brightly like 2 bright flames. Its eyes emitted such a fierce gaze that it penetrated through the fog. The gaze landed on a white-haired figure that was surrounded by a large amount of fierce beasts in between the mountain peaks. When it looked at Wang Lin waved his right hand and a black wind appeared, taking the lives of more than a dozen black apes. Wang Lin raised his head and met the cold gaze. Roar! A heaven-shaking roar came from the top of the mountain. The fierceness of the beasts around Wang Lin increased and a wave of fishy smell blasted at Wang Lin. They wanted to tear his body apart and even devour his soul. Wang Lin's expression was calm as he looked at the large amount of fierce beasts before him. He rushed forward and turned into a ray of light as he charged toward the mountaintop. In the sky, more than 10 mosquito beasts roared, and around them were some eagle-like beasts. These beasts gave off a ferocious aura and began a life and death battle with the mosquito beasts. Wang Lin moved forward. All of the beasts that blocked him exploded into a rain of blood with a wave of his hand. His hand reached out to open his storage space and flying swords flew out. These flying swords circled around Wang Lin in a sword formation. He didn't pause at all as he slaughtered his way up the mountain. From afar, a white line moved at an unimaginable speed, causing a rain of blood as it closed in on the mountain peak. The giant ape that was sitting there revealed a ferocious gaze and stood up. When it stood up, the entire mountain trembled, and it charged down the mountain at Wang Lin. It wasn't any slower than Wang Lin, and in an instant, they were about to collide. The black ape revealed a ferocious gaze and smashed down with its right arm. However, Wang Lin's body immediately disappeared without a trace and the black ape missed. Then it saw Wang Lin reappear next to the giant tree on the mountain peak. The giant ape's pupils obviously shrank and it let out a roar. It swung its right hand, sending a gust of wind that seemed to become one with the world toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin's right hand fell on the giant tree and gently patted it. The giant tree disappeared with its roots as Wang Lin put it inside his storage space. At this moment the gust of wind arrived. Wang Lin's left hand formed a seal and pointed forward. Strands of slaughter energy appeared and formed a slaughter storm around him. The slaughter energy wailed as it charged at the gust of wind. A thunderous rumble echoed and the gust of wind instantly collapsed. The slaughter energy didn't pause at all before slamming into the giant ape. The giant ape let out a heaven-shaking roar when the slaughter energy collided with its body and caused a bloody mess. Its body was mercilessly thrown into the air. Wang Lin raised his head and his eyes lit up. His body moved like a meteor and closed in on the giant ape. He pointed at the giant ape's body multiple times. Every time his finger landed, the giant ape would let out a miserable roar and tremble. Every time Wang Lin's finger landed, a new hole would open up on the giant ape's body and a large amount of blood would spray out, dyeing the surroundings red. Rays of origin energy entered the black ape through Wang Lin's finger and formed a seal. Wang Lin withdrew his finger and said coldly, "Are you willing to become my spirit beast?" He had already been on this wild continent for 7 days. He had killed many fierce beasts and gathered a large amount of herbs. Some of these beasts could use spells and fight against cultivators. There were even several rank 5 fierce beasts that could match Nirvana Scryer cultivators, but they had all been killed by Wang Lin and had their souls taken. The giant black ape was also a rank 5 beast, but it had very tough body. Even after being hit by Wang Lin, it was only seriously injured and not dead. Even among the rank 5 beasts, it was at the peak and could enter rank 6 at any time. This was why Wang Lin suddenly wanted to tame it. What answered Wang Lin was an even more violent roar and a punch from the ape's left arm. The ape's fist set off a gust of wind and even contained a faint aura of an ancient god's punch. This really showed how powerful the black ape was. Wang Lin frowned. He wasn't fused with his original body, so his body wasn't as strong as the black ape's. He let out a cold snort and was going to dodge, but at this moment, for some unknown reason, the scene of that old man using a palm to block the arm of an ancient god appeared in his mind. Wang Lin silently pondered as he faced the gust of wind. He was completely calm. All the origin energy in his body moved toward his palm and gathered there, causing a thunderous rumble. He simply closed his eyes and the scene of the old man stopping Tuosen's hand replayed repeatedly. Wang Ling gradually felt a sense of enlightenment. It was just like how he had gained enlightenment from the handprint in the Rain Celestial Realm. On this wild continent, inside this fog, he was facing a situation similar to what the old man did against Tuosen. Wang Lin had seen the third step before, and had also been able to experience the third step with Qing Lin's help. All of these allowed Wang Lin to gain a startling enlightenment regarding the spell the old man had used that obviously belonged to the third step. The gust of wind blew Wang Lin's clothes backward and the giant ape's arm closed in. The moment it was about to smash into Wang Lin opened his eyes and gently placed his palm on the giant ape's arm, which was already before his face. A powerful force came out from the arm and collided with the origin energy in Wang Lin's palm. There was a thunderous rumble, and his clothes flapped violently in the wind and his white hair was blown backwards. However, his body didn't move at all. The giant ape's body also trembled. It felt like its arm hit fog and didn't have any feeling of contact at all. Instead, its body trembled and it felt a sudden, inexplicable pain. Wang Lin's eyes became brighter and brighter as the old man's action replayed endlessly in his mind until it was almost second nature. He subconsciously lifted his left hand and quickly pointed at the back of his right palm. Every time his fingertip fell, origin energy would gather from the world and condense into his palm. After pointing 3 times, Wang Lin's face turned slightly red, but his eyes lit up and he let out a roar. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The giant ape immediately retreated and a large amount of blood gushed out from his arm. A clear palm print was left on the arm along with 3 cracks from the finger. The cracks began to rapidly spread along the giant ape's arm. The cracks continued to spread. The rumbling sound continued, and blood sprayed everywhere. Wang Lin's eyes were bright. He didn't look at the giant ape, but looked at his right hand with a hint of enlightenment. He didn't know what the name of the spell was, but he vaguely felt like he had gasped something. Just now, he wasn't using his own origin energy to mobilize the origin energy of the world. He was controlling it instead. Controlling the origin energy of the world by force required origin energy form all directions to form a tyrannical attack. A mournful cry interrupted Wang Lin's thoughts, and the giant ape's eyes filled with fear. It looked at the 3 cracks spreading across his body. The ape felt like it would be torn to pieces if it moved a bit too hard. At the moment of danger, the giant ape began to glow white. Under this white light, an illusory soul appeared above its head. This illusory soul was blurry, but it looked like the ape with a more human shape. It looked like it wanted to charge out from the ape's body and leave. Upon seeing this, Wang Lin's eyes lit up. Soul condensed into spirit. According to the Jade, this was a spell only rank 6 beasts could use. It was unexpected that this giant ape would have a breakthrough at this moment of life and death. Wang Lin took a step forward and instantly arrived before the giant ape. Then his right hand slammed down and the soul of the giant ape was pushed back into its body. Wang Lin stared at the giant ape's eyes and calmly said, "Become my spirit beast." The giant ape's body trembled and its eyes filled with fear. It had already awakened its intelligence and naturally understood Wang Lin's words. It nodded. Wang Lin's right hand hit the giant ape and the 3 cracks on its body immediately disappeared. At the same time, his right hand formed a beast-controlling seal and placed it on the giant ape. The seal landed between the giant ape's eyebrows and disappeared. At this moment, the mosquito beasts had killed all the eagle-shaped beasts in the sky and were hovering next to the giant ape. Wang Lin sat down on the shoulder of the giant ape and looked ahead. The giant ape let out a roar as it charged off into the distance like a meteor. This vast star system was filled with star fog. Although it seemed quiet, there was heavy killing intent within the fog. This was the rank 5 region of the Cloud Sea, and about 40% of the continents here belonged to sex. For the rank 1 to 4 regions, the rank 5 region was an unreachable existence. If someone from a rank 5 sect went to the rank 4 region, they would be welcomed with grandeur. At this moment in the rank 5 region, a whistling sound appeared in this calm fog. A ray of light flew within fog, and inside the light was a dragon-like spirit beast. There was a dignified cultivator standing on the head of this beast. The fog began churning even more intensely, and the surrounding beasts all scattered in fear. Several more rays of light passed by. This didn't end. In just 7 short minutes, no less than a dozen rays of light broke through the fog and quickly moved through the rank 5 region. There were various spirit beasts within those rays of light, and there was a cultivator standing on the back of each of these beasts. None of these cultivators belonged in the rank 5 region. All of them belonged to the rank 6 region. The appearance of these people shook the rank 5 region. This wasn't the only place. This happened in more than 6 places in the rank 5 region. These cultivators all had gloomy expressions, but they were hiding ecstasy and excitement along with endless greed. These cultivators that came from the rank 6 region all had the exact same goal. A wild continent in the rank 5 region. The ground in north of the continent Wang Lin was on continued to tremble as if something heavy was landing on the ground. The fog was being churned and pushed forward. Some bird-like beasts let out cries as they flew far away from the fog. On the ground, many more fierce beasts scattered. To them, the rumbling from the fog was extremely terrifying. A moment later, a giant figure more than 1,000 feet tall appeared in the fog. This figure was extremely sturdy, and when it got closer, it finally revealed itself. It was a huge black ape. There were bull-like beasts with red eyes chasing after the black ape. They churned the fog and kicked up a dust storm. Aside from these bull-like beasts, there were 7 more different kinds of beast herds. They were mixed together, forming a long line. It seemed like they were refusing to give up their pursuit of the black ape, even if it meant death. In the sky, there were some bird beasts that were chasing like crazy. Anyone who saw this would feel their scalp go numb. Even powerful cultivators would be shocked because there were simply too many beasts. There were obviously some rank 5 beasts mixed in that through spells at the black ape. However, the black ape was extremely flexible and had very thick skin. So it dodged many of the spells, and those that landed on its body didn't have much effect. This black ape was running on the ground. The rumbling sound was the sound of the black ape's footsteps. It moved very fast and created a powerful gust of wind as it ran. There was a mountain before it. As the ape ran, it mercilessly kicked off the ground, causing the earth to shatter. It directly jumped over the mountain and charged toward another mountain. In only a few breaths of time, it arrived at the top of the mountain. Several eagle-like beasts charged at the black ape. However, before they got close, they burst into a rain of blood as the black ape waved its arm. It seemed like no fierce beast could stop the black ape. It rampaged up the top of the mountain, and at the peak lay a nest. The black ape got close, then its hand directly smashed into the nest. There was a bang as the nest shattered into countless pieces, revealing a small patch of red grass growing there. The black ape's hand didn't stop. After destroying the nest, it directly grabbed the rock near the red grass and pulled it out. The black ape let out a roar filled with joy and then ran off into the distance. Those eagle-shaped beasts screamed, and no less than 1,000 eagle beasts merged into the crazed beast tide and chased the black ape. The black ape crushed the rock in its hand, revealing the red grass, and tossed it over its shoulder. Wang Lin, who was sitting on the shoulder, grabbed it. After taking a look, he put it inside his storage space. Wang Lin gently patted the black ape's body. The black ape immediately felt it and let out another, even more joyful roar. It seemed to move even faster. The earth shook. From afar, the black ape jumped up and down, kicking up dust everywhere. Behind it was the beast stampede that chased closely after the black ape. There were very few cultivators that dared to provoke the fierce beasts like this on a wild continent and stole herbs so arrogantly. The power of one beast might not be a threat, but once thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of beasts gathered, their combined power was enough to shock anyone. There were also cultivators from rank 5 sects watching from away. They stared at all of this like wooden chickens and were unable to utter a word. They were a group of 7 and were very cautious from the moment they arrived here, afraid of attracting too many beasts, so they naturally didn't get many herbs. When they saw how arrogant the black ape was, they were completely shocked. The black ape quickly ran, and with one jump, it crossed thousands of feet and arrived at another mountain. This mountain peak was like a sword and was extremely steep, but it was nothing to the black ape. After arriving at the mountain, the ape reached toward a bunch of mist flowers that were growing on the peak. It immediately took the flowers inside the fog. Just at this moment, a scream came from the sky. It was a rank 5 eagle beast that was almost 500 feet large charging at the ape. It was too fast, and in the blink of an eye, it was less than 1,000 feet away. Wang Lin's expression was neutral, as if he didn't even see it. The black ape's eyes narrowed as it grabbed the top of the mountain and swung its body over the top of the mountain. The stout right foot immediately kicked the black eagle. The black eagle let out a painful cry and blood sprayed everywhere. The black ape didn't continue to fight, but borrowed the force to leap into the distance. Even more fierce beasts started chasing it. Shi Luoxing was sitting in the lotus position in a dark valley. His face was pale and there was dried blood on the corner of his mouth. His black hair was scattered and he was in a sorry state. A ghost-like howl continued to echo and whistle through the area. It didn't take long for 4 figures to stagger in, and when they got within 30 feet of Shi Luoxing, one of them coughed out a mouthful of blood. "Teacher, 3rd brother died. We can't break out." These 5 were all youths, and their white robes were covered in blood marks. Shi Luoxing pondered. He didn't open his eyes, but sadness appeared on his face. He and his disciples were inside this valley that was filled with fog. Dead souls filled this fog, and outside the valley, There were 8 giant skulls floating there. Green lightning linked them together to form a formation. This formation was very intricate. It gathered the souls of those that died over the countless years on the wild continent. It then turned those souls into something tangible and used them to power this formation. These dead souls couldn't be refined into pills. Alchemy required the souls of living beasts. A dead soul was mostly just a sliver of resentment formed at the moment of death that refused to dissipate. There was an old woman sitting on top one of the 8 skulls. This old woman was a bag of bones and hideous like an angry ghost. If a mortal saw her, they would be frightened to death. She opened her eyes, and her gaze revealed an eerie intent. Fellow cultivator, sure, you only have 4 or your 19 disciples left. Why continue wasting their lives? If you hand that thing over, this old woman will leave immediately. A gloomy voice echoed throughout the valley and clearly entered the ears of these 5 people. The faces of the 4 youths were deathly pale as they silently looked at their master. Sure, Luoxing, it is not worth losing your life over some worldly possession. Although your cultivation level is high, you have been poisoned by my 5 poison sex poison. If you use your full power anytime soon, you will definitely die. Consider it carefully. Sure, Luoxing's face twitched as he slowly opened his eyes. They shined brightly, but there was a hint of bitterness on his face. He was the head disciple of the Clear Flow sect in the rank 6 region, and he was at the late stage of Nirvana Cleanser. After finding some clues, he secretly brought his disciples to the rank 3 region to search for something. He originally didn't think this clue was likely to be true, but he unexpectedly found that the clue was true and everything went smoothly. However, after finding the item, not only was his whereabouts exposed, but even the item he obtained became known. Afterward, he was besieged and lost countless disciples. He had even been affected by a strange poison and had to flee to this valley to expel the poison. However, before he could dispel the strange poison, he was caught by this old woman of the 5 poison sect. She had used her sex formation to trap him inside the valley. He had already sent a message to his sect in secret, but it would take some time for help from his sect to arrive. Fellow cultivator, sure, even if your Clear Flower sect sends people, it will be useless. According to what this old woman knows, within the rank 6 domain, aside from my 5 poison sect, the Mountain Peak Spirit sect, the Tao Spell sect, the Escape sect, and the Devil Collection sect all came and are after the things in your hand. The Jade of the rank 8 Heaven Breaking sect, and the legendary pill recipe of a Nirvana Void pill. Wang Lin had been on this wild continent for a while. Considering the matter at the Origin sect, he couldn't stay on this wild continent much longer. Although he wasn't afraid of the Purple Tao sect, if he wasn't there, the Origin sect would be wiped out with their present strength. If it was the past, Wang Lin wouldn't have cared, but since he had killed people of the Purple Tao sect, he was already involved in this matter. Moreover, that clever female cultivator, Lu Yanfei, had also respectfully gifted him an identity. Also, there was the clue of the extreme een that he needed to obtain from the people of the Purple Tao sect. Therefore, Wang Lin decided to act arrogantly for once and used the black ape he had just tamed to rush into nest of these fierce beasts to steal the herbs by force. He allowed the army of the beasts to follow them. It has to be said that Wang Lin didn't think the black ape would be able to steal so well. It even seemed a very used to this. This kind of proficiency obviously wasn't something learned overnight. After doing this for so long, it had become second nature. During these days, Wang Lin didn't even need to set a target. The ape was very familiar with this continent and moved like lightning. It would rush and take the herb and then run away without looking back. After each successful steal, the black ape couldn't help but let out a roar of excitement. It was as if it was very satisfied with its own behavior. What made Wang Lin smile wryly was that he vaguely felt like this black age was famous on this wild continent. It was very skilled at avoiding the beasts chasing it, as if it often did this. If these fierce beasts had only had their herbs stolen once, they wouldn't chase for several days without caring about exhaustion. There was a hint of madness and deep hatred in them. Wang Lin began to speculate that some of the herbs these fierce beasts were hiding didn't grow at the mountain peaks but in other places. Places that Wang Lin would need to spread out his divine sense to find. Otherwise, these places would be too difficult to discover with his eyes due to the fog. However, the black ape wasn't affected, as if it already knew where the herbs were hiding. It moved like lightning as it stole the herbs and left. It was as if the black ape had already been observing everything for a long time. During these days of looting, the black ape warmed up to Wang Lin. Sometimes it would look over its shoulder at Wang Lin as if it was looking at someone who was in the same trade. It was due to this finding that Wang Lin recalled the day he tamed the black ape. Even when he clearly revealed a stronger cultivation and injured the black ape, the ape wasn't willing to yield. Instead, its eyes were filled with hatred and unwillingness. It wasn't until the threat of death that it finally yielded. Presumably, this black ape that often stole others' herbs must have felt very complicated when it was robbed instead. However, there seems to be too many fierce beasts chasing us. Wang Lin sat on the back of the black ape and looked at the dust storm behind him. Angry roars constantly came from behind him and into his ears. He had already put the mosquito beasts in his storage space. The current situation wasn't suitable for the mosquito beasts to appear. There were simply too many fierce beasts chasing them, and many were beasts they didn't even steal from. The moment they saw the black ape, they joined the army pursuing the ape. From afar, it was impossible to see how many fierce beasts there were. You could only see a line of dust being kicked up, and the fierce beasts were determined to catch the black ape. The black ape turned a blind eye to all of this. As it ran, it would sometimes twist its body to avoid spells. There were a few occasions where it was pushed into a bad situation and it would roar repeatedly as if it was cursing. Wang Lin revealed a smile as his right hand reached at the void and opened his storage space. He took out a yellow talisman and placed it on the black ape's shoulder. In an instant, a yellow storm erupted around the black ape and it charged into the sky. The black ape's body trembled and its eyes filled with joy. Its speed suddenly increased, and it jumped into the air and landed before the beast army. However, it didn't immediately escape. It roared at the beast army. Then it rushed into the beast army, punching and kicking its way through before breaking out on the other side. The beasts all roared and became even more crazy. Seeing that the black ape was about to charge back in, Wang Lin frowned slightly and patted the black ape's shoulder. The black ape immediately stopped and began to run once more. Time slowly passed. Due to the black ape becoming faster, it became like a robber. It swept through every area that it knew had herbs and immediately left after taking them. The beast army behind Wang Lin gradually grew even larger. The earth trembled and the fog churned. After circling the wild continent, the black ape seemed unsatisfied. It charged toward the center of the continent with the beast army following it. Wang Lin calculated the time and didn't stop the black ape. During these days at the wild continent, Wang Lin gradually learned that there were fierce beasts of even higher rank inside. The black ape quickly rushed toward the center of the continent. There weren't many mountains here, and instead it was filled with valleys surrounded by hills. The valleys were mostly filled with fog, making it impossible to see inside, but there would usually be an eerie pressure coming from inside them. When the black ape charged into the valley, Wang Lin became serious. These valleys were too quiet with no roars of fierce beasts. Once the black ape entered, it was completely empty. It was as if all the fierce beasts here had disappeared. Wang Lin wasn't the only one puzzled. Even the black ape slowed down. It stared ahead and didn't know if it could continue. Wang Lin pondered a bit and the earth began to tremble. The beast army had rushed into the central part of the continent and charged at the black ape. Wang Lin raised his head and his eyes lit up as he pointed forward. The black ape immediately began to rush forward. Under Wang Lin's command, the black beast didn't move fast and the beast army gradually caught up. It looked like this beast army was charging into these valleys under the command of the black ape. Time quickly passed. As the black ape moved through the valley, the beast army also rushed in. Just at his moment, Wang Lin's eyes narrowed. He stood up and stared ahead. At the same time, a gloomy voice came from ahead. The 5 Poison Sect has a matter to attend to here. Irrelevant people quickly leave. Hey! The gloomy voice just had begun speaking when it turned into a cry. The voice obviously saw the endless army of fierce beasts that were chasing the black ape. At this moment, Wang Lin's divine sense also saw the 8 giant skulls outside the valley that were absorbing the dead souls and converting them into attacks. He also saw a withered old woman standing on one of the skulls. The old woman's pupils shrank. The fog here made it so she couldn't see very far and her divine sense was limited. However, the vibrations from the earth gradually grew stronger, and soon the endless beast wave entered the range of her divine sense. At this moment, she couldn't help but gasp. However, with her cultivation level, her intelligence was high. After seeing the black ape, she immediately realized that this large number of beasts was chasing the black ape and the white-haired cultivator on its shoulder. A hint of killing intent appeared in her eyes. She didn't believe this was a coincidence. Either it was the Clear Flower sect sending reinforcements or one of the other 6 sects had arrived early. They came so fast. The old man took a step forward and charged at the black ape. A poison mist began to spread out before her. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he immediately realized that he had accidentally entered a battle. These 8 skulls were obviously a formation to trap and kill a person or beast inside the valley. However, he didn't have time to explain. The old woman was too fast and the poison was already blowing this way, plus she had killing intent. Wang Lin jumped off the black ape and gave the black ape a command. The black ape silently changed directly forward at the 8 skulls around the valley. At the same time, Wang Lin's right hand formed a seal and pointed forward. Black wind immediately appeared and turned into black dragons that charged at the old woman. The old woman's cultivation level was the same as Song Wuda's, mid-stage nirvana cleaner. However, her poison cultivation made her very powerful and far stronger than Song Wuda. Seeing the black wind closing in, she immediately formed a seal and spat out 3 mouthfuls of air. The first breath turned into red fog that quickly spread out. It collided with the black wind and a heaven-shaking rumble occurred. The second breath turned into black water that sprayed out like rain. Penetrated the red fog and charged straight at Wang Lin. Every drop of black water contained a strange poison. If just one drop landed, it would be enough to decay his flesh into a pool of blood. The third breath flashed 7 colors before it turned into a statue more than 1,000 feet tall. Poison King, please appear. Poison Spirit Seal. The old woman was vicious and immediately used her most powerful spell. The Poison King statue's eyes lit up. Then light that seemed corporeal shot out of them and formed a black mark before the statue. The moment the seal appeared, it charged at Wang Lin. If it landed on his body, on top of his flesh turning into a pool of blood, even his origin soul would instantly die from the poison. The old woman was extremely vicious. In order to take the Jade and Nirvana Void Pill recipe for herself, she had used her strongest spell to kill Wang Lin. She was even worried Wang Lin would dodge her spells. So she waved her sleeve and a small snake appeared like lightning. This small snake was her life-linked beast and was completely black. There was a small crown that looked like a rooster's comb on its head, and the moment it appeared, a fishy smell filled the area. However, this old woman had underestimated Wang Lin's black wind. Now that Wang Lin had reached the Nirvana Cleanser stage, the power of Baifan's spells began to show their true nature. More importantly, after the fortune Qing Lin had given him, Wang Lin gained a deep level of understanding of Baifan's spells. When the 5 black dragons collided with the red fog the old woman spat out, a thunderous rumble echoed. The 5 dragons roared, quickly tore through the red fog, and condensed into one. These 5 black dragons quickly fused and a powerful aura appeared. It quickly turned into a black spear. This spear wasn't real and was transparent, but the aura from it was heaven-shaking. The spear charged out. It ignored the black rain and poison seal and closed in on the old woman. All of this happened in a flash. Almost at the moment the old woman spat out the 3 breaths and took out the small snake, the black spear was less than 100 feet from her. A powerful, cold wind caused the old woman's expression to change greatly. The wrinkles on her face were pushed in by the wind and her pupils shrank as he quickly retreated. She didn't have time to control the spells attacking Wang Lin, and her hands quickly formed a seal. Black scales appeared over her wrinkly skin. At this moment, she didn't look human, but more like a humanoid beast. Killing intent flashed through Wang Lin's eyes and he floated in the air. The first thing that arrived was the seal formed by the gaze of the statue. It moved very fast and closed in on Wang Lin's chest. There wasn't time to dodge, but Wang Lin didn't intend to retreat. This old woman's cultivation level was slightly higher than Wang Lin's and her spells were far more powerful than Song Wuda's. Her attacks were vicious, but Wang Lin had killed his fair share of Nirvana cleanser cultivators. The braver man wins on the narrow path. The moment the poison seal closed in, Wang Lin raised his right hand and pushed out. He was suddenly less than 7 inches from the poison seal. Just at this moment, Wang Lin's left hand pointed at the back of his right palm at a very fast speed. Every time he pointed, a thunderous roar would echo. All the origin energy within 10,000 feet was being controlled by a tyrannical method to gather into Wang Lin's fingertip and then go into his palm. Although this sounds slow, it only took an instant. The moment the poison closed in on Wang Lin's palm, an earth-shattering bang came from Wang Lin's palm and spread outwards. Under this impact, the black rain spat out by the old woman was no longer able to get close and was pushed away. It wasn't able to injure Wang Lin at all. This bang was louder than thunder and even began to echo as it spread across the continent. Even Wang Lin couldn't withstand this sound, and he couldn't help but take a few steps back. The poison seal trembled and countless cracks appeared on it before it shattered. The tyrannical origin energy from Wang Lin's palm pushed the shattered seal back, and it landed on the chest of the statue. A black handprint appeared on the chest of the statue and 2 cracks began to spread across the statue. Then the statue shattered into pieces. Just at the moment Wang Lin retreated a few steps. The small snake broke through the shockwave by force and charged at Wang Lin. It let out a hiss and spat out an extremely poisonous gas. Wang Lin's expression was gloomy as he reached at the void and opened his storage space. The silver female corpse walked out. Without the need for Wang Lin to give an order, the woman in silver rushed at the small snake. Wang Lin jumped over the woman in silver and the small snake and directly charged at the old woman. The old woman's expression changed greatly as she continued to run, trying to dodge the black spear. However, the black spear was locked onto her and moved faster and faster. It seemed like it was about to break the space here. After seeing Wang Lin walk out from her killing formation, her face became even more gloomy. She bit her tongue and was about to spit out more poison when killing intent flashed through Wang Lin's eyes and he pointed at her. "Stop!" Countless invisible threads suddenly appeared in the world and wrapped around her. The word "stop" caused her body to tremble violently. Green smoke came out from her mouth and she immediately began to scream. The mouthful of poisoned blood wasn't spat out and instead flowed down her throat. This blood contained poison that normally wouldn't harm her. However, it was interrupted just as she was about to use it and the stop spell had frozen her body. As she screamed, a large part of her body began to decay. Just at this moment, the black spear closed in and pierced through the old woman's chest. It didn't penetrate through her body but exploded. The old woman's screams suddenly stopped and her body collapsed into a pool of blood. Her weakened origin soul was about to escape when Wang Lin waved his sleeve and captured it. Although this battle was short, Wang Lin still felt lingering fear from how dangerous it was. This old woman's poison spells were enough to let her beat most people at the same cultivation level. Even people with higher cultivation levels would suffer from her poison if they weren't prepared. It was a very common thing for Wang Lin to kill people, but today's killing had happened for no reason. He didn't even know her, and if not for the fact that she tried to kill him, he wouldn't have killed her for no reason. The small snake that was battling the woman in silver suddenly trembled and became weaker after the old woman was caught. Soon, the woman in silver caught the snake. At this moment, the black ape had already bypassed the battlefield and entered the valley the 8 skulls were surrounding. The beast army charged into the valley. There were a ton of fierce beasts, and because the old woman was gone, the 8 skulls became unstable. The lightning connecting them all collapsed. Wang Lin looked at the black ape in the distance, and the black ape understood the order to keep running. The earth continued to vibrate as the beast army chased it through the valley. There were some fierce beasts that wanted to charge at Wang Lin, but after he waved his sleeve, all of them died. It didn't take long for all the fierce beasts to leave him and chase after the black ape. He could still see the dust storm being kicked up. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he stared at the 8 skulls that had become even more unstable, like they were going to collapse. Wang Lin took a closer look before moving next to one of the skulls and hitting it with his palm. The skull trembled and the ghostly light around it dissipated. It then shrank into a fist-sized gray skull and remained motionless. Wang Lin sealed the remaining 7 skulls the same way. These 8 skulls were clearly a set for a formation. Wang Lin didn't take them away, but sealed them, because he didn't know what was in the valley. His divine sense couldn't penetrate the fog. He cautiously entered the valley. It would only take a thought for the seal on the 8 skulls to dissipate and the siege from before to return. The valley wasn't very large. The first thing Wang Lin saw when he entered was a corpse. The corpse was rotting and he could only tell it was a male cultivator. There was a very unpleasant stench coming from the corpse. After frowning, Wang Lin walked forward and soon arrived at the center of the valley. His divine slowly spread out and he soon found a figure sitting there along with 4 corpses that had died from poison. "Thank you for saving me." A weak voice came from the person sitting there. Wang Lin's expression was calm as he slowly walked forward and clearly saw everything before him. The 4 corpses were all rotting. Their eyes were dark and there was a faint hint of confusion in them. The same foul smell was coming from their corpses as well. The person sitting there was a middle-aged man. His face was pale without any trace of blood, and there was a black line between his eyebrows. Even his origin soul was on the verge of death. It seemed the poison inside him had developed too far. This wasn't an ordinary poison, but an extremely powerful poison. Late-stage Nirvana cleanser. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. A poison strong enough to kill a late-stage Nirvana cleanser cultivator was a match for the 7th heaven poison. Did fellow cultivator also come for the jade and pill recipe? I don't know what sect you're from, but I believe these 2 items are something you must obtain. Even if I don't give them to you, I believe you have a way of opening my storage space. Forget it, I'll let you have these 2 items, but please kill me so I can stop suffering from this 1,000 purple worm. There was bitterness on the middle-aged man's face as he pleaded. Wang Lin silently pondered as he looked at the 4 corpses on the ground and then at the middle-aged man before nodding. These 4 people were my disciples. In order to protect me, they were infected by the poison of that old woman from the 5 poison sect and died. There was sadness in the middle-aged man's eyes. These 4 were the last of his disciples. If not for this incident, they would have eventually become leaders in the sect. I can't use origin energy with this poison in my body, so lend me a trace of origin energy to open my storage space. I'll take out the jade and pill recipe for you, then you can let me die a quick death. For the sake of worldly possessions, I ended up like this and even involved my disciples. The bitterness on the middle-aged man's face became even stronger. Wang Lin still didn't say a word as he raised his right hand and pushed forward. A strand of origin energy shot out toward the middle-aged man. When it got within 3 inches of the middle-aged man, the origin energy suddenly changed. The moment it changed, Wang Lin's origin energy was no longer gentle. It contained the force of a mountain as it smashed into the middle-aged man. However, just as it was about to land, the middle-aged man suddenly raised his head and his face turned ferocious. A destructive aura was about to erupt from his body. Wang Lin's expression was still cold. After he sent out the origin energy, he opened his storage space and the iron sword swept forward. A ray of sword energy shot forward and the middle-aged man that was about to explode trembled. Blood appeared on his neck and then sprayed everywhere. What died wasn't just his body, but also his weakened origin soul. His eyes were open as he stared at Wang Lin, and his head fell off and rolled on the ground. His dim gaze was still ferocious. His trick before his death was not smart, but it was alluring for people who were after the jade and pill recipe. However, Wang Lin didn't know anything about them. More importantly, after Wang Lin entered the valley, he saw the first corpse and then the 4 corpses after. On the surface, they all looked the same, like they had died from the poison in their bodies. However, there were actually some subtle differences. Wang Lin was always cautious, so although the differences were small, he still saw them. The first corpse had really died from the poison in his body. The other 4 were not like this. They were killed first and then the poison in their bodies activated. The positions of the 4 bodies made Wang Lin speculate. These 4 people were apparently killed by the middle-aged man for some reason. They could have been his disciple as he said, or they could have been the old woman's disciples. In short, Wang Lin didn't want to know the karma behind all of this. He just knew that the middle-aged man was lying when he said he couldn't use origin energy. There must have been a reason for a person that was about to die to lie. Wang Lin didn't hesitate to kill a person like this. You were going to die either way in just a few days. Looking at the middle-aged man who had lost his head, the body quickly began to fester and his clothes shattered. Jade and pill recipe. Wang Lin began to ponder. The old man was besieging this middle-aged man must have been after the jade and recipe. What kind of jade and pill recipe would cause 2 Nirvana cleanser cultivators to fight to the death? It even made a mid-stage Nirvana cleanser cultivator dare to try to kill a late-stage Nirvana cleanser cultivator. His original intent was to die from self-destruction, and then the opening of his storage space would dissipate. However, if one has a high enough cultivation level, it isn't difficult to take something out from the closed storage space. Also, from what he said just now, he obviously mistook me for a sect rather than just one person. Judging by this, the battle for the jade and recipe is a battle between sects. He said that his disciples were poisoned by the old poison woman of the 5 poison sect. The old woman I killed earlier must have been her. Also, that old poison woman immediately tried to kill me when I appeared. She must have determined I represented another sect. Most importantly, the old woman said something before attacking. Came so fast. Wang Lin suddenly looked up at the sky and his pupils shrank. Could it be that a large amount of cultivators from various sects are all coming here? If that's the case, then the value of the jade and pill recipe must be extremely high to cause a battle like this between sects. Wang Lin took a deep breath and his eyes shined. If 70% of my analyze is correct, then the middle-aged man must have been really concerned about the jade and pill recipe. Since he knew others could open his storage space, I fear he didn't place them inside it. Wang Lin looked around the valley before his gaze fell on the 4 corpses on the ground. His eyes narrowed. If I were him, what would I do if I encountered such a situation? Would I keep it in my storage space or hide it somewhere else? Wang Lin silently pondered and closed his eyes as he placed himself in the role of the middle-aged man. Shortly after, Wang Lin suddenly opened his eyes and his divine sense swept the corpses of the 4 disciples. But he found nothing. However, he wasn't willing to give up. A flame shot out of his left eye and surrounded the 4 corpses. The sound of fire crackling echoed in the valley. There was a powerful poison inside the corpses, and the fire gave off a ghostly glow. Soon they were burned to ashes. However, there was a jade and a palm-sized animal bone fragment within the ashes. Wang Lin's eyes revealed a hint of excitement as his hand reached out, and the jade and bone fragment flew into his hand. His divine sense checked the jade first, and his expression changed. Rank 8 heaven-breaking sect. Wang Lin took a deep breath before he calmed himself down and looked at the beast bone fragment. Even with Wang Lin's mental fortitude, he couldn't help but feel his heart rate increase. His eyes were filled with disbelief as he looked at the beast bone fragment in his hand. He couldn't say a word for a long time. Nirvana void pill. Although he didn't know what a nirvana void pill was, he knew the weight of the words nirvana and void to the powerful cultivators. In particular, there was one sentence in this pill recipe that rang a bell in his mind. He held the beast bone fragment tightly in his hand and a monstrous killing intent appeared in his eyes. At this moment, if anyone tried to rob this fragment from him, they would receive Wang Lin's crazed attack. The person who takes this pill will have 10% chance of turning law into source origin and reaching what us cultivators call the 3rd step. The person who takes this pill have 50% chance of passing a heaven's blight. The person who takes this pill will have an 80% chance to enter the sure realm. took a long time for Wang Lin to recover his composure. He quickly put the jade and beast bone away in his storage space. He didn't have time to think of the details, but he was extremely sure that these things were enough to cause a calamity in the cultivation world. Right now, the news of this pill recipe hadn't spread too far, but as the battle for it continued, it would eventually shock the entire Cloud Sea. Wang Lin hadn't felt his throat get dry in a long time. He licked his lips as he carefully erased all traces of him and took the corpses of the middle-aged man and another person. After he made sure he had left no clues, Wang Lin flew out from the valley. Just as he was about to take them away, Wang Lin hesitated and decisively pointed at one of the skulls. The skull immediately collapsed and the shattered fragments fell inside and outside the valley. Wang Lin's eyes flashed and thoughts raced through his mind as he took the remaining 7 skulls. Then, after pondering a bit, he took out the corpse of the disciple and placed it back in its original location. Then he carefully cleaned up the skull fragments that fell both inside and outside the valley before leaving one piece behind in a very secretive place. After doing all of this, Wang Lin took a deep breath and put the silver female corpse away. He then turned into a ray of light and chased after the black ape. I have the origin soul of the old woman. I must not let her die. As long as she doesn't die, no one will know that an outsider joined in on this matter. They will all think the old woman obtained the pill recipe and went into hiding to keep it for herself. After all, there is still a fragment of the skulls she used inside the valley. There's also the corpse of the disciple that died from her poison. Time was of the essences as cultivators of various sects were coming to the wild continent. Wang Lin didn't dare to stay for too long and could only achieve something like this. He wasn't in the mood to steal any more herbs and quickly moved forward. Then he disappeared using spatial bending. When he reappeared, he was next to the escaping black ape. The moment the black ape saw Wang Lin, it became excited and excitedly pointed at various mountain peaks. It was obviously telling Wang Lin there were herbs there. Wang Lin didn't pay any attention. He took the yellow talisman off the black ape and put the giant ape in his storage space. Then he charged off into the sky, broke through the fog, and placed the yellow talisman on his body. He was still dissatisfied with his speed, so he took out the beast's skin and put it on his body as well. As a result, Wang Lin's speed reached a peak as he pierced through the fog and left the wild continent. Even now, his heart was pounding as if he was in a dream. Everything that happened on this wild continent and what he obtained still felt unreal. After suppressing the excitement in his heart, Wang Lin clearly knew that if the information of the pill recipe was with him got out, then he would be subject to endless pursuit in the Cloud Sea star system. This would be the same even in the Alliance and All Heaven because this recipe was enough to make some cultivators go crazy. In particular, those old monsters who were always in closed-door cultivation and had reached the peak of the Nirvana Shatterer stage and preparing for their Heaven's Blight would do anything for this pill recipe. I must not let anyone know this thing is in my hands. Wang Lin quickly moved through the rank 5 region, and he didn't dare to spread out his divine sense. Wang Lin had a feeling that there were many cultivators rushing toward that wild continent in the rank 5 region right now. If they met him who was in a rush, they might suspect him. Although the suspicion wouldn't be big, once they saw what happened at the wild continent, they would recall anyone they found suspicious and focus on those people. The bigger the matter and more secrets you have to hide, the more calm you need to be. After charging out some distance, Wang Lin pulled out the giant black ape. He sat down on the shoulder of the giant black ape and ordered it to fly toward the continent of Emoluo where the origin sect was. This place was still a few days away from the continent of Emoluo, and despite his eagerness to leave, he remained calm as he sat on the giant black ape. He was like a true cultivator of the Cloud Sea. Several hours later, Wang Lin was already far from the wild continent. There were several other wild continents nearby, making it impossible for others to know which one Wang Lin had come from. Just at this moment, Wang Lin's calm pupils suddenly shrank but soon returned to normal. Rays of red light whistled through the star fog and got closer and closer. Noble Money may seem like a very vulgar name, but in the rank 6 region, it represented the word ruthless. As an elder of the Clear Flower sect, he had reached the early stage of Nirvana Shatterer. He had shocking spells, and due to his personality, if you provoked him and lacked a powerful cultivation level or sect, then the only result was death. More than 1,000 years ago, a small sect of the rank 6 region actually killed one of his disciples. He slaughtered his way into the sect and completely destroyed the sect with some of his friends, leaving behind a bloodbath. This battle made him famous, and every sect in the rank 6 region learned of his name. At this moment, his expression was gloomy as he sat on the head of a python with dragon-shaped head. As the spirit beast moved through the rank 5 region, disciples of the Clear Flower sect followed him. I didn't think that clue would be true. Every time Noble Money thought of his matter, his heart beat faster. Several months ago, his Clear Flower sect accidentally found some clue related to the legendary Nirvana Void Pill, and a jade that showed one how to become a core disciple of the Heaven-Breaking sect. As a native cultivator of the Cloud Sea, Noble Money obviously knew of the heaven-shaking event that occurred 18,000 years ago in the Cloud Sea. 18,000 years ago in the Cloud Sea, the Heaven-Breaking sect was a rank 8 sect ready to move into the mighty rank 9 region. 2 months before the move, they accidentally found a spatial crack, and it was filled with restrictions and danger. The Heaven-Breaking sect gathered large amounts of cultivators together to enter the crack, including elders that were at Heaven's Blight. They broke their way through and had countless casualties. In the end, they found a corpse in the depths of the spatial crack. There were 3 things next to the corpse: a pill, a broken sword, and a piece of beast bone. After obtaining the 3 items, the elders of the Heaven-Breaking sect went crazy and quickly left the spatial crack to return to the Heaven-Breaking sect. This was because their discovery was too incredible and could shock the entire Cloud Sea star system. It was possible for the Heaven-Breaking sect to take over supremacy from the rank 9 God sect. However, they had a traitor in their midst and the news got leaked out. What awaited them was the entire rank 8 region moving against them. Countless old monsters that rarely appeared all participated in this battle that made their eyes red. However, the Heaven-Breaking sect, which had the right to enter the rank 9 region, had the power to battle the entire rank 8 region. A bloodbath was created in the rank 8 region. The rank 7 region was affected and they also sent out cultivators, and the rank 6 region was also dragged in. Even the rank 5 region was affected, and a catastrophe that swept across the Cloud Sea began. This matter was extremely fierce. Even after 18,000 years, Noble Money would tremble when thinking about this. In the end, this caused the rank 9 region that almost never interfered to finally step in. This matter was a bit disadvantageous for the Heaven-Breaking sect, and at this moment the Heaven-Breaking sect split. A large amount of people in the Heaven-Breaking sect weren't willing to fight for these 3 items. They traded the pill and broken sword for their survival. They also maintained their original trajectory of moving to the rank 9 region. A small part of the Heaven-Breaking sect took the beast bone fragment and began a life and death battle with those that tried to steal them before disappearing into the long river of history. As for the beast bone with the pill recipe, it disappeared, and no one knew where it went. Some believed it was taken by the cultivators of the rank 9 region, and others believed that it was hidden among one of the rank 8 sects that fought against the Heaven-Breaking sect. In the end, this matter ended, and where the beast bone went remained a mystery. That was until 18,000 years later, when the Clear Flower sect found a clue. Whether this clue was true or false, it shocked the entire Clear Flower sect. They immediately locked down the information and even killed some of the disciples that knew of this matter. This matter was simply too shocking. If they were a bit careless, it would lead to the destruction of their sect. After all, the bloody lesson the Heaven-Breaking sect learned was enough to warn people. Compared to the Heaven-Breaking sect of the past, the Clear Flower sect was like an ant. They had no qualification to hold this beast bone fragment. Although they were greedy, they weren't intending on keeping it for themselves. They were hoping to find the beast bone fragment and then gift it to a powerful rank 8 sect in exchange for a large amount of benefits and long-term protection. They also hoped to use this to get help from the rank 8 sect to become the overlord of the rank 6 region. However, all of this would depend on whether this clue was true. If they only gave the clue to the rank 8 sect and it turned out to be false, then the Clear Flower sect couldn't afford the anger of the rank 8 sect. This was why they didn't dare to hand over a clue and went to check it themselves. However, if they wanted to check it, They would have to prevent any rumors from spreading so the other rank 6 sects wouldn't notice that something was wrong. Also, this clue led to a sect in the rank 3 region, so if a large amount of Clear Flower sect disciples moved, they would raise the suspicion of the other sects. This was the one thing the Clear Flower sect was worried about. In the end, they chose the dependable head disciple, Shi Luoxing, to take 19 disciples and secretly head to the rank 3 region. Shi Luoxing's cultivation level wasn't the highest in the rank 6 region, so him taking some disciples and leaving wouldn't cause too much attention. This was proven true when no unnecessary trouble occurred even after he reached the rank 3 region. However, Shi Luoxing didn't think that clue was true. He easily obtained the beast bone fragment and got a jade. However, just as he was on his way back to the Clear Flower sect, he was pursued by the 5 Poison sect. The other sects of the rank 6 region also learned of this matter. Shi Luoxing, you must hold on. Noble Money's origin energy was injected into the spirit beast below him. The spirit beast moved even faster as it pierced through layers of fog toward the wild continent. He was only leading the first batch of aid. Behind him, almost the entire Clear Flower sect had moved out. While they were rushing through the star fog, Noble Money's gaze narrowed as he saw a cultivator within the range of his divine sense. This cultivator was riding on a 1,000 feet black ape. Along the way here, this white-haired cultivator wasn't the first cultivator he had seen. However, this place wasn't far from the wild continent, so Noble Money couldn't help but pay attention. While he moved forward, his gaze was still locked onto the white-haired cultivator. Not only him, but the 10 or so Clear Flower sect disciples were all looking at the white-haired cultivator. These gazes seemed solid, and Wang Lin's face turned pale and revealed a shocking stare as he looked dumbfoundedly at the more than 10 rays of light. He stopped in the air as if he had forgotten how to fly. He knew that his cultivation was a bit strange and outsiders couldn't see through it right away, so it might cause some unnecessary suspicion. Thus, he kept his origin energy always active at the mid-stage of Nirvana Scryer. Noble Money withdrew his gaze. He was impatient to go to the wild continent. At first glance, he found nothing abnormal about this white-haired cultivator who was obviously shocked by their sudden appearance. According to the star map he had, there were several wild continents nearby. Looking at the white-haired cultivator's path, this person had obviously come from another wild continent. He longer paid any attention to Wang Lin. He then ordered his spirit beast to pass right by Wang Lin. The other disciples also withdrew their gazes as they passed by Wang Lin. Wang Lin was secretly relieved. He couldn't see through what sect they were from, but they were obviously cultivators from the rank 6 region. They were heading toward the wild continent. However, just at this moment, a ray of light broke through from the distance at an unimaginable speed. This light was bright, and Wang Lin clearly saw a jade inside. This was obviously someone sending a message, a jade. These spells were used within sects to transfer messages using jade that moved far faster than cultivators. They didn't have to worry about it being intercepted, because unless one knew the right seal, the jade would collapse immediately. In order to prevent any accidents, more than one jade was sent out at a time. This jade moved too fast and passed by Wang Lin in the blink of an eye. It landed in the hand of Noble Money, who hadn't gone far. Noble Money's expression changed. Then his left hand formed a seal, and he used a unique hand seal to check the jade. Once his divine sense entered the jade, his body trembled. This was a jade sent by the cultivators in the second wave. There was only one piece of information inside, and it stated that Shi Luoxing's life tablet had shattered. Shi Luoxing had died. Noble Money's expression became extremely gloomy, and he mercilessly squeezed the jade. Then his gaze suddenly fell on Wang Lin. He didn't suspect Wang Lin, but now Shi Luoxing was dead, and they didn't know who killed him. Whether it was the 5 Poison sect or any of the other rank 6 sects, they were all targets of suspicion. This matter was of great importance, and Noble Money would rather kill 1,000 innocent people than let one get away. Take him to the wild continent. Noble Money pointed at Wang Lin, and 8 of the disciples flew toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression changed. He stood up with respect but also just the right amount of panic. Fellow cultivators, what is the meaning of this? Don't make us act. Fellow cultivator. Quickly, follow us. Among the 8 disciples, 6 of them were at the corporeal yang stage and 2 of them were at early stage of nirvana scryer. If they met Wang Lin under normal circumstances, they wouldn't dare to do this. After all, Wang Lin had higher cultivation level than them. However, with Elder Noble Money here and this being a great matter for their sect, they all became hostile. He couldn't go back to the wild continent with these people. Due to the black ape, all the fierce beasts on that wild continent firmly remembered Wang Lin. If Wang Lin went back, the fierce beasts would be set off. The agitation from the wild beasts would be a dead giveaway to anyone who was already suspicious. This would explain that Wang Lin was coming from this wild continent. Adding Shi Luoxing's death, even if the rank 6 sect found out that he was killed by the old woman from the 5 poison sect, they would still cast great suspicion on Wang Lin. Once this suspicion appeared, they would search Wang Lin's storage space, and the tyrannical cultivators would directly search his soul. This would be a disaster for Wang Lin. His face was filled with an indignant expression. No one would find this suspicious. Anyone would feel indignant by this, but they'd still have to follow. However, just as the 8 core disciples closed in and Wang Lin ordered the black ape to move as if he was going to follow, killing intent flash in Wang Lin's eyes. He couldn't go back to the wild continent. Going back would mean death. Out of the 18 cultivators, the person leading was at the Nirvana Shatterer stage, but the highest cultivation level of the remaining 17 was only early stage Nirvana Cleanser. Once he attacked, he'd have to finish this in a short period of time. There were obviously more cultivators approaching, so he would have to finish in a short period of time. He also couldn't leave any survivors. Wang Lin raised his head and took a step forward as he waved his hand. Call the Wind appeared and turned into 5 dragons that charged at 5 of the surrounding people. At the same time, the black ape waved its arms and began its attack. Wang Lin moved like lightning and immediately arrived near the Nirvana Scryer cultivator. He was far faster than the Nirvana Scryer cultivator. The Nirvana Scryer cultivator's pupils shrank and he wanted to dodge. But soon his vision was covered by a finger. This finger quickly landed between the cultivator's eyebrows and left, leaving behind a bloody hole. The power of a Nirvana Cleanser cultivator rushed into the cultivator's body and crushed his origin soul. Wang Lin didn't pause at all and moved like water. After killing one, he charged into another one and pointed at that cultivator's body several times. Popping sounds came from that cultivator's body and blood sprayed everywhere. At this moment, the black dragons from Call the Wind had arrived on the 5 people. Those 5 were only at the corporeal yang stage, so they stood no chance against Baifan's spell. They weren't able to resist at all as the black dragons entered their bodies, and then their bodies exploded. Along with them, the 2 killed by Wang Lin also exploded. The last person was hit by the black ape's fierce strikes and a miserable scream echoed. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. It was unbelievably fast. The 8 of them exploded almost at the same time, dyeing the area around Wang Lin red. Noble Money, who was moving away, suddenly turned around and was filled with shock. However, this shock quickly changed to ferociousness as he charged at Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression was neutral but also bitter. His original body wasn't here, so unless he was forced to, why would he provoke a Nirvana Shatterer cultivator? However, he didn't have time to think as he had already killed 8 people. Wang Lin quickly stepped forward. He had to kill everyone beside the Nirvana Shatterer cultivator as soon as possible. Otherwise, if one of them escaped, Wang Lin would find it difficult to move even an inch in the Cloud Sea Star system. However, the remaining 9 people, along with the Nirvana Shatterer cultivator, immediately realized this and scattered. Noble Money charged forward and shot out a ray of black light to stop Wang Lin from moving forward. Coldness flashed in Wang Lin's eyes as his right hand formed a seal and slaughter energy strands rushed out from his body. They condensed into layers of defense and Wang Lin rushed forth. As he rushed out, he felt like he was colliding with the universe, and the slaughter energy strands around Wang Lin all collapsed. The spells of a Nirvana Shatterer cultivator couldn't be underestimated. All the slaughter energy immediately dissipated, and a powerful force rushed into Wang Lin's body, causing him to cough out a mouthful of blood. However, he charged out from the black light. As noble money closed in, he charged at the 9 people that were scattering. Flames appeared in his left eye, and as he waved his left hand, a sea of flames appeared. There were 3 people inside the sea of flames, and they immediately screamed and were burned to ashes. The remaining 6 turned pale and quickly retreated. Wang Lin's face was pale and he was about to give chase. However, just at this moment, noble money let out an angry roar and closed in. His right hand formed a seal and the black light turned into a black spear and closed in on Wang Lin. Seeing that the 6 people were about to scatter and noble money was closing in, Wang Lin's eyes became bloodshot. He knew that the cultivation level gap between him and noble money was too high. Once he stopped, he wouldn't be able to kill those 6 at all. The moment the spear closed in, Wang Lin opened his mouth and spat out the 18 Hell Celestial Sealing Stamp. The moment it appeared, it moved before his body and collided with the spear. With a bang, the Celestial Sealing Stamp smashed into Wang Lin, causing him to cough out blood. But it pushed him toward a person not far away. Wang Lin instantly waved his right hand and a ring of green light fell down on the cultivator's neck. The cultivator's pupils shrank as he lifted his hands and black light appeared to form a shield. However, as Wang Lin waved his hand, the black shield collapsed and both of the cultivator's arms exploded. Finally, the cultivator's head exploded and he died. There are 5 more. Wang Lin's right hand formed a seal and waved. Rain immediately appeared and the countless raindrops gathered 2 from 5 crystal swords that shot at the remaining 5 clear flower sect disciples. Just at this moment, noble money suddenly closed in. His right hand reached at the void and a storage space opened. A white whisk flew out, and noble money grabbed it and waved. A type of law suddenly appeared and turned into rays of white light above Wang Lin. These white lights rained down like swords and were simply too fast. Wang Lin suddenly looked up and flames flashed in his left eye. Then a suit of crimson-red armor appeared around him. Popping sounds echoed as those white lights landed on Wang Lin's body. His body trembled and he coughed out even more blood. His face became pale and his origin soul dimmed. A ray of white light pierced his right leg, causing it to become a bloody mess. If not for the armor, he would have died. At this moment, the swords formed by summon the rain pierced through the bodies of the 5 escaping disciples. As their miserable screams echoed, 4 of their bodies collapsed and their origin souls perished. However, one of them took out a jade and broke it at the moment of danger. He was able to protect his origin soul and then quickly escaped. How could Wang Lin allow this person to escape? His right hand reached at the void and his storage space opened. A ray of sword energy shot out. It was Su Ligua charging straight toward that origin soul. If you don't kill him, you can die. This was the first message Su Ligua heard after appearing. After hearing this, how would he not chase like crazy? There was a flash of silver light from the storage space and the silver female corpse appeared. She didn't help attack noble money but went after the life beast spirits that had just lost their owners. All of this happened in a few breaths of time. Killing all the cultivators here beside noble money was difficult even for Wang Lin. However, he couldn't relax, as this Nirvana Shatterer cultivator before him was the biggest danger he had to face. The reason he wanted to kill the other cultivators first, aside from not wanting them to escape, was so they couldn't interfere in this fight. If he wanted to kill this Nirvana Shatterer cultivator, he'd have to be completely focused without the slightest disturbance. Only then would he have a sliver of chance. If my original body was here, killing this person would be easier than now. As Wang Lin spoke, his right hand pointed at the 18 Hell Celestial Sealing Stamp. There was a flash of light and the soul fragments charged out of the 18 layers of hell. The most powerful souls inside were Master Void and the one formed by the fusion of the All-Seer's 2 avatars. They were Wang Lin's aces, and the moment they appeared, a cold energy surrounded the area. Noble Money's expression turned extremely ugly. He didn't think that this white-haired youth would use such strong spells and kill all the core disciples in just a short period of time. And when his spells landed, he actually wasn't able to kill this person. What shocked him even more were the dead souls summoned by this cultivator's spell. 2 of the souls had auras that even made him feel dread. This revealed just how heaven-shattering their cultivation levels were when they were still alive. Even though they were only souls and therefore their strength couldn't compare to when they were alive, they still shocked Noble Money. Wang Lin pointed and Master Void and the All-Seer's soul charged out. However, this wasn't enough to end this battle quickly. If this were to drag on and aid arrived, Wang Lin would without a doubt die. His eyes were bloodshot as his right hand reached at the void. When Master Void and the All-Seer charged out, he took out the iron sword. The moment the iron sword appeared, the stars trembled, and even the surrounding fog churned. It was as if a powerful force had appeared and was pushing the star fog back. Pseudo-Nirvana Void. Noble Money's eyes narrowed. If the death souls from before just shocked him, then the appearance of this iron sword left him in disbelief. Intense greed filled his eyes as he rushed forward and his Nirvana Shatterer cultivation erupted. A Nirvana Shatterer cultivator was far more powerful than a Nirvana Cleaner cultivator, so this was a bitter struggle for Wang Lin. Not only did he have to win, he had to do it quick. Holding the rusted iron sword, Wang Lin retreated as Noble Money charged in. Wang Lin pointed with his left hand and the soul of Master Void and the All-Seer charged out. These two battle souls were Wang Lin's most powerful aces aside from the little remaining source origin he had. Along with this iron sword, he was giving it his all. After all, this wasn't like back in Qing Lin's cave, where he had the original body to be able to withstand all the attacks. He also had endless ancient god power that allowed him to launch a heaven-shaking attack with just a punch back then. Now there was no opportunity to use Sundered Night, and the shield had shattered when saving Qing Lin, so he couldn't use Dream of Ancient Times that the 8-star ancient god had left behind. At this moment, with only his cultivator avatar, it would be very difficult for Wang Lin to kill this cultivator. In particular, right now his right leg was a bloody mess as the white light from Noble Money had pierced through it. There was also origin energy that contained some kind of law raging inside his body. If not for the ancient god leather armor around his origin soul, it would have already collapsed. Fortunately, Wang Lin's body wasn't ordinary. After being refined in the Vermilion Bird Divine Sect, it contained the laws of fire and thunder. As a result, he was able to only be injured rather than die under Noble Money's spell. Wang Lin had experienced many dangers in his life as a cultivator, so he naturally knew the danger of Nirvana Shatterer cultivators. Wang Lin didn't have too much time to think about the danger before him. He had to quickly end this battle and attempt to kill this Nirvana Shatterer cultivator. With a point of his left hand, Master Void and the All-Seer charged at Noble Money. Facing those two powerful souls, even Noble Money was extremely cautious. In his entire cultivation life, he had never seen a Nirvana Cleanser cultivator with spells that could threaten Nirvana Shatterer cultivators. The All-Seer's soul almost seemed to have gone crazy and rapidly formed seals to send out spells. These spells were often blurry and not real, but they directed the law of the world toward Noble Money. There was also Master Void's soul. Due to the fact that he had reached his first Heaven's Blight before death, he waved his sleeves and a thunderstorm appeared to counter Noble Money's spell. If Wang Lin wasn't worried about time, then he could use Master Void and the All-Seer to grind Noble Money to death. However, Wang Lin didn't have the time or the celestial origin energy to sustain these two powerful souls. Magic Arsenal had consumed most of his celestial origin energy. As Master Void and the All-Seer were fighting with Noble Money, Wang Lin lifted his right hand and stared at the iron sword. He mercilessly slashed down and an earth-shattering ray of sword energy appeared. It turned into the illusion of a giant sword and slashed down on Noble Money. This didn't end here. Wang Lin closed his eyes and gave up control of the iron sword, letting the sword move itself. The iron sword moved as if Wang Lin's hand was glued to it, and another slash was sent out. Rays of light formed an arc through the fog, and each light represented a ray of sword energy. Each ray of sword energy consumed a large amount of origin energy from Wang Lin's body. The sword energy intertwined and looked like a flower. From afar, the curved sword energy rays continued to appear until they formed a flower made of swords before Noble Money. In the blink of an eye, 13 sword strokes fell. Wang Lin was moving his arm with his eyes closed as the sword moved on its own. An unexpectedly shocking aura appeared from Wang Lin, as if everything in the world would be destroyed by this sword. All of this happened in an instant. Noble Money was being entangled by Master Void and the All-Seer. His hand kept forming seals and different spells shot out along with treasures, but his face was pale. Although he knew the Iron Sword was a Nirvana Void treasure, there was a difference in strength between Nirvana Void treasures. What he couldn't imagine was the power of the sword energy. At this moment, he obviously saw the sword energy around him, but he couldn't dodge. He let out a roar and tried to break free from the two souls holding him in place. However, just at this moment, Wang Lin opened his eyes. His face was pale as he pulled back the iron sword. He then chopped down 6 times in a row. There was a total of 19 strikes, and they took nearly 60% of Wang Lin's origin energy. Afterwards, he retreated. The illusion of 19 giant swords suddenly appeared around Noble Money. With Wang Lin's current strength, he could use more, but the consequences of using them were greater than Wang Lin expected, so he forcibly interrupted the iron sword. With his cultivation level, he could control the sword at 19 strikes, but after 19, he wouldn't be able to stop even if he wanted to. He would only be able to use it until he ran out of strength. Chop! Wang Lin shouted, and the 19 giant swords immediately fell. They linked into continuous sword strikes and charged straight at Noble Money. This was unimaginably fast. Noble Money wasn't able to resist the 19 slashes from the Nirvana Void Sword. A thunderous rumble echoed as the sword slashes penetrated Noble Money's body. His body trembled and was instantly split into 19 parts. Blood erupted everywhere. A miserable roar echoed at the same time as Noble Money's body collapsed. He was, after all, a Nirvana Shatterer cultivator, so his origin soul escaped out from his head. He took that whisk treasure and quickly escaped. He was filled with unimaginable fear. He even had a feeling that this white-haired cultivator knew of the matter about the heaven-breaking sect. It was likely sure Luoxing's death was related to this person. What sect is this person from to have such a powerful treasures? Could he be someone from the rank 8 region? Thinking about this, Noble Money was extremely shocked. His origin soul fled like crazy. He had to tell his sect about this. He also understood that the second wave of his sect would arrive soon, so he only needed to last a bit more. Wang Lin's face was pale. The moment Noble Money's origin soul escaped, a flame appeared in Wang Lin's left eye. A monstrous flame appeared around him, forming a sea of flames. If you looked closely, you would see that there were 9 layers of flames. 9 mysterious transformation. The moment the 9 layers of flame appeared, they rapidly contracted around Wang Lin. Wang Lin's body seemed to be burning as he took a step forward. His body disappeared with this step, and instead, a white vermilion bird several hundred feet wide appeared. This white vermilion bird was Wang Lin. With a wave of his wings, Wang Lin caught up to Noble Money with a trail of flames and smashed into Noble Money's origin soul. Noble Money's origin soul's pupils shrank and let out a scream. He felt death approaching, and at this moment it was too late to think. Madness filled his eyes as his hand moved and a destructive aura came from his origin soul. At this moment of danger, he chose to self-destruct his origin soul, but at his cultivation level, he could control his self-destruction. His arms suddenly exploded into a storm and closed on in the vermilion bird. The whisk treasure he was holding also exploded into countless white lines that charged at the vermilion bird. However, this wasn't able to stop the vermilion bird before it collided with Noble Money. Flames surrounded Noble Money's origin soul. Miserable screams echoed as Noble Money's origin soul weakened. He desperately retreated while covered in flames and quickly escaped. As he escaped, his hands formed seals and mysterious runes appeared around him. The soul of a giant python appeared before him. The moment it appeared, Noble Money inhaled, causing the soul of the giant python to shrink and collapse in an instant. After absorbing the soul of his life beast spirit, Noble Money escaped like crazy without looking back. The vermilion bird disappeared and Wang Lin appeared. His chest was a bloody mess and white bones were visible. He stared at the escaping noble money, and the killing intent in his eye became even stronger. All-seer's soul, merge with my divine sense. Wang Lin didn't use the stop spell, and instead formed a seal before pointing at the all-seer's soul. The soul's eyes flashed and turned into a ray of light that entered Wang Lin's body. Wang Lin's body trembled and his eyes suddenly became calm. This calmness made it seem like his gaze had seen through everything. Out of all the cultivators Wang Lin had met in his entire life, the all-seer was the only cultivator like this. After obtaining Qing Lin's fortune, Wang Lin gained enlightenment about by fan spells. After reaching the limit of magic arsenal, he could make the soul fuse with him. Ignoring the escaping noble money, Wang Lin slowly closed his eyes. At the same time, he lifted his left hand and pointed at distance. In an instant, a storm appeared in the distance, and the fog churned violently as yellow ripples spread. At the center of the ripples, a huge palm suddenly appeared with its forefinger raised and rest of the fingers forming a fist. Heavenly Fate Finger. Wang Lin used his own power and the all-seer's soul as a guide. The Heavenly Fate Finger descended on the Cloud Sea Star system. It moved with unimaginable momentum and speed toward the escaping noble money. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't dodge the finger that eventually landed on his body. As the Heavenly Fate Finger replaced everything before noble money, his soul finally collapsed into specks of light. The Heavenly Fate Finger disappeared along with him. The surroundings were completely silent. From when Wang Lin first attacked until now, only a very short period of time had passed. Wang Lin took everything away and charged off into the distance. If my original body was here, this battle wouldn't have been so difficult. The 3 trials and 7 calamities. I don't know if the original body can successfully pass it. Wang Lin's right hand covered his chest. At this moment, countless white threads moved within his chest, giving off bursts of pain. There was a flash of coldness in his eyes as Wang Lin changed directions and disappeared into the horizon. 5 days later, when the continent of Luo slowly appeared before his eyes, Wang Lin let out a breath of relief. He chose a direction after calculating where the cultivators would arrive from. He simply made a huge circle and was fortunate that he was able to successfully avoid any more conflicts. Wang Lin didn't know that shortly after he killed noble money, the death of Shi Luoxing was made known to the other sections. The space around that wild continent was immediately sealed tightly. The death of noble money shocked the Clear Flower sect. While sealing the area, they searched for the murderer like crazy, but by then Wang Lin was already far away. The cultivators from the rank 6 region naturally found the corpse in the valley Shi Luoxing was in, and they all targeted the 5 Poison sect. Facing the fierce gazes of all the sects, the 5 Poison sect couldn't even explain. An undercurrent began to move in the rank 5 region. After returning to the continent of Luo, Wang Lin turned into a ray of light and headed toward the origin sect. He knew that the rank 5 region was going to get chaotic. The rank 6 region cultivators would widen their search, and at that time, his identity in the origin sect would be very important. Wang Lin's return didn't cause too much attention in the origin sect. He instantly appeared in the southern courtyard. The moment he appeared, he saw Su Yun sitting outside the house and her startled expression. "You?" Su Yun was about to speak, but Wang Lin didn't pay attention to her and waved his sleeves. Large amounts of herbs appeared and soon formed a small mountain between them. "I'm returning your herbs." Wang Lin said one thing and then entered the house. Su Yun looked at the herbs before her and gasped. With her insight, she could tell that many of these herbs were difficult to obtain, and their value was far beyond the worth of the herbs Wang Lin had consumed. She was startled for a long time before finally recovering her senses and letting out a breath of relief. After Wang Lin left, she was scolded by her teacher daily and was very worried. Her teacher had said that if Senior Xianxia didn't return, then when the Purple Dao sect arrived, she would be the one who brought ruin to the sect. Wang Lin sat inside the house with a serious gaze and pointed at his chest with his right hand. His face was still pale and he began to cultivate. Soon, flashes of white lines started being forced out of his body. These white lines twisted and looked extremely ferocious. Wang Lin's right hand quickly grabbed the wild lines and dragged them out. Blood gushed out and dyed his clothes red. Staring at the white lines in his hand, coldness appeared in Wang Lin's eyes. He mercilessly squeezed them and they collapsed into dust. Wang Lin continued to cultivate and forced the white lines out of his body. He had spent all his time on the return journey on this, so there weren't many white lines remaining inside his body. On the third day after Wang Lin returned to the origin sect, he had forced all the white lines out. After crushing the last white line into dust, his eyes shined. His right hand reached at the void and his storage space appeared. The jade and the pill recipe on the beast bone flew out into his hand. Wang Lin took a deep breath. After obtaining them, he hadn't had any time to study them. Now that he could finally relax, he was about to study them. However, just at this moment, his eyes suddenly narrowed and he put the jade and beast bone away. In a flash, he disappeared and charged underground toward where his original body was. The trial. The ancient gods' 3 trials 7 calamities were like the cultivators' 5 heavens blights. It was a knife hanging above their heads. If they survived, their cultivation level would increase greatly, but if they failed, they'd die. The first trial had 2 calamities, and the second trial also had 2 calamities. The third trial has 3 calamities. The ancient gods' 3 trials 7 calamities were even more strange than cultivators' 5 heavens blights. According to Wang Lin's memories, the more powerful the ancient god, the later the trials and calamities would come. Although an ancient god would normally experience the first trial at 6 stars, some ancient gods experienced it at 7 stars. There was even a very small portion of ancient gods that faced their first trial at 8 stars. Wuxia was one of them. He encountered the first trial at 8 stars and easily passed it. It increased his power greatly, and although he wasn't able to reach 9 stars, he was at the peak of 8 stars. If it wasn't for attempting to break through to the legendary 9-star stage, he wouldn't have risked cultivating the flowing ink transformation divine technique. As for the third trial and the final 3 calamities, they were the highest trial an ancient god would face. As for what they were, Wuxia didn't know. Wuxia's memories didn't contain anything about encountering the first trial at 5 stars. Every time Wang Lin thought about this, he wryly smiled. The early arrival of his first trial was related to his incomplete ancient god body, and the fact that he had overused his ancient god power in the demon spirit land. All of this caused him to be the first ancient god to suffer the first trial at 5 stars. The trial that an 8-star ancient god had easily passed was like life and death for Wang Lin. One of the calamities of the first trial was the body calamity. Back in the Vermilion Bird Divine Sect, Wang Lin's lower half was all bones. Now, after arriving at the Cloud Sea star system, this intensified, and everything from his chest and below were bones. This was merely the beginning, the arrival of the first calamity. The body would continue to decay until there was no flesh and blood left. Then the first calamity would end and the second one would begin. If there were no changes, his original body would without a doubt die. Fortunately, Wang Lin had obtained Wuxia's heart blood, so he had a fighting chance. The original body was sitting deep underground under the origin sect. There wasn't a trace of flesh or blood. Only bones remained. There was a thin, blood-colored film wrapped around the bones. If you looked carefully, you would see a very tiny amount of blood moving between the film and bones. As Wang Lin's avatar closed in, his original body's eye sockets revealed ghostly lights, as if he was awakening. He silently looked at his original body and sat down to protect it. He also put all his focus into his original body to help it share the pain. Time slowly passed, and in the blink of an eye 3 days went by. In these 3 days, the original body's suffering intensified. The feeling of not having any flesh or blood but still retaining your sanity was enough to make people crazy. During these 3 days, the original body's size had expanded tenfold. At this moment, under the origin sect, there was a 100-foot-tall skeleton calmly laying there. There were flashes of blood light as the blood under the film flowed faster. After another 3 days, Wang Lin's skeleton finished expanding and reached over 3,000 feet tall. The small amount of blood was still flowing through the bones, all of which were bigger than a person. However, the blood flow slowed down until it eventually dissipated. This blood was Tusi's heart blood. During these days, the heart blood was being slowly absorbed by the original body's bones. When all the blood was absorbed, the first calamity ended. Just at this moment, the original body's eyes shined brightly, as if his gaze could pierce through the earth and see the blue sky above. At the same time, a wave of crackling sounds echoed underground. Bone calamity. This crackling sound came from his original body's right foot. It was as if a giant hand was slowly crushing his huge right foot bone. His bones shattered and turned into ashes. Under this unimaginable pain, the original body was trembling. However, this crackling sounds didn't stop. They got even more intense. It was like thunder echoing underground. Every crack was a bone on the original body collapsing. Wang Lin's avatar's face was pale. He clenched his teeth as he shared the unimaginable pain with the original body. The veins on his face were swollen and large drops of sweat fell. The bone calamity descended ruthlessly like this. With the ancient gods' powerful vitality, even with no flesh or blood left, they could recover as long as there was a trace of vitality remaining. The first trial was vitality. After the vitality was erased, the bone calamity would arrive and attempt to destroy the bones that could no longer recover without the vitality. Once all the bones were destroyed, the result would be death. If his original body died, his avatar would perish. If he wanted to pass the bone calamity, he would have to reawaken his vitality to fight it until his bones reformed. The newly formed bones would be several times stronger than before. Magic treasures wouldn't be able to damage them at all. Therefore, even though the pain was worse than death, he still endured. Both his avatar and original body endured. He endured the pain of his bones fracturing and collapsing. He had to wait until the moment all his bones shattered to get the biggest gains. If not, even if he resisted and was successful, only some of the bones be reformed and the rest would stay the same as before. If that happened, he would have wasted this chance. However, Wang Lin understood that the longer he resisted, the lower the success rate. As more bones collapsed, the difficulty increased. In truth, ignoring those who went through this at 8 stars, almost all 7-star ancient gods would choose to wait for all their bones to collapse before they resisted. This was also they could change this calamity into a great fortune. This idea was good, but it was rare that anyone actually lasted that long. Most of the time, when only a human fingernail-sized amount of bone remained, they couldn't help but begin to resist. As a result, that fingernail-sized bone would become the only flaw on the body of most ancient gods. Since 7-star ancient gods were like this, even fewer 6-star ancient gods were able to hold out until the last moment. The last moment was like the end of the path. There were countless steps forward if you succeeded, but if you took a step back, it meant death. Wang Lin's wasn't sure if he could last until the last moment. However, in order to reform his flesh and blood so he could become a true ancient god and not an incomplete one, Wang Lin decided to risk it all. My avatar is a heaven-defying cultivator. My original body is bloodline-defying. I, Wang Lin, spent my life cultivating the word defy. I defy the heavens, defy the calamity, and even defy fate. A mere calamity isn't enough to stop my defying path. Wang Lin's avatar and original body shined, revealing unyielding gazes. There was no shout or roar. Just that unyielding gaze was able to display Wang Lin's defying nature. It was invisible and heaven-shaking. Crackling sounds echoed loudly as his entire right leg had collapsed and even everything up to his knee on his left leg had turned to ashes. The sound of bones collapsing gradually transmitted to the surface. During this half a month, the entire continent of Emoluo could hear the thunderous rumbles coming from the ground. At first it was faint, but it grew louder and louder. Now even the earth was trembling slightly. The mortals on the continent were terrified as they didn't know what was happening. They could only kneel and pray for the gods to not be angry. The cultivators of the Origin sect put a huge importance on this matter. They sent out almost the whole sect to investigate. These noises sounded like a roars, and every time it fell in their ears, they couldn't help but be shaken. Li Xiangdong and Lu Yanfei, along with the other 2 elders, floated in the air and looked at the earth. Due to their cultivation levels, they clearly felt where the roars were coming from. Li Xiangdong wanted to go down to check, but he was stopped by Lu Yanfei. However, now the roars were even more intense, almost heaven-shaking. If this was it, it wouldn't be an issue, but all the origin energy on the continent began to stir, as if there was an invisible vortex sucking in origin energy from all directions. What terrified the four of them even more was that a large amount of origin energy was gathering outside the continent. Although this origin energy was outside, once it rushed in, the barrier around the continent would collapse instantly. Thinking about the consequences of this, the four of them would feel their scalps tingle. What shocked them even more were the fierce beasts that appeared in the fog outside the continent. For some reason, large amounts of fierce beasts were lured to the continent of Mo. They all stared fiercely at the continent, but they also showed hesitation. They were going to charge in several times but were held off. It was as if there were something really attractive here for the fierce beasts, but rationality made them not dare to move. This resulted in hesitation. There were rank 5 and even rank 6 beasts among them. What terrified Li Xiangdong even more was that he even saw a rank 7 beast. A rank 7 beast was enough to battle a mid-stage Nirvana cleanser cultivator. Junior Sister Lu, I don't know why you stopped the three of us, but today we must go check. We must know exactly what is happening that is causing this unexpected surge in origin energy and attracting all the fierce beasts that hide in the star fog. Li Xiangdong thought of the rank 7 beast and his mind trembled. He stared at Lu Yanfei with a very serious expression. The other two elders also silently looked at Lu Yanfei. Lu Yanfei bit her lower lip and silently nodded. One of the two elders worriedly said, "If it was only rank 7 beast, it would be fine. I just fear that if this continues, a rank 8 beast that could fight a peak Nirvana cleanser cultivator might appear. And what if rank 9 beasts that are no different from Nirvana Shatterer cultivators are attracted? By then, my continent of Mo will be plunged into chaos." Li Xiangdong pondered a bit and slowly said, "I don't think so. After all, this continent is located near the edge of the rank 4 region, so there shouldn't be any powerful monsters around." "I hope so." The old man shook his head and revealed a bitter face before looking at Lu Yanfei. Even now, the three of them didn't know why Li Yanfei had stopped them from checking. Lu Yanfei didn't explain. She turned into a ray of light and charged down. The three of them looked at each other and silently followed Lu Yanfei. When they got near the ground, there was a flash of light and they penetrated the ground. Underground, the four of them slowed down as the roars became even more clear. Due to being closer to the sound, not only did their minds tremble, their bodies trembled as well. Terrifying fluctuations came from the depths, causing them to feel pressure in their souls. It was as if there was a terrifying existence that could shock the world, and before it, the three of them were merely ants. This clear feeling immediately caused them to stop and their expressions to become serious. Only Lu Yanfei's eyes lit up and bit her lower lip, but no one knew what she was thinking. What the hell is it? To give off such pressure? These fluctuations shouldn't be a treasure. The three of them were extremely cautious. After hesitating for a bit, Li Xiangdong clenched his teeth and led the way. He wanted to see what exactly was down there. The deeper they went, the greater the pressure became. The roars became even more deafening, causing them to tremble. This pressure made them feel like they were facing the end of the world. The four moved slower and slower, and the pressure coming from underground contained a hint of madness. The moment the four of them felt it, they immediately trembled. "I suggest we leave immediately." Lu Yanfei had been silent the whole way, and this was the first time she had sent out a message. The remaining three silently thought for a moment before Li Xiangdong's eyes lit up, and he said, "I refuse to leave without knowing what is down below." With that, he immediately charged deeper. The two elders hesitated for a bit before following him. Lu Yanfei let out a sigh and also followed. As the four of them went deeper, the source of the sound became closer. At this moment, the roar was already far stronger than thunder. From their current position, they could hear the original sound, a heaven-shaking, crackling sound. This noise was like the sound of bones breaking. This caused them to feel all the bones in their bodies tingle. However, just as the four closed in and were about to enter the source, a crazed divine sense swept by. "Leave this place." This divine sense was very powerful and smashed into them like a storm. Li Xiangdong was the closest and was directly knocked back by the storm. His body trembled and he coughed out blood as popping sounds echoed in his body. He retreated without hesitation and monstrous fear filled his eyes. Not only him, but even the two elders' bodies trembled as they coughed out blood and immediately retreated. Their minds trembled and fear and terror appeared in their eyes. Even Lu Yanfei's body trembled as blood came out of the corner of her mouth. However, her eyes became even brighter as this voice confirmed the speculation in her heart. Which senior is cultivating here? Junior is the origin sex Li. Li Xiangdong clasped his hands while retreating and tried to speak. Scram! The divine sense spread out again, but it was several times stronger and crazier than before. This divine sense formed a storm that caused the continent of Mo Luo to tremble. A crazed power came from the depths and charged toward the four of them. Li Xiangdong's body trembled and he coughed out even more blood. Under the impact of this power, they were forced back in a straight line as if there was an unimaginable force pushing them. The ground trembled before they were thrown out from underground. Just as he broke through the surface and floated in the air, there was another roar. The two elders were thrown out from underground, both coughing out blood. They were in an extremely sorry state, and Lu Yanfei was the same. The four of them stood in the air, their eyes filled with terror. Their hearts trembled as they looked at each other. Lu Yanfei took a deep breath as she wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and slowly said, "I already told you all not to go." Fortunately, although Grand Uncle Master was angry, he didn't hurt us much. Grand Uncle Master? The three of them were pale, and that crazed divine sense was imprinted in their minds. Just thinking about it frightened them, but Lu Yanfei's words startled them. Lu Yanfei pondered for a moment and softly said, "Grand Uncle Master Lu Zhihao. You all should have heard of him." Ignoring the four of them for now, deep underground, Wang Lin's 3,000-foot-tall body had almost all of its bones shattered, leaving behind bone ashes in the shape of a person. There were still thunderous roars coming from it. Even a majority of the skull had shattered, and it was still collapsing. This kind of pain was indescribable and was burning the minds of both the original body and the avatar. Just at this moment, crackling sounds came from the remaining half-skull, and it collapsed even more. It continued to collapse, and the bone ashes scattered. The skull continued to shrink until it was only the size of a human palm. This small piece of bone was really insignificant to a 3,000-foot ancient god. But Wang Lin still endured despite the fact that this suffering was enough to make him go mad. The rumbling continued. The palm-sized bone began to disintegrate and became smaller and smaller. It was only the size of a fingernail, but due to the aftermath of the collapse, it completely dissipated. Time seemed to stop and the world seemed to no longer function. The broken bones turned to ashes and began to dissipate. At this moment, Wang Lin's avatar suddenly opened his eyes and raised his right hand. "Stop!" With one word, the avatar's body immediately trembled. Rumbling sounds came from his body as he coughed out blood and was knocked back. At the same time, the dissipating ashes paused for a moment. Shortly after, the aura of an ancient god spread out like crazy. The origin energy outside the continent of Mo Luo rushed in and closed in on this place. A silent roar that could penetrate the soul echoed underground. It rushed out and echoed within the ears of every mortal, cultivator, and creature on the continent. This roar contained the defying will. Wang Lin's avatar suffered serious injuries from the backlash of using the stop spell to win a chance for the original body to survive. The dissipating ashes began to condense at an unimaginable speed and formed a fingernail-sized piece of bone. During the recondensing processes, the origin energy of the continent mixed in with the bone. The reformed bone was far stronger than this original body's original bones. This fingernail-sized bone continued to grow until it was 7 inches long. This 7-inch bone took a good chunk of origin energy stored on the continent of Luo. The bone was still growing and soon formed a curved skull about 5 feet large. On the bone, there was a burst of black light, and that black light was the bone calamity that was crushing the ancient god's bones. The bone calamity was constantly destroying the bones while the original body kept reforming them. This cycle continued until the bones of the original body reached a peak. Bursts of silent roars echoed as the 5-foot skull began to grow. Eventually, all the origin energy on the continent of Luo was absorbed, leaving nothing behind. At this moment, Wang Lin's skull had completely reformed. Red light shined out from his eye sockets, revealing an unyielding will. I'm an ancient god that dares to fight the heavens. A mere bone calamity can't destroy me. The red light from the original body's eyes was bright and his neck began to form. At the same time, the origin energy gathered outside the continent of Luo rushed in toward the protective barrier. The protective barrier collapsed like paper. The moment it collapsed, the powerful origin energy entered. It turned into a storm and rushed at the origin sect. All the cultivators in the origin sect had already evacuated. They were staring at the storm of origin energy rushing underground. The collapse of the barrier and the surge of origin energy caused the fierce beasts outside to enter. However, before they could spread out, they were pulled into the origin sect by this suction force. The sky was shrouded by the fog, and the fog flowed like a river into the ground. Those fierce beasts outside seemed to be frightened. All of them retreated and didn't dare to close in. Large amounts of origin energy and fog were quickly absorbed by Wang Lin. The rumbling continued as Wang Lin's bones reformed at an incredible speed. His bones recondensed while confronting the bone calamity. Not only had his skull and neck reappeared, Wang Lin's entire upper body had reformed. Although the bone calamity was strong, it was forced to retreat from Wang Lin's defying will and desperate struggle. It wasn't able to stop the bones from regenerating at all. All the origin energy and star fog within 50 kilometers of the continent of Luo were pulled in. From afar, it looked like a giant vortex had formed, and the origin sect was the center of the vortex. Even further away, a giant, lion-shaped beast covered in thorns moved toward the continent of Luo with a greedy gaze. None of the fierce beasts dared to approach it when the aura of a rank 8 beast spread out. All the origin energy within 50 kilometers was rushing in, but it still wasn't enough. Wang Lin's upper body had reformed and his lower half was still reforming. The origin energy continued to surge in, being pulled from the surrounding 500-kilometer area. This giant vortex stirred all the origin energy and star fog in the area, but its expansion didn't stop. After all, compared to the continent of Luo, 500 kilometers was truly insignificant. 1,500 kilometer, 2,500 kilometers, 5,000 kilometers, 15,000 kilometers, 50,000 kilometers, 150,000 kilometers, 500,000 kilometers. The fog and origin energy within 500,000 kilometers of the continent of Luo went crazy and rushed into the continent. Very few people in the Cloud Sea knew where the star fog came from. It was as if the star fog had always been here. If one looked back, one would find that before the celestial realm collapsed and the ancient celestial realm was still there, this fog existed as well. What exactly the star fog was a difficult question for the cultivators in the Cloud Sea to explain. They only knew that it was because of this star fog that the Cloud Sea was filled with fierce beasts. Wang Lin didn't know what the star fog was. But as the fog merged into his reforming bones, he had a strange feeling. However, he wasn't able to figure out why. As the origin energy from within 500,000 kilometers of the continent of Luo rushed in, Wang Lin's legs began to reform. The explosive growth speed was stronger than the bone calamity, and a moment later his left leg formed. His right leg soon reformed as well. After all the bones in his body had reformed, the bone calamity disappeared. However, the calamity wasn't over yet. After his bones were restored, tendons began appearing and flesh reformed around his bones. However, the moment this flesh reappeared, it immediately collapsed. The flesh calamity arrived and thus achieved the goal of grinding away his vitality. Wang Lin had already prepared for this phenomenon. The moment the flesh calamity appeared, the avatar wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and opened up his storage space. Fist-sized blood crystals he had gotten from the land of the ancient god flew out. He had used some of them to help the original body could keep a trace of vitality, and he was going to use the rest here. At this moment, these blood crystals flew out and fell on Wang Lin's bones. The moment they landed, they invaded his bones. The moment Wang Lin took out the blood crystals, all of the retreating fierce beasts stopped, looked at the continent, and began to roar. There was a hint of madness in their eyes, as if the blood crystals were the best nourishment for them. As long as they caught a scent, they were willing to do anything for it. As the roars continued, these fierce beasts immediately changed direction and charged at the continent of Luo. There were rank 5, 6, and 7 beasts among them. They all seemed to have gone crazy as they rushed down. The Origin sect cultivators were shocked by these events. They were awakened by the fierce beasts rushing down. After Wang Lin's original body had absorbed the blood crystals, lines of blood ape-paired over the bones. As the Origin energy and star fog surged in, flesh began to form along the lines of blood. At this moment, the roars of the fierce beasts entered the ground. Killing intent appeared in the eyes of the avatar, and the original body's eyes also gave off a ghostly glow. Crackling sounds echoed as the original body shrank from 3,000 feet to the size of a normal person. The avatar charged out and fused with the original body once more. After fusing with his original body, Wang Lin looked up and rushed out. Popping sounds echoed as he charged out from underground. The moment he charged out from underground, all of the fierce beasts rushed at him like crazy. Coldness flashed across Wang Lin's eyes as he appeared before an octopus-like beast and threw a punch with his right hand. With a bang, the fierce beast's body trembled and blood sprayed out everywhere, created a mist of blood. Even its soul had shattered, but an invisible energy appeared and entered Wang Lin's body. This invisible energy was the fierce beast's vitality and the thing Wang Lin needed the most. He clearly felt that his original body started reforming a bit faster when that vitality entered his body. Wang Lin quickly rushed to the side of another beast and punched. He almost left behind afterimages as he moved around punching. He caused blood to rain down on the continent of Luo. Those fierce beasts wanted to devour the blood crystals Wang Lin had absorbed, but before they could succeed, they all exploded one by one. A thunderous rumble echoed across the sky. Wang Lin took one step and appeared next to a giant python. As it opened its mouth to devour Wang Lin's fist landed on its mouth. Popping sounds echoed. Then the vitality of the python entered Wang Lin's body and its mouth exploded. In a short period of time, more than 100 fierce beasts died. After absorbing their vitality, Wang Lin felt an extremely comfortable feeling in his body. His eyes lit up and he rushed out once more. The fierce beasts exploded one by one. When the surrounding cultivators that were hiding saw this, they were completely shocked. This was especially true for Li Xiangdong and company. Lu Yanfei was slightly better as she was somewhat prepared. However, Li Xiangdong stared dumbfoundedly at all of this, and the 2 elders beside him gasped. Grand Uncle Master, he is Grand Uncle Master. That was a rank 6 beast, but it was killed by one punch spell from Grand Uncle Master. Just at this moment, the roar of a beast came from the distance. At the edge of the horizon, a 2,000 feet tall lion-shaped beast that was covered in thorns rushed over. The moment it appeared, all the surrounding fierce beasts scattered as if they weren't willing to get close to it. Rank 8 sword lion beast. Li Xiangdong's pupils contracted and the 2 elders beside him exclaimed. Even Lu Yanfei sucked in a deep breath and revealed a nervous expression. Wang Lin suddenly raised his head, and his eyes shined. Before the eyes of every cultivator, he charged like a meteor into the sky toward the mighty rank 8 fierce beast. He moved faster than lightning. When he got close to the lion, Wang Lin mercilessly kicked with his left foot. A heaven-shaking roar echoed as the mighty beast's body trembled and exploded into a mist of blood. A large amount of vitality entered Wang Lin's body. He was like a god standing there, enjoying the large amount of vitality from the rank 8 beast. The surroundings suddenly became silent, and the greed from the surrounding fierce beasts disappeared and was replaced with fear. All the cultivators stared at this scene, almost unable to believe their own eyes. Rank 8. Li Xiangdong was startled and his mind was blank. The two elders behind him were also in a daze. They were completely shocked. Just one kick was able to kill a rank 8 beast. Although a rank 8 beast could battle a peak Nirvana cleanser cultivator, it couldn't use treasures. It could only use the law it understood as spells. However, it was still a rank 8 beast. Even in the Cloud Sea, a cultivator that could instantly kill a rank 8 beast was strong enough to be among the powerful. Li Xiangdong and company stared dumbfoundedly at all of this. They felt like this grand uncle master they had never seen before was filled with mystery and majesty. Even though they had doubts about Wang Lin's identity, they chose to ignore it without any hesitation. With this powerful cultivator in my origin sect, it will only be a matter of time before my origin sect dominates the rank 5 region. Li Xiangdong and the two elders looked at each other with high spirits. If they knew that Wang Lin had killed a Nirvana Shatter cultivator from the rank 6 region, they would be even more shocked. When the fierce beasts saw Wang Lin's might, all the greed in their eyes disappeared and was replaced with fear. They immediately began to escape and were about to leave the range of the continent of Mo. Wang Lin didn't care about what the surrounding cultivators thought. He continued to absorb the vitality of the rank 8 beast to resist the flesh calamity. After several breaths of time, Wang Lin's eyes lit up and looked at the retreating fierce beasts. He moved forward like a harvester of life and instantly closed in on one of the escaping fierce beasts. He directly punched the beast, creating a rain of blood and vitality. Flashes of light filled the sky as Wang Lin moved like lightning across the sky. Every time there was a flash, a fierce beast would collapse. In an instant, Wang Lin chased them outside the continent of Mo. The flashes of light continued and screams echoed across the starry sky. What awaited all the fierce beasts that were lured over by the blood crystals was a massacre. This massacre lasted for about 7 minutes before it gradually ended. Finally, there were no more fierce beasts within 5,000 kilometers of the continent of Mo. Those few that escaped held a terrifying memory they could never forget. There was a cultivator on the continent of Mo that was like a god. The protective barrier around the continent of Mo was repaired, and everything seemed to have returned to normal as if nothing had changed. However, the shock all the cultivators of the origin sect experienced was still there. At this moment, outside the southern courtyard, Li Xiangdong, Lu Yanfei, and the other two elders stood there. Although they had been there for a long time, they weren't impatient at all. All the cultivators in the southern courtyard were relocated to the other 3 courtyards. Aside from Su Yun, who was next to Lu Yanfei, there were no other disciples remaining. These herbs were all brought back by Grand Uncle Master. Li Xiangdong's gaze fell on the herbs in the courtyard. After seeing Su Yun nod, his expression became excited. At this moment, deep underground below the courtyard, Wang Lin sat there with his original body sitting on the opposite side, silently cultivating. His original body had mostly recovered aside from pieces of flesh that were still growing while resisting the last of the first trial. Time slowly passed. After 3 days, light flashed on Wang Lin's chest and the flesh calamity disappeared. He had successfully passed the first trial and 2 calamities of the 3 trials 7 calamities. The original body slowly opened his eyes, revealing a bright light. An invisible aura spread out. His skin was even more coarse, and his bones were even stronger. At this moment, the original body had become a true ancient god. It was no longer incomplete like before. After devouring endless origin energy and the mysterious fog, the cultivation level of the original body had increased greatly. Another star appeared next to the 5 stars on his forehead. Although this star was a bit blurry and not fully formed, it made Wang Lin ecstatic. Ancient gods were not like cultivators. Each star was simply too difficult to obtain. In the past 1,000 years, Wang Lin went through many hardships and took countless risks to finally be able to make his ancient god body reach 5 stars. Although the 6th star was still blurry, it could use far more strength than before. More importantly, once an ancient god reached 6 stars, they would be able to produce their own moongazer serpent. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Wang Lin left his original body in the depths of the continent to continue absorbing origin energy and begin forming his moongazer serpent. Wang Lin left the underground and appeared in the house in the courtyard. He let out a deep breath, and his mood was very pleasant. This original body passing the trial would increase his strength in the Cloud Sea greatly. With his avatar and original body combined, killing an early-stage Nirvana Shatterer cultivator wouldn't be as difficult as before. However, the gap between early, mid, late, and peak Nirvana Shatterer is great. I don't know if I can stand up to mid-stage Nirvana Shatterer cultivators with my original body and avatar fused. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as he pushed open the door and walked out. The moment Wang Lin appeared, a gentle breeze blew on his face, and it felt very comfortable. The barrier was activated once more, so the sky was blue and white clouds could be seen. Looking at the herbs in the courtyard, Wang Lin made a decision. He would take some time to increase his cultivation level using the unique alchemy of the Cloud Sea. While pondering, Wang Lin's gaze fell on the 5 people outside, and he slowly said, "You all can come in." His voice was calm, but it contained a trace of majesty. The moment it fell in the ears of the 5 people outside, they all took deep breaths. They were tense but filled with respect as they walked inside. Su Yun was even more nervous as she followed inside after Lu Yanfei. The moment Li Xiangdong and company entered, they respectfully said, "Disciple greets Grand Uncle Master. I didn't know Grand Uncle Master had returned, and we neglected to greet Grand Uncle Master. Please punish us." After a brief conversation, everyone left. Su Yun could no longer live here and returned to the southern pavilion with Lu Yanfei. The entire southern courtyard was now a restricted area that no disciples were allowed to enter. At the same time, under Wang Lin's order, large amounts of high-quality pills and pill recipes were sent to him. However, none of these pills could catch Wang Lin's eye. After observing them, he only kept the recipes and had people take the pills away. While Wang Lin was studying alchemy, a mad search due to Shi Luoxing's death began far away from the continent of Mo Luo. The cultivators of the various rank 6 sects sent out cultivators to check the continents. Some even went to the regions below rank 5. As the rank 6 region began to move, the news of the jade and recipe began to spread. This alarmed the rank 7 region and even caught the attention of the rank 8 region. Rays of lights flew out from the rank 7 and 8 regions toward the sealed wild continent in the rank 5 region. The star fog in the depths of the Cloud Sea was extremely dense. So much so that even a Nirvana Shatterer cultivator could only spread their divine sense out 500 feet. Rushing into the star fog without preparation was like going in blind, and it was very easy to get lost. The most powerful fierce beasts lived here. Some even used spells to make their bodies one with the fog to comprehend law. If no cultivator provoked them, they wouldn't take the initiative to attack. Compared to them, the few cultivation planets in the star fog were like outsiders, completely insignificant. However, the power contained within these few cultivation planets was heaven-shaking. Even these powerful beasts dreaded them and wouldn't dare to approach them. This was the rank 9 region of the Cloud Sea. There were 7 cultivation planets arranged in the Big Dipper Formation at the edge of the rank 9 region. This created a layer of protection around them, making it so there was no difference between them. At this moment on the first planet of the formation, under millions of layers of protection, there was a prairie, and on that prairie stood a towering building. This building was a statue of a cultivator pointing at the sky, seeming to be cursing at it. A difficult-to-describe sense of majesty enveloped the area. The prairie was completely silent, and only a few small spirit beasts would sometimes appear. They played around and quickly moved off into the distance. After a long time, a ray of light closed in from the horizon. There was a woman inside the ray of light. She was beautiful, but she had a strange hair color. She had a head of blue hair. In the entire Cloud Sea, only one person had that hair. That was the rank 9 heaven-breaking sex Li Qianmei. She began cultivating at age 5, reached the foundation establishment stage at age 7, core formation at age 19, nascent soul at age 26, soul formation at age 37, soul transformation at age 45, and ascendant at age 61. After 100 years of cultivating, she was at the peak of the illusory Yin stage. Then the entire heaven-breaking sect poured their effort into cultivating her. After more than 400 years, she reached peak of the Nirvana Scryer stage. Then, 300 years later, she became a mid-stage Nirvana cleanser cultivator. After 500 years of training outside, she became the youngest Nirvana shatterer cultivator in the heaven-breaking sect. To this day, she had cultivated for more than 1,300 years and had reached the late stage of Nirvana shatterer. In the Cloud Sea, the name Li Qianmei was a legend. Disciple Li Qianmei greets ancestor. The light disappeared, revealing a beautiful woman inside. Sima Mo's jade has appeared. Take a trip to the rank 5 region. If possible, find the person who found the jade and bring them back along with the jade. An ancient voice filled with melancholy slowly echoed from the statue. Li Qianmei respectfully nodded and left. There was a white-haired old man sitting inside the statue. There were many spots on his rotting body and there was reminiscence in his eyes. After a long time, he shook his head and let out a sigh. Senior brother Sima. Back then, perhaps it was teacher who was wrong.